Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, Taking in a Girl, Providing Food and Shelter. Ding. Shunchaku consumed 1 beef jerky, returned 100, has been stored in the host's space. Linlang lay on the sofa, eyes slightly closed, looking serene. It had been 7 days. A mysterious red mist enveloped the globe, and the world outside the window resembled a blood-red ocean, with clouds swirling ominously. Under the red mist, countless creatures rapidly evolved. Mosquitoes grew as large as sparrows, capable of draining a person to anemia in a single bite. Cockroaches the size of a palm could reproduce 10,000 offspring in a day. Even the usually docile cats transformed into man-eating tigers, easily hunting down groups of humans. Overnight, humanity had fallen to the bottom of the food chain, forced to huddle indoors, struggling to survive. In just a week, most people found themselves in a dire shortage of supplies. Water, food, cigarettes, sanitary pads. Items that were once commonplace had become incredibly precious resources. People tightened their belts and persevered, yet they had no idea when official rescue would arrive. This undoubtedly placed immense psychological pressure on them. Linlang was an exception. He was not anxious at all. In fact, he felt a bit excited. This was because he had awakened a super return system. Any supplies consumed by his women could trigger a multiplier return. The return multiplier was determined by the woman's own qualities and her loyalty to him, with a maximum of 10,000 times. The space had unlimited capacity, and time was frozen, so there was no need to worry about the expiration of supplies. Moreover, for every woman he bound, Linlang's physical body could undergo a comprehensive enhancement. Senses, reflexes, strength, speed, etc. He had currently only bound 1 woman and undergone 1 enhancement. But just that one time had given him combat power comparable to a special forces soldier. If a thug appeared now, in a situation where neither side used weapons, he could easily take on 10. In a world where order was gradually collapsing, this was undoubtedly a significant survival asset. Shunchaku consumed 1 bottle of purified water, returned 100 bottles, has been stored in the host's space, in an instant. The space gained another 100 bottles of Wahaha purified water. Seeing this, Linlang couldn't help but smile slightly. The supplies piled up like a mountain in his space were enough to sustain him for at least another year. All of this was thanks to this woman, Shunchaku. Appearance, 7 points, charging, 1 time, loyalty, 5%, return multiplier, 100, she was Linlang's ex-girlfriend. Linlang had taken care of her meticulously for 5 years. But in the end, he was harshly kicked to the curb due to attitude issues. Yet she was the only woman he had ever charged. And currently, the only one who could return supplies to Linlang. It could be said that if it weren't for her, Linlang's life wouldn't be so comfortable now. However, in recent days, Shenchaku's quality of life had visibly declined. From 3 varied sumptuous meals a day to now only being able to gnaw on beef jerky with plain water. At this rate, in a few days, she would have to resort to eating garbage. By then, I hope she doesn't return a pile of trash to my space. Lin Lang thought to himself. He didn't care about the survival of this woman who had betrayed him. But if Shenchaku really starved to death, he would lose his source of supplies. Although he had already stored quite a bit, if it was all going out and nothing coming in, there would eventually come a day when he would eat through his reserves. So, he needed to bind a few more women to ensure his supplies would be endless and always sufficient. Additionally, it would allow him to enhance his physical body a few more times, gaining enough self-defense capabilities to deal with those terrifying creatures. But now, where to find women? How about posting an ad in the owner group nearby? So Lin Lang sent a message in the Happy Community Owner Group, Lin Bulang, taking in girls, providing food and shelter. Interested parties, please send a full body photo without beauty filters. Immediately, countless question marks appeared in the group. Are you serious, bro? So blatant? Is that really a proper shelter? Do you still have supplies? Share some with me. I'm a student, you idiot. What you're doing is illegal. Hand over the supplies for fair distribution among the community owners. Otherwise, I'll report you immediately, Pa. Shrimp-headed man. You think you can touch this fairy like that? Dream on, don't believe him. This guy is just trying to get attention. A chorus of insults and mockery. Lin Lang remained unfazed. The reactions of the group members were entirely within his expectations. These people clearly weren't hungry enough yet. Or perhaps it was because they still held on to a glimmer of hope. Believing this was just a natural disaster, thinking the authorities would soon send rescue, believing that society was still orderly. In short, they still didn't understand the significance of supplies at this moment. The solution was simple. Just wait a few more days. A person can last about 7 days without food or water. But Lin Lang's supplies could easily last a year. Who could outlast whom? So Lin Lang exited the group chat and opened a video app to pass the time. Are there any local boys who can feed the bunny? The bunny will definitely repay you. As soon as he entered, a seductive female internet celebrity was pitifully begging for supplies, generously showcasing her voluptuous figure for it. This was something that usually required a membership to view. It seemed the reviewers were too hungry to care, as they hadn't taken her down. Look at how proper her attitude is. Lin Lang couldn't help but sigh. But Wang Ru Ian, appearance, 5 points, charging, 666 times, loyalty, 5%, return multiplier, 0, now that's impressive. 666 times charging? Such a woman would definitely not return anything. Lin Lang decisively swiped away. After scrolling through videos for a while, it was time for a meal. It's time to eat. With a thought, a self-heating hot pot, a bottle of purified water, and a bottle of ice beer appeared on the computer desk. Lin Lang took a photo and added a caption, calmly posting it in the owner group. Lin Bulang, not very hungry today, just having something simple. Image, PS, taking in girls, providing food and shelter. Interested parties, please send a full body photo without beauty filters, in the Happy Community Owner Group. Are you kidding me? You're eating what I would eat in 3 days? Comma, you bastard. Just because you have food, you think you're something special? Don't let me find out who you are. Internet picture. Definitely an internet picture. Everyone, don't believe it. Let me go check it out first. Lin Lang did this. Not to intentionally disgust them, but to prove his strength and attract more clients. Before long, he received several applications in the WeChat backend, $100 for that hot pot, you understand? I'm the property manager Wang Lianda. You have until today to hand over all supplies to the property department, and I won't pursue you for hoarding supplies. Otherwise, hey, how much food do you have left? Can you finish it all by yourself? I can help you eat. A picture stirred up quite a reaction in the group. Aside from the crazies, some girls expressed their willingness to come over. But their quality was not very high, and Lin Lang wasn't interested. He had standards too. He couldn't lower his standards just because it was the apocalypse. And he didn't have the energy to do charity. In the apocalypse, everyone was on edge, being able to protect oneself was already good enough. At this moment, the food was ready. Chapter 2, Why don't you bring me food? Lin Lang exited WeChat. While eating, he continued to scroll through videos. Experts analyze that the severe smog weather is mainly caused by environmental pollution, thus calling on everyone to save energy. Nonsense, swipe away. Unknown viruses infecting external organisms have extremely strong aggressiveness, causing multiple deaths. The casualty numbers are still rising. Residents in various places are advised to stay indoors and wait for rescue. Do not go outside. A series of shocking videos and images. Too scary, it affects his appetite, swipe away. Brothers. I think I have superpowers now. In the video, a muscular man was excitedly rambling about something. Superpowers. This seemed a bit interesting. So Lin Lang lingered a bit longer. The man seemed to say he was so hungry yesterday that he recklessly ate a strange fruit that grew from a succulent plant. Then his strength increased significantly. He could even easily lift his wife, who weighed over 200 pounds. To this, Lin Lang was half convinced. But the next second, the video mysteriously disappeared. The credibility suddenly increased a lot. In Lin Lang's understanding, danger often coexists with opportunity. This apocalypse might be a disaster leading to human extinction, but it could also be a chance for life to evolve. If that kind of fruit the man mentioned could really grant humans abilities beyond nature, it should be the key to dealing with this crisis. After all, the issue of survival supplies is merely a current problem. Those mutated, man-eating beasts, and even the red mist itself, are the root of the crisis. To survive in this natural disaster, merely having sufficient supplies is definitely not enough. One must also possess the ability to take the initiative and explore the mist. Lin Lang's binding with women only strengthens the physical body. But no matter how strong the body is, it's just a tank class. He wanted to experience what it felt like to be a mage. However, he couldn't go out now. Where could he find those super fruit? Succulent plants? Unfortunately, he didn't cultivate succulents. Looking around, the only green plant was the cactus on his computer desk, rumored to absorb radiation. In recent days, the cactus had indeed grown quite a bit, but there were no signs of it bearing fruit. After finishing his meal, Lin Lang threw the trash out the window. He didn't know what it hit, but he heard a chilling roar. Lin Lang looked out the window. He saw a huge bird breaking through the mist, diving down, and disappearing into the blood mist. Like a fish leaping out of the water. What a crazy world. At that moment, another request came in on WeChat. Lin Lang didn't have much hope, but he went in to take a quick look. An account with the nickname Jeffrey. The profile picture was a beautiful woman in professional attire. Goof, attractiveness, 9 points, recharge, 0 times, loyalty, 5%, return rate, 200, finally, a high-rated one. Goof. Lin Lang actually had some impression of this name. A cold and proud beauty in the community who often drove a BMW and wore professional attire. Since the system rated her 9 points, it proved she was a genuine goddess. Lin Lang decided to give her a chance and accepted her request. Happiness Community. Building C, Unit 1, 2102. Goof sat weakly on the sofa, her stunning face now pale and haggard. You have added Lin Bulang, you can now chat. The moment the message flashed before her eyes, her long dormant beautiful eyes finally sparkled with a glimmer of light. She had run out of supplies. As a career woman, she had always poured all her time into work, usually ordering takeout and never cooking for herself. To maintain her impressive figure, she had also given up all unhealthy snacks. This led to her having very few supplies. Her fridge only had some instant breakfast. Milk, eggs, fruits, and the like. These things had barely sustained her for 7 days. But now, they were all gone. She could no longer hold on. What happens when one can't hold on? Then one can only be carried by someone else. She was a smart woman. She understood that there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. And she knew what Lin Bulang wanted. The next moment, Lin Bulang sent a message. Building C, Unit 1, 22nd floor, let's talk in person, Jeffrey, okay. At the same time, in a low-rent apartment not far from Happiness Community. Chuku, Zhao Tian is at the age of growth, how can he eat all this junk food every day? Get him some lobsters. Sis. I want to eat abalone. On the sofa, their mother had been binge-watching dramas all day, while her younger brother played games all day. Doing nothing but demanding lobsters and abalones? Shenchuku sighed helplessly. Mom, Zhao Tian, you don't understand the current situation. Having food is already good enough, where can I get you lobsters and abalones? Why not? Her mom shouted sharply, isn't that Lin Lang always buying food for you? Just ask him to bring some over. Zhao Tian is the only child of the Shen family. His food and living conditions are a big deal. Sis, are you trying to starve me to death? Although the bickering between mother and son annoyed Shenchuku immensely, it also made her suddenly realize, right. Lin Lang lives in the neighboring community, not far from here. Why shouldn't he bring some food over? Lin Lang was always obedient to her, at her beck and call. And now was the perfect time for Lin Lang to prove his worth. Although Lin Lang was too poor, with a monthly income of only around 10,000, making him unsuitable for marriage. But for now, she could first pretend to reconcile with him, And once this crisis passed, she could completely cut ties. Shinjuku suddenly felt confident. Alright, I'll call Lin Lang and ask him to bring some food over. Upon hearing this, both mother and son's eyes lit up. Also ask him to bring some bird's nest. I heard it's good for beauty. We women must always look beautiful. Sis. Have him bring a few packs of huasi too. Okay. No problem. Under the expectant gazes of mother and son, Shinjuku confidently called Lin Lang. The phone rang for a dozen seconds before connecting. Hello. Lin Lang. Shinjuku started with an accusatory tone. Why did you take so long to answer the phone? On the other end, Lin Lang's voice was cold. What's up? What's up? What kind of tone is that? I'm the one who lowered myself to call you, shouldn't you be surprised and grateful? How dare you ask what's up? Shinjuku was instantly furious, instinctively wanting to curse. But then she suddenly remembered she still needed him to bring things. So she suppressed her anger. I'm giving you a chance to show off. Bring some food over right now, rice, meat, vegetables, anything instant. And bring a few boxes of bird's nest, buy a few packs of huasi. Lin Lang? Who is this, making wishes here? He didn't eat mushrooms for lunch, did he? How could he be hallucinating? He interrupted Shinjuku. Wait, who are you? Shinjuku could no longer hold back. What? You actually asked me who I am? You don't know who I am? Ah, now I know, you're an idiot. Lin Lang simply hung up the phone. Shinjuku was instantly dumbfounded. He dared to hang up on me? And insult me? But Lin Lang had never hung up on her before. Let alone insult her. He had changed. He clearly promised to take care of her for a lifetime. Could it be that just because he was dumped, his vows no longer counted? Beside her, Shen Lingtian and her mother looked anxious. What did Lin Lang say? When will he arrive? Shinjuku finally came back to her senses. A hint of panic flashed in her eyes, but she still stubbornly said, The signal here is bad. I'll go inside and talk to him. After saying that, she walked into the bedroom. Locked the door. Damn Lin Lang. Scumbag. A big man who can't even gather 50,000 in betrothal gifts. What right does he have to get married? Now he won't even agree to bring some supplies. Rebellious. Shinjuku gritted her teeth and dialed Lin Lang's number again. But all she got was a busy tone. She couldn't get through at all. This indicated she had been blocked. You dare to block me? Lin Lang. You bastard. Shinjuku finally broke down. But she could only shout and scream in the room. Chapter 3 The goddess came to the door herself. Happy community. Lin Lang had blocked Shinjuku's number. Yet he deliberately posted a moment on social media visible only to her, taking in a girl, food and lodging included, accompanied by a picture of him munching on a fried chicken leg and sipping cola. Mission accomplished. This time, it wasn't to attract clients. It was purely to disgust her a little. After all, she had already disgusted Lin Lang countless times. Reciprocity, right? Well, not bad. I feel like my IQ has been significantly boosted. Lin Lang patted his own head. At that moment, a WeChat message arrived. Goof, I've arrived. Lin Lang, however, did not rush to open the door. Instead, he opened an app. He had installed a surveillance camera at the door. On the screen, Goof was standing at the elevator entrance. Still impeccably dressed in professional attire, with exquisite makeup. Her demeanor was confident, her expression calm. But her eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings, clearly still a bit scared. After all, no one knew if those mutated creatures would appear in the hallway. Once he confirmed that she was alone, Lin Lang leisurely walked to the door. Although he now possessed combat skills on par with a special forces soldier, he was still within the realm of normal humans and was wary of tricks. What if he opened the door recklessly and dozens of burly men rushed in? He could be crushed to death. But if it was just Goof, even if she was armed, as long as it wasn't a gun, Lin Lang had nothing to fear. Click. The door opened. The slight sound made Goof's body tremble. Here. Lin Lang leaned out halfway, waving at her. Goof bit her lips secretly, resolutely walking over. Once inside, Lin Lang looked her up and down. She was indeed a goddess. Whether it was her looks, figure, demeanor, or fashion sense, she was simply impeccable. Even though the lack of water and food these days had made her spirit seem a bit wan, it still couldn't hide her inherent coldness and composure. A woman of this caliber. Under normal circumstances, Lin Lang might not even have had the chance to say a word to her. She wouldn't have glanced at him even once. They lived in two entirely different worlds, with no intersection whatsoever. But now, she had taken the initiative to came to him, allowing Lin Lang's gaze to roam freely over her body. She might be uncomfortable, but she didn't dare show it too obviously. Because the initiative was in Lin Lang's hands now. I can pay a high price for supplies. Gu finally spoke. Though her tone lacked confidence. Lin Lang smiled mischievously. You should understand, money is useless now. Gu frowned slightly, falling silent. She naturally understood this principle. Yet, she still held on to some fantasies. What if he had ulterior motives? But, the moment she stepped through the door, she had already confirmed one thing from Lin Lang's gaze. He was just a pure pervert. Today, she would undoubtedly lose her purity, with no other possibility. But thankfully, this person was about the same age as her, and his looks weren't bad. He wasn't some old man in his 50s or 60s. So it wasn't too much of a loss. She let out a soft sigh, resignedly closing her eyes. Come on. Lin Lang looked at her with great interest. He had thought this woman would ask to eat her fill before working. At the very least, she would verify whether he really had enough supplies, to avoid losing herself for nothing. But he didn't expect her to be so decisive, not uttering a single unnecessary word. This indicated that this woman was truly smart. Because at this moment, whether Lin Lang was lying to her or not, she had no other choice but to believe. Good. Lin Lang liked smart people. It saved a lot of time. Goof closed her eyes, expecting Lin Lang to pounce on her like a wild dog, tearing her clothes apart. But unexpectedly, Lin Lang stood there, very calmly saying, go wash up first. Even in the apocalypse, one must maintain standards. Or rather, the more apocalyptic it was, the more one should maintain standards. After all, the medical conditions in the apocalypse weren't that great. What if? Upon hearing this, Gu frowned slightly. Since the arrival of the red mist, the city's tap water had been contaminated, murky and foul-smelling. Because of this issue, she hadn't bathed in days. Could it be that she smelled bad? That shouldn't be the case. She hadn't even sweated much. Besides, the tap water is contaminated now. How can I wash? Do you have a backup water source? Lin Lang, however, was unfazed. There's water in the bathroom. Goof walked to the bathroom, half convinced. There, in the corner, were dozens of bottles of purified water. A glimmer of shock flashed in her eyes. You mean? Lin Lang replied calmly, make do with it. Goof remained composed, but her heart couldn't help but be astonished. She had long suspected that Lin Lang must have stocked up more supplies than others, otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. But she hadn't expected. His supplies were so abundant. Purified water for bathing? Did he know how many people outside were wishing for just a sip of water? She tried to calm her emotions, nodding, okay. Lin Lang simply agreed and walked back to the living room. This made Goof breathe a slight sigh of relief. In fact, she was quite afraid that Lin Lang had some peculiar fetish, like wanting to watch her bathe. She closed the door. But instead of rushing to bathe, she immediately grabbed a bottle of water, twisted off the cap, and cautiously took a sip. No problem, just purified water. She couldn't hold back any longer, gulping it down. Drinking too quickly. Liquid spilled from the corner of her mouth, trickling down her neck, dampening her white shirt, making the fabric cling even more to her impressive curves. After downing more than half a bottle in one go, she finally stopped. But at that moment, a subtle change had quietly occurred within her. This Lin Lang, actually extravagant enough to use purified water for bathing? Who knows how much supplies he has stocked up? Where did his supplies come from? A full 20 minutes later, Goof emerged from the bathroom. Finally feeling like she was alive again. Lin Lang hadn't prepared a towel for her. She was still wearing the professional outfit she had on when she entered, but the water stains were quite obvious, giving her a unique charm. At that moment, she caught a whiff of the savory aroma in the air. In the living room, Lin Lang was eating self-heating hot pot, spicy beef. Goof froze. Her stomach coincidentally growled a few times. She finally realized that she was not just thirsty, but also very hungry. Especially since she hadn't eaten meat in a long time. It smelled so delicious. This Lin Lang was too much. He was practically seducing her, making her put aside all her goddess pride and become his loyal slave. She swallowed hard. Almost only a shred of rationality remained, constantly stopping her. Hold on. Hold on. Don't let him look down on you. Lin Lang noticed her intense gaze but merely glanced at her lightly. Then he took out a piece of chocolate from his stash and tossed it to her. Eat this. Replenish your energy, or you might not be able to handle it later. Lin Lang's tone was very calm. Goof was taken aback. Although she wanted to eat the self-heating hot pot, she understood that this wasn't the time for her to do as she pleased. Getting to eat chocolate was already quite good. But, was that comment too blunt? What do you mean by afraid I can't handle it? Are you that confident? Who knows who will break first? After Lin Lang finished eating, he threw all the trash out the window. Goof frowned, about to tell him that this was the 22nd floor, and how could he throw things from such a height? But then she suddenly realized. Who was down there now? It could only hit those mutated monsters. Linling seemed to know her thoughts, shrugging. Keeping these things in the house might attract cockroaches. You wouldn't want to see cockroaches bigger than your face crawling around your place, would you? Just thinking about that scene made Goof shiver involuntarily, and no, I wouldn't. Linling took another sip of water, burped contentedly, and then said, now that we're full, it's time to get down to business. Upon hearing this, Goof's heart tightened. She instinctively bit her lip. Finally. What was meant to come was finally here. After guarding her purity for over 20 years, was she really going to hand it over to this stranger today? Chapter 4, The Clown's Performance Come Closer. Linling's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable command. Goof's heart raced, but she stepped closer, one step at a time. There was no need to wait for Linling to speak again. She naturally knew what she was supposed to do now. 10,000 words omitted here. The next morning. Linling's bedroom. Goof recalled everything from the previous night, her ears turning red. It seemed she wasn't entirely passive throughout. There were moments when she fought back. But she didn't dare to delve too deeply into her memories. Because it was too embarrassing. Are you awake? At that moment, Linling stood at the bedroom door, greeting her. He had already gotten out of bed. With his current physical condition, last night's encounter had no effect on him at all. Goof responded, instinctively burying her head at the edge of the bed to search for her clothes, but couldn't find any. Right. She had left everything in the living room last night. She felt embarrassed immediately. To avoid becoming a giant of light, she could only ask Linling for help. My clothes are in the living room. Linling replied, your clothes are dirty, just wear mine for now. After saying that, he walked back to the living room. Goof no longer hesitated. She slipped out from under the sheets, found a short-sleeved shirt from the nearby wardrobe, and quickly put it on. The oversized short-sleeved shirt conveniently covered the tops of her thighs. Only her long, fair legs were left exposed. It left endless room for imagination. Then, she stepped barefoot onto the floor, struggling to move as she leaned against the wall to walk to the living room. In the living room, a richer aroma of milk wafted through the air. Goof had been hungry for a long time, and after expending a lot of energy last night. If it weren't for Linling giving her a piece of chocolate, she might not have even seen the sun this morning. Upon smelling the milk, her eyes immediately lit up, scanning the surroundings. On the dining table, a sandwich, a glass of milk, and an apple. She was stunned. How long had it been since she had such a delicate breakfast? Was it only 7 days? But why did it feel like half a century had passed? Linling sat in the computer chair in the study, still engrossed in watching videos, but casually said, eat. As long as you behave, from now on, I will provide all your living supplies. This simple statement made Goof momentarily dazed. This man named Linling. Actually, he was quite gentle. Goof consumed one sandwich, returned 300, stored in host space. Goof consumed one box of milk, returned 300 boxes, stored in host space. Goof consumed one apple, returned 300, stored in host space. Linling was somewhat surprised. Why is it 300 times? Wasn't the previous prediction 200? He pulled up Goof's information. Goof, appearance, 9 points, charging, 3 times, loyalty, 15%, return multiplier, 300. Oh! So it was because her loyalty had increased. That means this little girl is gradually starting to trust him? Why? It had only been one night. Could it be because he was so strong last night that he completely conquered her? Linling smiled slightly. Not bad. This way, he wouldn't be short on supplies anymore. Moreover, after binding with Goof, his physical body also underwent a second enhancement. There wasn't much change in his physique, just that his muscles had become a bit firmer, feeling as hard as stone when touched. His skin seemed to have become tougher as well. Especially the blood energy within him, which surged like a roaring river. To test his strength, he took a bottle of beer from the space and applied a little force. In the next moment, bang! He crushed it with his bare hands. The liquid and glass shards splattered everywhere, but they couldn't break his skin, leaving only a few faint red marks. Hiss! He couldn't help but take a sharp breath. So strong. This meant he could now be immune to most cold weapons. If he encountered a thug. As long as they weren't professionally trained combatants, even if they had a gun, Linling was confident he could turn the tables on them. What's wrong? Goof had already reached the door of the study. She frowned at the puddles of water and glass shards on the floor. Linling immediately calmed his excitement, maintaining a composed expression. Nothing, I accidentally broke a bottle of wine. Why are you barefoot? Step back, be careful of the shards. Goof looked down at her fair, delicate feet. She nodded gently. Then she exited the study. Lin Ling went to find a broom to sweep up the beer bottle shards and dump them out the window. At that moment, the WeChat voice notification rang. Lin Ling glanced at it. It was Shenchaku again. Without a moment's hesitation, he hung up. Shenchaku had sent him 99 plus messages last night. He had been too busy to respond. Now he took a quick look. Lin Ling. You actually hung up on me? You have 1 hour to bring Bird's Nest and Huazi over to apologize. Image, what do you mean by this? Eating fried chicken, drinking cola, taking in girls, and providing food and shelter? I won't allow it. Did you hear me? Come fine. I don't want the 500,000 betrothal gift anymore. You need to send supplies over immediately, and after the disaster passes, I might consider marrying you. I've already forgiven you. What more do you want? What kind of attitude is this? Why didn't you reply to my messages? Early in the morning. It was simply hilarious. Even in the apocalypse, there were still clown performances. Lin Ling was in a playful mood and replied, are you signing up for food and shelter too? Sorry, you're not qualified. He also attached a photo of today's exquisite breakfast. And quite carelessly, he captured a glimpse of Goof in the frame. Even though it wasn't clear, it could still be vaguely discerned that she was definitely a great beauty. Before long, Lin Ling's WeChat notifications rang incessantly. He found it annoying and simply silenced it. Let Shenchaku rage on the other end. He comfortably reclined in the computer chair. His gaze turned to the window. The blood mist seemed to have thickened a bit. From the 22nd floor, only a few distant skyscrapers could peek through the fog. The vast majority of buildings were submerged in the thick mist. Where exactly does this red mist come from? Can it cause animals to evolve, and might it affect humans in the future? He pondered for a while. His peripheral vision caught sight of the cactus on the computer desk. The cactus had grown a bit, and a blood-red bud had sprouted at the top. Lin Ling couldn't help but lean in closer. It wasn't unusual for a cactus to grow a bud. But the key was that the area around the bud seemed to be surrounded by a rather dim mist. Ordinary people might not notice this detail. But Lin Ling's body had undergone 2 enhancements, and his senses far exceeded those of ordinary people, allowing him to detect it keenly. This thing is unusual, who knows what it might grow into? He immediately concluded. Could it also be some kind of treasure like the superfruit? Or perhaps it would give birth to some dangerous creature? Like a man-eating flower? But just as he was lost in thought, he heard Goof in the living room exclaim. Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that a monster had broken in? So he immediately rushed to the door. Pressing against the wall, he observed the commotion in the living room. Chapter 5, The rescue has arrived. Everything in the living room was as usual. However, Goof stood in the center of the living room, her expression somewhat subtle. She exchanged glances with Lin Ling for a few seconds. Lin Ling's gaze remained calm. After organizing her thoughts, she said, I just received a message. The authorities have dispatched a rescue. Oh? Lin Ling was slightly taken aback. Is that so? Surprised? Not really. Just a bit curious. Given the current situation, how could the authorities possibly conduct a rescue? Would they send people to deliver supplies? The risks must be enormous. After all, the outdoors is now a realm of monsters. Lin Ling snapped back to reality and noticed Goof's strange expression. He pondered for a moment and instantly understood. So he calmly asked, are you feeling like you've lost out? Clearly, if you had just held on for one more night, you could have been rescued. Yet, it seems you've unwittingly benefited a stranger man? This was understandable. It was like ordering a piece of clothing online, only to find out the next second that it was on sale, and the store wouldn't refund the price difference. What a loss. A huge loss. It could even make one so upset that they couldn't eat for days. Upon hearing this, Goof fell silent, seemingly in agreement. Seeing her like this, Lin Ling shrugged and said nonchalantly, if you don't want to stay here, you can leave. I have no objections. In fact, I can even give you some supplies to ensure you won't starve in the short term. After all, he was already bound to her. No matter where Goof went, Lin Ling could still return supplies to her. In comparison, keeping someone unfaithful around posed a greater risk. However, Lin Ling could foresee that this time, the authorities' rescue might not succeed. Even if it did, it would only be temporary. A single supply drop would only allow these people to hold on for a little longer. It wouldn't solve the fundamental problem. The blood mist crisis would inevitably continue to worsen, until it spiraled completely out of control, leaving even the authorities powerless. At that point, everything would return to square one. Supplies would still be scarce. Lin Ling would still be able to attract many high-quality women with his abundant supplies. But he had a principle. Once unfaithful, never to be used again. If Goof chose to leave this time, no matter how she fared afterward, Lin Ling would never take her back. He wouldn't feel some inexplicable sense of responsibility just because he had charged her once. But the air fell silent for a moment. Goof calmly said, "I am already yours." Then she sat back down on the sofa. Her long legs crossed, pale and dazzling. Moreover, she was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Lin Lang couldn't help but smile slightly. Such a beautiful woman, with such loyalty. Wasn't she his ideal type? Did it make his heart race? Not at all. He wasn't a 3-year-old anymore. Shenchaku had long taught him a lesson. In the adult world, where are all those ideals? It's all about interests. Goof was a smart woman. The possibilities Lin Lang thought of, she had also considered. Supplies are the key to survival in the apocalypse. And Lin Lang was an endless treasure trove of supplies. How many supplies did he actually have? No one knew. The only thing that could be confirmed was definitely not a small amount. He was risking a lot to gather those uncertain amounts of emergency supplies. Or should she stay by Lin Lang's side, continuing this carefree life of eating and drinking? A normal person would know what to choose, right? Then, Goof continued, the authorities have issued an announcement. This rescue is a supply drop, which will be transported by helicopter and dropped onto the rooftops of high-rise buildings in Minayu City. Residents should prepare, travel in groups, and work together to fend off any potential beast attacks. After receiving the supplies, return indoors immediately and distribute them reasonably to nearby residents. After she finished reading, she stopped talking and just observed Lin Lang's reaction. A helicopter, huh? Lin Lang frowned slightly. This sounded like a decent option. With land plants growing wildly, the once flat city roads now resembled a primitive jungle, making it impossible for armored vehicles to pass. But was the air really safe? His mind couldn't help but conjure the image of that giant bird leaping through the clouds and blood mist. At this moment, the internet was buzzing with excitement. Lin Lang casually clicked into WeChat. He saw that Shenchaku had sent him dozens of unread messages. All of which he ignored. In the community group for Happy Community, there were also numerous mentions of him. He clicked in. The property manager Wang Lianda was the first to share the news of the official rescue in the group. Not a single mistake in the message. He even specifically tagged Lin Bulang, the disaster will eventually pass, and the wicked will be severely punished. A bunch of residents followed suit, getting excited. Lin Bulang, speak up, you think you're the only one with supplies? You think you're so great? Now that everyone has enough supplies, are you still so arrogant? Idiot. You still want to trade supplies for women? You can't even get a blow-up doll now, right? Ha ha ha, hand over your remaining supplies, and maybe the authorities will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Otherwise, when the officials arrive, you're done for. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and they felt they could manage. Lin Lang wouldn't get angry over these people. After all, there would come a time when they would be crying. He simply replied lightly, "Good morning everyone, have you had breakfast?" Accompanied by a picture of today's breakfast. The group instantly exploded. Countless curses poured in. Before the flames of war completely erupted, Lin Lang quickly exited. But he found that Shenchaku's messages were still increasing. This woman really is persistent. He clicked in, several 60-second voice messages he had no interest in listening to. And countless text messages, who is that woman? Get her out of here. All those supplies belong to me, you're not allowed to share them with anyone. What kind of woman would sleep with you for a bit of supplies? She can't be from some special industry, right? Lin Lang, have you seen the news? Ha ha ha, the official rescue is coming soon, who still cares about your measly supplies? With your income, you think you can marry me? PFFT. A person like you is only fit to find a hooker. This woman must be mentally unstable, right? One moment a bitch, the next a princess, switching so smoothly. Lin Lang only replied, "You're cheaper than a chicken." Before long, several 60-second voice messages came in again. In Shenchaku's affordable housing. The hard days are finally over. Shen Lingshan lay on the sofa, playing games while cursing. My luck has been terrible these past few days, damn it, I wasted a few stars. His mother complained while looking in the mirror, who says it's not. Look, I've got a few more spots. Sigh. For us women, our faces are our lives. She then turned to Shenchaku and said, "Chaku. Although those people are sending supplies soon, I doubt there will be any cosmetics in there. Those rough men wouldn't be that considerate. You should contact Lin Lang, he still needs to send the bird's nest. If he dares not to send it, we'll add a few 100,000 to the betrothal gift." Shen Lingshan also chimed in, "Exactly. It was clearly said that the supplies were coming, how could that dog not keep his word?" Shenchaku said proudly, "That idiot Lin Lang thinks that just because he has stocked up a bit of supplies, he can be the emperor in this apocalypse? Now that we're not short on supplies, isn't he still just a worthless dog?" At this time, Just give him a little hope. Do you think he won't listen? Her mother chuckled. Exactly. Men are just like that. You shouldn't have dumped him so early. He must still have quite a bit of savings. If not 500,000, at least 200 or 300,000. Have him buy a car for Zhao Tian. It'll be convenient for Zhao Tian to go out and have fun, pick up girls. Once Zhao Tian hooks a rich girl, we'll be living the good life. Ha ha ha. Shen Lingshan was also very happy. He scratched his greasy, sparse hair. He laughed. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a monkey god print, wrapped around 300 pounds of fat, jiggling. Boom boom boom. A sound came from the sky, growing closer. Shen Chaku's eyes lit up, pointing out the window excitedly. It's a helicopter. The rescue supplies are here. Chapter 6, The supplies are gone. Blood mist surged. A helicopter broke through the fog, appearing in the line of sight of Shen Chaku and the others. The helicopter was carrying a large net bag filled with supplies. It was gradually approaching their direction. It's coming. Chaku. Hurry up and go grab it. Get as much as you can. As soon as she saw the supplies, Shen Chaku's mother's eyes turned red, pushing her towards the door. Shen Chaku was stunned, hurriedly clinging to the door frame, shouting, Mom. You want me to go grab supplies? Of course. If you don't go, who will? It's so dangerous outside, we can't let Zhao Tian go, he's our only child. I can't go either, I'm a woman. Shen Chaku was dumbfounded, but I'm a woman too. What's wrong with you being a woman? I'm your mother. Shen Lingshan nodded as well. Sister, you should go. No. I'm too scared to go out. There are monsters outside. That's all a lie, there are no monsters in this world. But just as they were pushing and shoving, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the sky. The fog in the distance surged like a raging tide. In the next moment, a gigantic bird, comparable in size to a car, burst through the fog. With a deafening cry, it shook their very souls. It dove straight towards the helicopter, seemingly regarding it as prey. Oh my god. Shen Chaku's mother had never seen such a scene and fell to the ground in shock. Shen Lingshan also screamed like a pig, rolling and crawling into the bedroom, locking the door behind him. Only Shen Chaku remained, standing there in a daze. The helicopter quickly ascended, trying to evade the bird's attack. However, the bird was agile, flapping its wings and tracing an arc in the fog, closely following the helicopter. Da. Gunfire. Flames erupted from the helicopter as the combat personnel on board fought back. But the bird was incredibly fast, dodging skillfully, and the bullets couldn't hit it at all. In the blink of an eye, both the helicopter and the bird disappeared into the fog. Lin Lang and Goof stood by the window on the 22nd floor. They witnessed this life and death chase firsthand. The distance between the helicopter and the bird was continuously closing. Da. Even when the bullets hit the bird, they only sparked off its wings. Is its defense really that terrifying? Lin Lang felt a sinking feeling in his heart. If even bullets couldn't penetrate, then cold weapons were out of the question. When the helicopter entered the Happy Communities area, to lighten the load, even though they hadn't reached the designated drop point, the personnel on board had to cut the net carrying the supplies. Immediately, a large pile of supplies rained down. But the next second, the giant bird swooped down from the sky. Extending its steel-like claws, it reached for the helicopter. The bird's claws collided with the rotating blades, which were like cutting machines. Crack crack crack. Sparks flew. Bang. The rotor shattered. The helicopter billowed black smoke as it plummeted from the sky, accompanied by a shower of debris. Several figures parachuted out, quickly disappearing into the thick fog. Boom. Lin Lang heard another loud noise, feeling the floor tremble. Then came the crackling of flames. The sound was very close. It seemed the helicopter had crashed onto the top floor of their building. From the depths of the fog, the bird's distant cries echoed, as if declaring victory. Lin Lang and Goof fell silent. The surroundings were eerily quiet. You useless thing. In the rental apartment, Shen Chaku's mother was furious, slapping Shen Chaku across the face. I told you to go grab supplies, but you didn't. Now all the supplies are gone. What, the supplies are gone? Shen Lingshan also rushed out from the bedroom. Shen Chaku. What's wrong with you? You let the supplies that came to you slip away? What else can you do? There was hardly any food left, and now we've missed the supplies. What are we going to eat in the future? Shen Chaku. This is all your fault, what do you have to say for yourself? Shen Chaku covered her swollen cheek, momentarily at a loss for words. Supplies were gone, and they were gone. What could she do? Should she run outside to get them back? The ferocity of that giant bird was still vivid in her mind. She certainly wouldn't dare to go out. All of this was Lin Lang's fault. If he had delivered the supplies earlier, she wouldn't have been scolded or hit. No. That's not right. She shouldn't blame Lin Lang. All of this was that woman's fault. The one whose vague silhouette only appeared in the photo. Lin Lang used to listen to her so much, like a dog. It must be that woman who had bewitched him. Shen Chaku's gaze gradually turned to rage, even gritting her teeth as she said, "Bitch. How dare you steal my man? You will pay for this." Supplies scattered everywhere. The transport plane also crashed. Although the transport personnel parachuted in time and avoided the giant bird's attack. If they landed in the outdoors where the beasts roamed, they would surely face dire consequences. This battle ended in a tragic defeat for humanity. Lin Lang also clearly recognized the terror of those mutated creatures. Ordinary knives, swords, and guns could hardly threaten them. It was likely that only those who had awakened superpowers could fight back. This only intensified Lin Lang's desire for superpower fruits. The blood-red buds of the cactus on his computer desk seemed to have grown a bit larger. At this moment, in the happy community owner group, people's emotions were incredibly low. Will we still have supply drops? What kind of terrifying creature is that, capable of destroying even an armed helicopter? Sigh, let it all be destroyed. I'm tired, please give me some food. Who can give me some food? I can't hold on anymore. Big Shot, please give us some supplies. I'm begging you, Lin Bulang, little brother. As long as you send some supplies to the property department right away, we can clear up our previous misunderstandings, Lin Bulang. Group members were frantically tagging Lin Lang. But unlike the morning's insults and mockery, their attitude now was one of sincerity. Lin Lang's private messages were even more spectacular. Countless women's selfies, various angles, dazzling to behold. Among them, there were even men willing to offer their wives and daughters just to get a meal. Ridiculous. Lin Lang was not surprised. Despair after hope is the true despair. The official rescue had failed. They finally realized that this disaster was extraordinary. At this moment, what did supplies mean? It was life. To survive, they were willing to give up everything. Dignity was the first to go. But Lin Lang didn't gloat in the group. That would be too inhumane. It was a small matter that the owners hadn't received supplies. But those official personnel who transported supplies were heroes, and their fall made Lin Lang feel a pang of sympathy. But, sympathy or not, he had to live his life as he saw fit. He reached out, pulling Goof into his embrace. Ah! Goof was caught off guard and jumped, murmuring, "What are you doing?" Lin Lang's voice was low. "It's too scary, I need some comfort." Happy community. In the blood-red mist, the towering, claw-like branches of giant trees loomed like the claws of a demon. In the dense grass, which was as tall as a person, countless dangers lurked. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure in a special combat suit was sprinting rapidly through the grass. Roar! Not far away, a gigantic one-eyed white cat, as big as a tiger, was crazily chasing after her. Buzz buzz buzz. But at that moment, a swarm of red-shelled black-striped beetles flew out from the grass, rushing towards the figure. The figure remained unafraid, swiftly drawing a dagger from her waist. With a flash of cold light, the beetles were cut down one by one. The beetle slime splattered all over her. How disgusting. The figure cursed quietly, reaching up to remove her dirty helmet and tossing it aside. Her flowing long hair cascaded down. It turned out to be a woman. Roar. The big cat leaped, landing in front of the woman, lowering its body and continuously growling. Chapter 7, The Cactus Spore Superpower Fruit. A sea-level giant eagle just left, and now a D-level ferocious beast is coming. This happy community is truly remarkable. Ning Xuang slightly tilted her head back, her flawless white face and determined gaze fixed on the large cat. The remaining eye of the large cat flickered with a ghostly green light, and it continuously emitted low growls from its throat. At that moment, the grass in the distance rustled incessantly, making a rustling sound. Another ferocious beast was approaching? Ning Xuang frowned. But at that moment, the large cat had already launched an attack on her. Ning Xuang could only dodge, using her agile movements to keep evading the large cat while searching for an opportunity to strike a decisive blow. The human and the cat were entangled for a few seconds. Suddenly, the large cat twisted its body and unexpectedly swung its tail, sending Ning Xuang flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Ning Xuang felt as if her waist had almost been broken. Immediately, she spat out a mouthful of blood. The large cat seized the opportunity and roared as it pounced. Ning Xuang gritted her teeth, no longer dodging. Instead, she leaped towards the large cat. The human and the cat were mere inches apart. The large cat's paw struck her chest. Yet, she took the chance to stab downward with her dagger, hitting the large cat's only remaining thigh. Roar! The large cat howled in anger, suddenly retreating a few steps, wildly swiping its claws at the air around it. The next second, a gigantic black snake emerged from nowhere, biting the large cat's throat and dragging it into the grass. Seeing this, Ning Shuang dared not linger and quickly turned to run. But after just a few steps, she was blocked by a wall of twisted roots. She looked up. Unit 1, Building C of the Happy Community. In Unit 2202 of Building C, the battle between Lin Lang and Goof had already ended. Goof had gone to the bathroom to wash up. Lin Lang sat in the computer chair, boredly scrolling through videos. There was much discussion online about this rescue operation. Multiple cities across the country had organized supply efforts. But the success rate was still less than 50%. Most were due to attacks from ferocious beasts, resulting in significant casualties. Netizens were in a state of panic. Some even criticized the authorities, claiming they were ineffective. But Lin Lang knew. This was not a problem with the officials. The ferocious beasts were just too strong. They could even be immune to bullets. Unless one awakened a superpower, humans simply could not fight back. At that moment, he turned his gaze to the pot of cactus on the computer desk. To his surprise, in just a few short hours, the flower buds on that pot of cactus had already withered. A slender new shoot had sprouted from the top of the cactus, with a red fruit the size of a broad bin hanging from it. Could this be the superpower fruit? Lin Lang couldn't help but lean in closer. He saw that the small fruit was glowing faintly, exuding a light fragrance. Lin Lang felt he was almost certain. This should be the legendary superpower fruit. Eating this will grant me a superpower. Lin Lang was itching to act. But caution was key. He definitely wouldn't just eat it like that. He observed more carefully. The fruit was greedily absorbing the surrounding air, almost growing without pause. Until it grew to the size of an egg. And it was radiating dazzling light. Is it ripe? For some inexplicable reason, Lin Lang reached out and yanked the fruit down. It was heavy and icy cold. At that moment, Goof had also finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom, wrapped in Lin Lang's towel. Lin Lang said, "Come here." Goof glanced at Lin Lang with a resentful look but still trudged over to the study. "What is it?" Lin Lang handed her the fruit, calmly saying, "Try a bite." Goof looked at the fruit, unable to help but frown. "What is this? Where did it come from?" She didn't dare to take a bite of something with an unknown origin. Lin Lang simply said, "Just take a gentle bite, don't swallow it." After these days of exploration, he had figured out the rules of return, especially the definition of consumption. An item was considered consumed as long as it lost its original state. In other words, any item that changed hands could trigger a return. Goof sniffed it lightly. The fruit had a fragrant aroma, similar to an apple. So she took a gentle bite. Goof consumed a low-grade superpower fruit, returning 300 pieces, now stored in the host's space. Indeed. Lin Lang felt a surge of joy. This was the superpower fruit. Although it was only low-grade. But it was a genuine superpower fruit. What kind of superpower would be gained from eating this fruit? Lin Lang said to Goof, "Go ahead and eat it, it's a good thing." A good thing? Goof pondered for a moment before swallowing the entire fruit. The next moment, Goof's expression changed. She felt a cool breeze rushing into her pores from all around. So comfortable. Ah! She couldn't help but let out a moan. When she realized what she had done, she quickly covered her mouth. This feeling lasted for about a few seconds. After everything calmed down, Goof was astonished to find that all her senses had greatly enhanced. She could even hear Lin Lang's strong heartbeat. Even the thick fog outside seemed to have thinned a bit, allowing her to see further. Seeing her astonished face, Lin Lang asked, "What does it feel like?" Goof looked incredulous. "It's amazing. My senses have become so much stronger. Vision, hearing, smell, all enhanced. Even with my eyes closed, I can vaguely sense what objects are around me." "What kind of treasure is this?" Lin Lang smiled slightly. "This is the superpower fruit. It can grant people superpowers." "Ah. Such divine objects still exist in this world." Goof felt her worldview quietly shifting. On the computer desk, since Lin Lang had plucked the fruit, the pot of cactus quickly shriveled, its color changing from light green to black and yellow, appearing dead. As if it had lost its source of life. "All right, you can go out now," Lin Lang said to Goof. Goof obediently walked out of the study. Lin Lang took a superpower fruit from his space and ate it in one bite. In an instant, the essence of the world surged into his body. As if the long dry soil had finally welcomed a nourishing spring rain. He closed his eyes to feel it carefully. A few seconds later, everything calmed down. He exhaled and opened his eyes. In his vision, it was as if the world after a heavy rain. Everything had changed, clearer and more vibrant. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense everything within a meter radius. He focused his mind and pulled up his information. Lin Lang, physical body, second reinforcement, superpower, inspiration, level 1, so this ability is called inspiration. And it has levels. Does this mean it can be upgraded? How does one upgrade it? By eating more superpower fruits? Linling had already eaten one, and there were still 299 left in his space. So he ate another one. Superpower, Inspiration, Level 1, no change. But he vaguely felt his sensing ability had strengthened a bit, and the range he could sense with his eyes closed had increased slightly. About a few centimeters. But it was indeed an increase. So he ate a few more. Finally. After swallowing 10 superpower fruits. Superpower, Inspiration, Level 2, indeed. Eating more superpower fruits can upgrade it. Encouraged, he went on a spree with the superpower fruits. He ate more than 30 in one go. His stomach could hold no more. Superpower, Inspiration, Level 3, Level 3. He closed his eyes. He could now clearly sense everything within a 10-meter radius. Even this sensation could ignore the barriers of doors, windows, and walls. He could now sense that Goof was sitting on the sofa in the living room. And within Goof's body, there was a faintly glowing point of light, flickering. Is that light point the power of the superpower fruit? He then turned his attention back to himself. Inside his body, there existed a ball of light the size of an egg. Chapter 8, Female Agent Ning Shuainu in the study. 2.5 hours had passed. Linling was still munching away. He gradually realized that the feeling of being full was just an illusion. The superpower fruit was more like a crystallized form of energy rather than a real fruit. Once it entered a person's body, it would transform into a mass of energy, which the body would digest and absorb. The reason for the bloated feeling was simply that the digestion speed couldn't keep up. He was eating while digesting. As he continued to eat, only a dozen of the 300 fruits remained in the space. But the gains were substantial. Linling first observed himself. The light points within him had grown as large as apples, and their brightness was so high that they were almost materialized. They shone like luminous pearls in the night. He then pulled up the information, Superpower, Intuition, Level 9, his intuition had reached Level 9. He decided to call this sensing ability Psychic Power. The range covered by Psychic Power would be referred to as the Psychic Field. Now, his Psychic Field had expanded to encompass every corner of the entire building, which had over 30 floors and more than 100 units. This meant he could clearly see every room in the building. He could see what everyone in those rooms was doing. Even if he concentrated, he could hear the voices of people talking. This meant he could grasp the movements of everyone in the building without stepping outside. No matter what actions they took, Linling would know immediately. Moreover, he could also clearly sense how many monsters were in the building. Those monsters also had light points within them. Linling speculated that the size and brightness of those light points determined the combat strength of the beasts. Currently, most of the monsters in the hallway were quite weak, with light points about the size of mung beans. Occasionally, there were a few powerful ones, with light points the size of eggs, but they were all active on the lower floors. It was worth mentioning that all non-human entities in the building, whether pets or insects, had light points. Why can those monsters gain power directly, while humans have to eat superpower fruit? That's not fair. He couldn't help but complain. One more thing. Psychic power could easily penetrate walls, doors, and windows, almost ignoring them. But penetrating the red mist was extremely difficult. If Linling's psychic field were fully expanded within the red mist, it might only cover about 10 meters. At this point, it was getting late. Linling walked out of the study and casually tossed 5 superpower fruits to Goof. Eat a bit more, your awakened superpower can still be strengthened. Linling gave her the superpower fruits partly to have her help him stock up a bit more. On the other hand, he hoped she could grow quickly, at least to the point of being able to protect herself. That way, she could take care of herself, and if any trouble arose in the future, it would save Linling some worry. But Goof helplessly said, I can't eat anymore, I just barely finished digesting the one I ate earlier. Linling pondered and said, it's fine, take your time to digest. This meant that the speed of digesting superpower fruits varied from person to person. Linling had a stronger constitution, so he digested them quickly. However, Linling had already digested nearly 300, while Goof had only managed 1. The gap was quite large. Ding. At that moment, Linling heard the elevator bell ring outside. At this time, someone actually dares to visit? He immediately expanded his psychic field to cover the elevator. Inside the elevator was a woman, sitting on the floor. She was covered in blood. Even the elevator floor was soaked. Why was she bleeding so much? Could it be that a monster had entered the hallway? Linling's heart sank. He continued to expand his psychic field. Sure enough. The stench of blood from the woman was so strong that it attracted a swarm of mutated insects, which were continuously gathering around her. The insects were almost crawling all over the elevator shaft, gnawing away at random. Finally, the elevator broke down. and it just happened to stop on the 22nd floor, Linlang's floor. Linlang frowned. Although he didn't know the identity of the person in the elevator, he could be sure that this person would die. But there was actually a light point within the woman. She was a superpower user. But her light point was only the size of a cherry. Larger than Goof's, but much smaller compared to Linlang's. Looking at her equipment. A gun, a dagger, a walkie-talkie. Such high-quality gear definitely indicated she was not an ordinary person. She must be an agent. Linlang suddenly recalled the transport personnel who parachuted today. Could it be them? They not only survived the beasts but also escaped into the building? This was a bit unbelievable for ordinary people. But for a superpower user, it made much more sense. Since she was an agent, should he save her? She looked severely injured, and Linlang had no medicine here, so it would be difficult to save her. Inside the elevator, Ning Xuanyu was engulfed in darkness, overwhelmed by deep despair. Was she about to die? Unexpectedly. As the deputy captain of the Vermilion Bird Squad of the Minayu City Special Operations Bureau. After going through layers of selection, she had finally eaten a superpower fruit and become a superpower user, shouldering the great task of saving humanity. Yet on her first mission, she was about to die at the hands of a monster. If she had known this, she might as well have left that precious superpower fruit for someone else. It was such a waste for her to eat it. She felt she had let the organization down. Hearing a rustling sound from above the elevator. Some long, thin tentacles stretched out from the gap, constantly writhing. She felt she was at the end of her strength. But her strong will to survive still made her stand up, straining to pry open the elevator door, then collapsing onto the ground. She crawled out of the elevator, continuing to drag herself forward, leaving a gruesome trail of blood on the floor. She crawled to the door of a unit and knocked, weakly calling out, "Is anyone there?" Inside that apartment lived a middle-aged couple. Hearing the sound, the man rushed to the door first, leaning against it to look through the peephole. "Oh my God! There's a person at the door. Covered in blood." The woman hurriedly said, "Don't open the door. It's terrifying." Rustle, rustle, rustle. Ning Xuanyu turned back and saw several shadows of insects crawling out from the elevator shaft. She trembled as she spoke, "I am an agent, please help me." But she heard the man scream, "Oh my God! A big bug. Get away. Don't bring the bugs to my doorstep. I can't save you. Get lost. Get lost. Aren't you an agent? You can't harm us ordinary people. Go die far away." Ning Xuanyu felt despair. She wanted to crawl away to die, but she had completely run out of strength. She turned back, and those hideous insects were now exposed in the light, staring at her with blood-red eyes, inching closer. I don't want to die." She closed her eyes, but tears streamed from the corners. She had already foreseen her fate. Being gnawed by these insects, torn into pieces, and thrown into dark corners to rot slowly. At that moment, a door opened not far away. She vaguely saw a young man standing at the door, holding a glinting kitchen knife. Then, the man muttered, "What the hell?" Ning Xuanyu, appearance, 9 points, charges, 0 times, loyalty, 5%, return multiplier, 100. Linlang was also bewildered. He had originally just wanted to do a good deed and accumulate some good karma for himself. He didn't expect to receive such a surprise. Another goddess with a score of 9. At this moment, her face and body were covered in blood, making it hard to see her original appearance. But Linlang trusted the system's judgment. So he strode over and effortlessly hoisted her onto his shoulder. At that moment, a spider crawled out from the gap in the elevator shaft, rushing towards Linlang with its fangs bared. Behind. Bugs. Ning Xuanyu weakly said. Linlang, upon hearing this, turned back to look. The light point within that bug was about the same size as Goof's. Just a small fry. So he scoffed. But the spider foolishly jumped over. Linlang grabbed the kitchen knife and swung it. The spider was instantly sliced in half, falling to the ground with a splat. Green slime splattered everywhere. The other insects were frightened, realizing they were no match for Linlang, and quickly retreated back into the elevator shaft. Disgusting. Linlang glanced at the kitchen knife smeared with slime. He definitely wouldn't keep it. So he exerted force. One swing struck the wall of Unit 2201. The blade sank halfway in. Ning Xuanyu, in her dazed state, was utterly astonished by this scene. Is this the power a human can possess? In the second before she lost consciousness, she was still wondering. Where would this unfamiliar man carry her? But his shoulder felt so sturdy, so warm, so reassuring. She wished it could stay like this forever. Chapter 9, I was tricked here by him. Linlang carried Ning Xuanyu back to 2202. Goof was still puzzled about how Linlang had inexplicably left the house with a kitchen knife. And now he had brought back a bloodied person. Goof was bewildered. but she quickly calmed down. Linling instructed Goof to fetch a thick blanket from the bedroom, spread it on the floor, and then placed Ning Shuang on top of it. Goof was both curious and scared, and it wasn't until she saw the special insignia on Ning Shuang's clothes that she couldn't help but ask, "Is she a spy?" Linling nodded. "She's probably one of the spies who parachuted in today. To still be alive is quite a stroke of luck." Goof frowned. "She is seriously injured. Do you have any medicine?" Linling shook his head. "No. I just couldn't bear to see her die out there at the mouths of those bugs. If she really can't be saved, then there's nothing we can do." But Goof looked at Linling. "I have a first aid kit at home." Upon hearing this, Linling couldn't help but give her a deep look, then glanced at the unconscious Ning Shuang, finally sighing, "This girl shouldn't die. Give me your house key." "My house has a code lock. The code is 980,613. The elevator had been damaged by those bugs. But fortunately, Goof lived downstairs." Linling first released all of his psychic power to observe the distribution of monsters throughout the building. There were no monsters nearby. Most of the monsters were quite weak, their internal light points were similar to Goof's. With Linling's strength, this trip would pose no risk. So he asked Goof for the location of the first aid kit. And then he stepped out the door. It was very quiet outside. The corpse of the spider that had been split in half was already gone, probably devoured by those bugs. Only a puddle of slime remained. Linling pushed open the fire door and stepped onto the stairs. His psychic field covered the entire building. The floor he was on was very safe, with no monsters at all. He reached Goof's home. Input the code, successfully unlocked. As soon as he entered, a fragrant aroma wafted over. Linling couldn't help but exclaim, "This woman's home is indeed different, it's so clean." The decor style was both simple and luxurious. The same layout looked much more expensive than the basic apartment Linling lived in. The people living in this community were either rich or noble. Linling was the exception. This apartment was rented. Following Goof's instructions, he found the first aid kit under the TV cabinet. Just as he was about to head back, he suddenly noticed that Goof had several potted plants on the balcony. He became interested. "I wonder if there are any superpower fruits here." So he walked closer to take a look. There were many flowers and plants, and he examined each one carefully. As a result, he actually found one. It was a pot of orchids, with a golden bud growing from the roots, surrounded by mist. What a pleasant surprise. "I, Linling, have accumulated virtue and done good deeds throughout my life. I deserve this." He happily cradled the orchid in his arms, carrying the first aid kit, and walked out. He still returned via the stairs. The psychic field wouldn't make mistakes. The whole way was very safe, with no unexpected incidents. Linling was very satisfied. This awakened superpower of his was truly useful. He returned to 2202. Linling handed the first aid kit to Goof. Goof said, "We need to clean her wounds first, then bandage them, and give her some antibiotics to prevent infection. As for the rest, we can only leave it to fate." Linling nodded. He volunteered to assist. Goof removed all of Ning Shuang's clothes, some of which had stuck to the wounds and had to be cut off with scissors. Then she cleaned the wounds with purified water. Linling focused on helping, not caring whether he was peeking or not. Anyway, it didn't delay the important task. After cleaning up, Goof sprinkled some powder on the wounds and bandaged them. Then she fed her a few pills. That was it for the major work. Linling took out a few bottles of water from his space, asking Goof to feed her regularly. This was also entrusting the task of taking care of Ning Shuang to her. Then he went to study the pot of orchids he had brought back from Goof's house. Linling threw the dead cactus out of the window and placed the orchid there. The light golden bud. It felt completely different from the red bud of the cactus. When would it bloom, and when would it mature? Night fell. Linling generously gave the big bed to the injured person. Goof naturally stayed by her side to take care of her. He made do with the computer chair in the study for the night, also to keep an eye on the orchid's fruit. The next morning, Ning Shuang slowly woke up. She found herself sleeping on a soft big bed, clearly in someone else's bedroom. She was surprised that she was still alive. Although her body was covered in bandages, wrapped up like a mummy. Wait. Who wraps a mummy like this? No mistake, it was all too obvious. Especially highlighting her chest. This style was too provocative. "Ah, you're awake?" Goof, who had been sleeping by the bedside, woke up and was pleasantly surprised to see Ning Shuang awake. She hadn't expected that her reckless attempt to save a dying person had actually pulled someone back from the brink of death. Does this mean she actually has a talent for being a doctor? But she didn't know that it was because Ning Shuang was a superpower user, and her body's self-healing ability had been enhanced, which was why she could wake up so quickly. Ning Shuang said softly, "You saved me?" "Thank you." But Goof replied, "No, It was Lin Lang who saved you. Lin Lang had already stood at the bedroom door at some point, smiling. You're welcome. As soon as she saw him, Ning Shuang immediately remembered. Yesterday, in her days, she had seen this man. He seemed to have chopped a mutated bug in half and then struck it against a concrete wall. So brutal. But maybe she was mistaken? Well, it didn't matter. Ning Shuang introduced herself. Hello, I'm Ning Shuang, thank you for saving me. I'm Goof, and he is Lin Lang. Goof replied. Lin Lang said, no need to thank me. But if you're willing to offer yourself, I would be open to that. Ah. With that one sentence, both Goof and Ning Shuang were stunned. Ning Shuang looked at Goof, her face a bit awkward. Your boyfriend really likes to joke. Goof shook her head. He's not my boyfriend, and he might not be joking. Goof had long known that Lin Lang was a lecher. Otherwise, he wouldn't have openly used food to lure girls in the WeChat group. Yesterday, when Ning Shuang was covered in blood, it was hard to tell anything. It wasn't until she was cleaned up that Goof realized this female spy was incredibly beautiful. Her skin was fair and flawless, and her eyes were big and sparkling. She belonged to that type that would make any man feel heartache. But ironically, she was a spy, with a very determined gaze. This strong contrast only added to her charm. It was like a certain animated rabbit spy. Cute in appearance but liked to act cool, resulting in a somewhat fierce look. And to make matters worse, her figure. It was simply deadly. Goof had already paid great attention to her body management and had the natural capital to be curvy. But Ning Shuang was different. With a waist even slimmer than hers, she was still much larger. Wasn't this exactly what drove men crazy? So, Lin Lang's attraction to her was no surprise to Goof. Indeed, if she were a man and saw such a woman, she would definitely be moved. He really likes beautiful women. I was tricked here by him with food. Goof shot Lin Lang a glance, her tone carrying a hint of blame. There was no helping it. She had only been here for 2 days and had already been taken advantage of by Lin Lang several times. If it weren't for Ning Shuang arriving last night, she would have probably spent another sleepless night. What? Ning Shuang felt that Goof wasn't joking. Her gaze towards Lin Lang changed in meaning. Chapter 10, a great achievement out of the instinct of law enforcement personnel. Ning Shuang really wanted to pull out handcuffs from her body and arrest Lin Lang, the lecher who had abducted a good girl. But thinking that he was, after all, her savior, she suppressed this impulse. However, Lin Lang seemed completely unaware of the tension, and with a serious expression said, I provide food and accommodation here, and I can guarantee your safety. In an instant, Ning Shuang felt as if she had just escaped from a dragon's den, only to fall into a tiger's lair. This was not a hot-blooded youth acting bravely, he was clearly a scheming little man. He looked so honest and gentle, yet he harbored such lewd thoughts. She felt a bit disgusted but still tried to be polite. Thank you. However, this is a special period, and I don't want to consider personal matters for now. Lin Lang smiled. You misunderstood. I'm not trying to date or marry you, I just simply want to do that with you. Do you understand? Goof. Ning Shuang. Should I praise you for your honesty, or say you're a bit dim-witted? I believe you genuinely think that way, but you don't have to be so blunt about it, right? Moreover, this is in front of another woman. How embarrassing. Seeing her awkward and uneasy expression, Lin Lang spoke in a comforting tone. No rush, you can think about it slowly. After all, your current physical condition doesn't support doing that. I won't force you. You are a superpower user, your physical condition is much better than ordinary people, and you should recover in a few months. If you want to leave then, I won't keep you. Ning Shuang was taken aback by the last sentence. You know I'm a superpower user? But then she thought, actually, it wasn't that strange. Although the authorities were strictly controlling this information, the internet was too complex, there would always be a few videos that slipped through the cracks, leaking the existence of superpowers. However, to deduce such important information from some scattered videos, this Lin Lang was not simple at all. Ning Shuang said firmly, sorry. I can't offer myself, but since you know I'm a superpower user, you should understand that I can repay you in other ways. For example, by ensuring your safety. Lin Lang smiled. This woman's current combat ability was probably only at the level of his one-time enhancement. She wasn't even strong enough for him to fight with one hand, yet she wanted to protect him? So he said, I don't need your protection, let's stick to the original plan. Besides food and accommodation, I can also give you superpower fruits. Upon hearing this, Ning Shuang was shocked again. You have superpower fruits here? Lin Lang smiled. 10 enough? Gasp. Ning Shuang inhaled sharply. She looked at Lin Lang with eyes full of shock and deep suspicion. Was he joking? Did he think superpower fruits were some cheap fruit sold on the roadside? Those were treasures that could grant humans superpowers. Each one was priceless. Even she, such an excellent agent, had only received one after going through layers of selection in the organization. And this guy actually offered 10 right off the bat. No. That's not the point. Would I sacrifice my purity for a few superpower fruits? What would I become? She was about to refuse. But Lin Lang didn't blink. 20 fruits. Ning Xuanyu was speechless, the words almost on her lips, but she felt it was unnecessary to say more to him. This guy just wouldn't quit, would he? This isn't how you joke around. It sounded like he really had them. That's not the point. Lin Lang, 30 fruits, that's my limit. Ning Xuanyu's expression was strange. She had already confirmed that this Lin Lang was just trying to amuse himself. 30 fruits. If he could really pull out 30 superpower fruits at once, her purity wouldn't matter as much. But the problem was, he couldn't possibly have them. Who would have thought? Lin Lang seemed to see through her thoughts and gently patted Goof's shoulder. Show her. Goof sighed and could only take out the 5 superpower fruits Lin Lang had given her. 5 bright red little fruits were cradled in her palm. No matter how many superpower fruits you have, this isn't something that can be traded. Ning Xuanyu was initially a bit impatient. But at that moment, her eyes widened in shock. Her face flushed. The grandiose words she had prepared suddenly couldn't come out at all. Her chest heaved violently, almost bursting the bandages. Superpower fruits. They were indeed real superpower fruits. Each superpower fruit was a treasure worth its weight in gold. Yet Goof casually kept them in her pocket, as if they were just sunflower seeds. Is this an intuition fruit? How could you have so many here? Ning Xuanyu's voice trembled slightly. Oh? Lin Lang was also a bit surprised, not expecting Ning Xuanyu to accurately identify the superpower of this fruit. You know it? Ning Xuanyu nodded gravely. So far, we have discovered 3 types of superpower fruits. They are the red intuition fruit, the black physical enhancement fruit, and the golden elemental fruit. The intuition fruit grants a mysterious perception ability, similar to the legendary divine consciousness, or what you might call psychic power. The physical enhancement fruit strengthens the body's functions. I've eaten one, and after consuming it, my speed and strength were enhanced. The golden fruit is quite rare. So far, we've only heard of 2 being found in Blue Sea City. One person who consumed it gained the ability to control wind elements and is currently working at a wind power plant. The other gained the ability to control water and has been sent to work at a water plant. As Ning Xuanyu spoke, her gaze was unwilling to leave those 5 fruits. She had only eaten one black physical enhancement fruit and gained strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. If she ate another intuition fruit, she could enhance her perception, mastering the enemy's movements and detecting various dangers faster. This could give her a significant advantage in battle. Especially under the cover of the red mist, she could seize the initiative even more quickly. Lin Lang listened to her words, also deep in thought. Indeed, it was the authorities. They had gathered so much information in such a short time. That meant the pot of orchids on the computer desk with golden buds was an elemental fruit, and eating it would allow one to control an element? Transform into Magneto? Or fireman? He came back to his senses and brought the topic back on track. Have you thought it over? Ning Xuanyu's face turned red. She looked at Lin Lang, then at Goof beside her. She was unwilling to use her body for any kind of transaction. But, faced with the temptation of those 5. 30 superpower fruits, she found it hard to say the word no. Those were 30 superpower fruits. If this news leaked, the authorities might even send armed helicopter combat groups to collect them. 30 superpower fruits meant 30 superpower users. Although the intuition fruit wouldn't directly increase combat power, it could still play a huge role in resource collection, disaster avoidance, and other areas. This was considerable wealth for the authorities. A belief gradually arose in Ning Xuanyu's heart. For the organization, she could sacrifice her life. What was her body compared to that? Just consider it as if she had accidentally fallen into the enemy's hands during a mission and suffered inhuman torture. In the end, she not only didn't betray the organization but also brought back 30 superpower fruits. This was a great achievement. Moreover, Lin Lang was her savior. He was also quite handsome. In terms of feelings and reason, she wasn't losing out too much. After a round of psychological comfort, finally, Ning Xuanyu gritted her teeth. Okay. Chapter 11. Another beautiful girl? Upon hearing Ning Xuanyu's response, Goof let out a sigh first. Another stunning beauty had fallen into Lin Lang's clutches after herself. But the thing is, they were all willing. Lin Lang had not forced them in any way. There wasn't even a reason to blame him. All right. Lin Lang replied calmly, completely unfazed. He never forced anyone. Yet everything that unfolded always seemed to be within his plans. Once a person experiences the feeling of controlling a power that transcends nature, it becomes hard to stop. They only want more. To become stronger. Get yourself ready, it's time to eat. If you don't have any clothes to wear, you can wear mine for now. Lin Lang pointed at Ning Shuang's chest. Only then did Ning Shuang realize that her prominent curves were accentuated even more by the tight bandage. She hurriedly covered herself. After Lin Lang left, Ning Shuang couldn't help but mutter, "Pervert. Deliberately wrapping me up like this. Not suitable for children." At that moment, Goof said softly from the side, "Well, actually, I helped you bandage it, I was mainly worried it would be too tight." The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Goof lowered her voice and quietly asked, "But speaking of which, yours is really too big, do you have any secrets?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but reach out and pinch a bit. Ning Shuang. But she honestly replied, "I was born this way, but it wasn't this exaggerated before. After I ate the physique fruit, my muscles became a bit firmer, so it looks bigger." Goof couldn't help but envy. "Oh, I want a physique fruit too." Ning Shuang also reached out and gently poked her chest, saying, "Not really, yours isn't small either." Lin Lang naturally had no idea. A white-collar worker, a special agent. Two seemingly serious women were having such a candid conversation in private. He took out 2 portions of breakfast from the space and placed them on the dining table. Then he returned to his study. Continuing to stare at that golden fruit. Goof found a jacket from Lin Lang's wardrobe and draped it over Ning Shuang. Then she helped her out to eat. Upon entering the dining room and seeing the food on the table, Ning Shuang was momentarily stunned. Beef pancakes, meat sauce noodles, buns, eggs, milk. She even felt it was somewhat unreal. This is breakfast? This was too lavish. To think that in the resource-scarce apocalypse, even the official supplies, which were astonishingly abundant, were saved as much as possible without affecting the health of combat personnel. Breakfast was mostly just steamed buns with pickles, and occasionally having an egg was considered good. And this treatment? It was almost comparable to that of their superiors. Goof, however, was used to it. She moved a chair to help Ning Shuang sit down and said, "Eat while it's hot." Ning Shuang swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask, "Right now, when resources are scarce, how can you still eat so well?" Goof smiled slightly and said, "Lin Lang is not simple, just listen to him, and you don't have to worry about anything else." How much resources did Lin Lang actually have? How many more days could they eat? At first, Goof was genuinely concerned about this issue. But after spending these few days together, Goof found that Lin Lang was like a magician. He never seemed to cook, yet at mealtime, a sumptuous feast would appear on the table. No matter how much they ate, she never saw anxiety on his face. So Goof stopped worrying about this issue. If it weren't for Lin Lang, she would have starved long ago. Every day she lived now was a gain. So all she needed to do was live well. She didn't care where Lin Lang's resources came from or how much he had. Knowing too much wasn't necessarily a good thing. She was a smart person and always understood this principle. Goof had already started eating. Ning Shuang looked at the exquisitely prepared breakfast but couldn't bring herself to eat. She felt a strange sensation in her heart. Out of a sense of responsibility as an official, she couldn't help but think of the other residents in this building. Their lives probably weren't this good, right? Let alone having such a lavish breakfast, they would be lucky to have anything to eat. Such a standard of living, especially given the current situation, was simply too extravagant. Goof, if Lin Lang doesn't lack resources, why not save a bit and use the leftover resources to help others? I believe there are many people in this building who are close to starving. After hesitating for a long time, she couldn't help but voice her doubts to Goof. Upon hearing this, Goof smiled complexly and said, "Sister Shuang, you're too idealistic. Being helpful doesn't always lead to good outcomes. Unless Lin Lang's stockpile can support them for a lifetime. Otherwise, it's best not to start this. Lin Lang could easily help one person. But once he did, there would be a second. With one person, there would be a second person. Until everyone needed Lin Lang's help. Until Lin Lang bore the responsibility of ensuring their survival. Until they all felt it was a given. But when Lin Lang could no longer help them, all their previous gratitude would quickly turn into resentment. They would think Lin Lang had not fulfilled his responsibility. They would believe Lin Lang had robbed resources that originally belonged to them. And then they would place all the blame for this disaster on him alone. Human nature is something that can never be tested. Goof said these words lightly. After listening, Ning Shuang fell silent. Her gaze gradually dimmed. In the past, under the protection of the organization, she could follow her innate sense of justice and do the right thing without considering the consequences. So she thought the order of the world should operate this way. If it's the right thing, it must be done. But now she understood that it wasn't so. Just like she almost lost her life to a bug yesterday. She sought help from the people in 2201, But they turned her away and told her to die further away. This world isn't that simple. Human nature isn't that beautiful either. So, she began to focus on eating and stopped talking. Goof looked at her with deep sympathy. Little sister, this is the apocalypse. The ugliness of human nature you see is just the tip of the iceberg. Today it was drizzling continuously. Lin Lang sat in the computer chair in his study. He had just opened his phone and found another friend request in the WeChat backend. Ginkgo Dream, brother, is it true that you provide food and accommodation? This person's avatar was an anime beauty. The nickname was also quite fresh and artistic. Perhaps she was a two-dimensional beauty? Lin Lang felt a bit tempted, so he replied, just send a full-body photo without any filters. If it meets the requirements, I can provide food and accommodation. Ginkgo Dream, alright, you're really anxious. I've never sent such a photo to anyone before. So shy. Moments later. Ginkgo Dream, image. Lin Lang looked at it with great anticipation. Suddenly, everything went dark. Ma Yinjiao, appearance, 3 points, charge, 1 time, loyalty, 1%, return rate, 0, oh my god. Lin Lang truly felt that the system had given her 3 points too high. What beauty! She was clearly an ant. Shiny-faced, dark and fat, with a belly as big as if she were 7 or 8 months pregnant. She was only wearing a tiny little belly wrap. Pouting her lips, trying to look cute with a peace sign. Lin Lang's eyes almost burned out. He didn't dare to reply to this ant anymore. He directly blocked her. Then hurriedly went to the video app to watch a few clips of pig slaughtering during the new year. It took him a while to recover. Chapter 12, You really think I look like this without editing? Unit 303, Building C, Happiness Community. A dark and cramped room, littered with fast food wrappers. On the greasy, yellowing fabric sofa, a huge meatball was rolling around. Damn Lin Bulang, how dare he block me? Ma Yinjiao was nearly driven to the brink of death upon discovering that she had been blocked by Lin Bulang. Her little feet, like radishes, stomped furiously on the floor. The vibrations shook the chandelier downstairs, making the residents think there was an earthquake. It's always us little fairies who block others. No one dares to block us. I will make you pay for this. She immediately grabbed her phone, skillfully typing out a little essay in the owner's group. Sisters. I have been harassed by Lin Bulang. He said he has admired me for a long time, willing to take care of me for life, and hopes I can go to his house. I was too naive and kind. I believed his sweet words and, under his persistent persuasion, sent him a private photo, but as soon as he received the photo, he blocked me. Just thinking about my private photo being in the hands of that pervert, I'm shaking with anger. He is a liar. Sisters, don't believe him. Don't let your photos be taken for nothing, Lin Bulang. Before long, Lin Lang's phone was ringing non-stop. He saw that people in the Happiness Community Owners Group were frantically tagging him. Bored, he decided to take a look. He found that those people were once again criticizing him. But he hadn't even posted an advertisement in the group today. Lin Lang was a bit puzzled. After scrolling up for a while, he saw the message from Ma Yinjiao. He was instantly speechless. Ma Yinjiao called him a liar, which Lin Lang didn't care about. But to say that he had admired her for a long time? Lin Lang couldn't hold back. He directly posted a few messages in the group, looking for a girl to take in, food and lodging provided. This announcement is valid indefinitely, accompanied by today's breakfast. Image, PS, but please have some self-awareness about your looks. Don't come to dirty my eyes with a body weighing over 300 pounds, even oil refining would find that too fat. As soon as this message was sent, the owners were immediately unsettled. What the hell? Over 300 pounds, isn't that a pig turning into a spirit? Do you really weigh over 300 pounds? Ginkgo Dream, I've never seen someone over 300 pounds, can you send a photo for us to admire? Ginkgo Dream. Damn it. Damn it. She had finally gained the upper hand in public opinion. And just like that, Lin Bulang reversed it with a single sentence. What the hell does it matter to you how many pounds I weigh? The point is he harassed me. Ma Yinjiao was so anxious that she stomped her feet wildly at home. With a crack, the floor split. The current online environment really disappoints me. What right do you have to define a girl's beauty? After posting these two messages in the group, Ma Yinjiao turned on Do Not Disturb for group messages. But after thinking it over, she couldn't swallow this anger, so she found the property manager Wang Lianda in the group and sent him a private message. Manager Wang. I knew you were an upright person when you bravely fought against Lin Bulang in the group several times. Now, everyone is blinded by Lin Bulang's material scam. I can only trust you. Please help me. Previously, Wang Lianda had publicly demanded Lin Bulang to donate supplies in the owners group several times, gaining a lot of support. However, Lin Bulang had always ignored him, not even replying to his messages. This made Wang Lianda feel very embarrassed. Especially now that most people in the group were crazily fawning over Lin Bulang. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face for Wang Lianda. So Ma Yanjiao guessed that Wang Lianda must really hate this Lin Bulang. She could just use this to get Wang Lianda firmly on her side. Before long, Wang Lianda replied, "I've said it before, that Lin Bulang is a downright scoundrel. You will all be deceived by him one day. It's a pity no one believed me before, but now you finally see I was right, right?" Ma Yanjiao was delighted. Sure enough, Wang Lianda had a deep grudge against Lin Bulang. Now she just needed to play the victim and flatter Wang Lianda a bit to completely stir up the conflict between him and Lin Bulang. But the next second, Wang Lianda sent another message, "Do you really weigh over 300 pounds? Can you send a photo? I've never seen such an impressive figure, what the hell?" Ma Yanjiao's face turned green with anger. "What does it matter to you how many pounds I weigh? Our little fairies in ancient times were called 1,000 gold, which means 1,000 pounds. The fatter, the more valuable." But she certainly couldn't admit it now, so she replied to Wang Lianda, "How could that be? I only weigh 90 pounds, I'm just slightly plump. That Lin Bulang is maliciously slandering me. Manager Wang, you must stand up for me." After saying that, she sent Wang Lianda a photo. This photo was one she had carefully edited over several days, guaranteed to be unrecognizable even to her own mother. In the picture, she looked curvy, with captivating eyes, and her beauty was at least a 6 out of 10. Sure enough, Wang Lianda immediately replied, "That Lin Bulang is too much, how could he slander such a pure and beautiful girl? How about this? Come to the property department, I'll stand up for you." Seeing this, Ma Yanjiao couldn't help but sneer, "Humphrey. Without editing, you really think I look like this?" So she replied, "Okay, Manager Wang, I'm on my way, but don't bully me." Unit 101, Property Department of Happiness Community. Wang Lianda sat in the monitoring room, feeling both restless and proud. "Lin Bulang, you're just trash. Do you really need to rely on food and lodging to attract women? Look at me, doing nothing, and beautiful women come knocking at my door. That's what it means to have skills." He couldn't wait to loosen his belt in anticipation of the arrival of the charming little beauty. What he didn't know was, at that moment, a door on the 3rd floor opened. A meat tank squeezed through the narrow door frame. Rumble. With each step she took, the building trembled slightly. Even the mutated bugs hiding in the shadows, seeing such a massive figure, didn't dare to approach easily, instead hiding away and trembling. Why is the elevator broken? Ma Yanjiao pressed the elevator button violently a few times, but there was no response. So she complained in dissatisfaction. "I can only take the stairs, luckily I'm going down, and it's not too many floors." So she swung her body down the stairs. Step by step. Rumble rumble. 10 minutes later. Breathless, Ma Yanjiao finally arrived at the property department monitoring room. With a bang, she pushed the door open. Wang Lianda was eagerly awaiting the 90-pound beauty, completely unprepared for such a massive figure to barge in. He was startled and hurriedly pulled up his pants, shouting, "What the hell? Who are you?" Ma Yanjiao stood at the door, looking at Wang Lianda with some disdain, thinking to herself, "Why is he a balding greasy uncle? Well, I can make do with this." So she spoke in a delicate voice, "Manager Wang, it's me, Ginkgo Dream. I just sent you a photo." "What the hell?" Wang Lianda was dumbfounded, instinctively glancing at the photo and chat history on his phone. "Didn't you say you only weigh 90 pounds? I really did weigh 90 pounds decades ago, but I've been feeling down lately and ate a bit more, so I gained a little weight." Ma Yanjiao said shyly. "Just a little? You look like you're almost 500 pounds. Wang Lianda couldn't help but roar. And it would be fine if she was just a bit chubby, he could still tolerate that. The key point was, she was just too ugly. The cheap makeup on her face was smeared by greasy sweat, making her look like a lump of dung. He couldn't bring himself to accept it no matter what. You can leave. I'll find a way to help you with your matter." But upon hearing this, Ma Yanjiao's expression changed. "What nonsense are you talking, you lowly man? Just look at yourself, bald head and beer belly. It's your luck that I can even look at you. Today, you have to make me feel good no matter what." Saying this, she strode forward, pushing Wang Lianda to the ground, and began to frantically tear at his clothes. Wang Lianda struggled desperately. But under Ma Yanjiao's hands, his physique was like a little chick, completely powerless to resist. "Help. Me. Ah." Chapter 13, Lin Lang brought us supplies, useless stuff. "It's only been a few minutes and it's already no good, what a letdown." Ma Yanjiao got up, picked up the clothes she had just thrown on the floor, and hastily put them on. Ouch! Wang Lianda supported his waist, looking pained. I haven't eaten for days, how can I have any strength? But when he looked at Ma Yinjiao, his gaze was inexplicably more ambiguous. You can't say it, you really can't say it. Actually, when you close your eyes, it feels about the same. After all, she is a woman. So what if she's a bit ugly and chubby? It's quite reassuring. Especially in this monster-infested apocalypse. She can still protect herself in the future. Wow! You have quite a bit of food here. Ma Yinjiao discovered a cardboard box under Wang Lianda's bed and pulled it out. To her surprise, she found some ham sausages, 8 treasure porridge, drinks, and other food inside. And a lump of something indescribable. Actually, it was Wang Lianda's ex-girlfriend. Which she disdainfully threw out the window. Then she took out a chicken leg from the box, unwrapped it without any hesitation, and started eating it voraciously. Wang Lianda watched, feeling a pang of heartache. He felt sorry for his ex-girlfriend, but even more for his food. He hurriedly said, I usually just like to snack a bit during my shifts, but this is all I have, so eat sparingly. These days, he had been surviving on these snacks, nibbling on a small chicken foot each day. But with one bite from Ma Yinjiao, she had wiped out his food supply for 3 days. Yet he didn't dare to say it too bluntly. Because Ma Yinjiao could just sit on him and crush him. Hearing this, Ma Yinjiao shot him a disdainful glance. You, a district manager, still need to do shifts yourself? Wang Lianda scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, but still told the truth. Actually, I'm just an agent. The real property manager insisted on going out to patrol on the first day and ended up getting eaten by a big cat. I used to be a security guard. What? Ma Yinjiao's eyes widened as she chewed her food, pointing at Wang Lianda's nose and scolding. I must have been blind to give my precious chastity to a stinky security guard. Just tell me what to do. You have to marry me now, and the bride price can't be less than 200,000. Wang Lianda chuckled, don't worry, once the disaster is over, I'll definitely marry you. One has been widowed for many years, and the other is an unmarried older woman, they could be considered a match made in heaven. Ma Yinjiao was very satisfied with his attitude, then changed the subject. By the way, now I'm your wife. That Lin Bulang actually dared to bully me, so tell me, how are you going to deal with him? Wang Lianda's eyes turned red at the mention of that name, that bastard. Relying on having some supplies, he dares to openly flirt with those young girls in the group. Damn it. There are so many pretty girls in our community, does he want to enjoy them all by himself? Ma Yinjiao slapped him, what's wrong? Do you have thoughts about those young girls? Wang Lianda covered his face and quickly changed his words, no. What I mean is, we should find a way to get his room number, then go to his place and rob all his supplies, turning them into our own. That way, we'll have supplies, right? Ma Yinjiao thought for a moment and scolded, idiot. There are only so few people in this building, do you still need to get his information? Just go door to door, we'll definitely find him. Wang Lianda slapped his forehead, feeling enlightened. So you mean, we shouldn't just focus on him, but should collect supplies from the whole building? You're right. We should go door to door and search, robbing all their supplies. Since supplies are scarce now, they're bound to die sooner or later. Rather than dying together, we might as well rob their things and let us survive. His gaze gradually turned fierce, and his expression became increasingly sinister. Ma Yinjiao pouted, thinking for a while, and affirmed, good idea. Wang Lianda added, but just the two of us probably isn't enough, we need to find a few more helpers. He immediately made a few phone calls. In the next half hour, 3 young security guards arrived one after another at the monitoring room. Wang Lianda shared his plan with them. These guys also had red eyes and readily agreed. After all, everyone was starving, going crazy with hunger, practically wanting to eat human flesh. What's the big deal about robbing things? They just needed a leader brave enough to break the ice, otherwise, they would have gone to rob long ago. Ma Yinjiao watched these strong young security guards, nearly drooling. So she grabbed one of the young guards' hands and smiled threateningly, hey, you guys are quite handsome. I hope we can cooperate well in the future, otherwise, I'll take you all down one by one. Looking at her hefty figure, the young guards were so scared they nodded repeatedly, don't worry, sister-in-law, we'll do our best. Wang Lianda had a premonition that he was about to achieve something great in this crumbling world. So he raised his arm and declared, all right. I hereby announce that our supply recovery team is officially established. Let's set off immediately. Why hasn't Lin Ling delivered my bird's nest yet? Didn't you say it would be fine? If he doesn't deliver, then you go out and buy some. In the rented apartment. Shenchaku's mother's angry roar echoed in the small space. Shenchaku looked dejected, Mom. How could anyone be selling things outside now? Even if there are, I wouldn't dare to go out. Shen Lingshan, who was playing a game, raised his head and said unhappily, "What are you two arguing about? What time is it, and why haven't we eaten yet? Ah. Is our Zhao Tian hungry? Don't worry." Her mother turned around and glared at Shenchaku. "You useless thing. Hurry up and make food for Zhao Tian." Oh. Shenchaku walked to the kitchen in a daze, skillfully opened the fridge, but then remembered it had been empty for days. She searched the cabinets and found that the only food left at home was a few packs of instant noodles. No one knew this disaster would last so long. In the first few days after the blood mist descended, their family of 3 would prepare 5 dishes and a soup for each meal. Every meal was different. Anything left over was thrown straight into the trash. As a result, they consumed more than half of their supplies in one go. Otherwise, they could have held on for at least another half-month. At this moment, all the purified water at home had been consumed. The instant noodles could only be cooked with tap water. Although that tap water was particularly dirty and smelly. But clever Shenchaku thought of a way to filter it a bit by blocking the faucet with a piece of clothing, making the water quality slightly better. She used this water to soak the noodles and brought them to Shen Lingshan. But Shen Lingshan only took one bite and spat it on the ground. "Wow! What's this noodle taste like? Didn't I say I don't eat old phlegm and pickled vegetables?" Shenchaku hurriedly explained, "It's not old phlegm and pickled vegetables, it's the taste of tap water. We don't have purified water at home." Her mother's face darkened immediately. "You useless thing. Can't get supplies, and you can't even make instant noodles taste good. What if my precious son gets starved? Zhao Tian, dear. How can you not eat? Just make do with a little today, and tomorrow your sister will prepare something delicious for you." Shen Lingshan was coaxed by his mother and reluctantly ate a few more bites of noodles. In the end, he really couldn't eat anymore and stubbornly refused to eat. After all, the consumption of supplies at home was prioritized for him. So he had never gone hungry these past few days and didn't know the value of this bowl of noodles. Her mother took the leftovers from Shen Lingshan and, holding back her disgust, ate a few bites. In the end, only a bit of noodle soup was left, which she handed to Shenchaku. As Shenchaku drank the foul-smelling noodle soup, she couldn't help but shed tears. The more difficult her life became, the more uncontrollably she thought of the days when Linling pampered her in his hands. And the exquisite food photos Linling had sent her a few days ago. Such delicate food, yet she couldn't enjoy it. The key was that all those things should have belonged to her. It's all that woman's fault for taking her place and seducing Linling not to send her supplies. If Linling could send some supplies, her life wouldn't be so hard now. So she sent Linling another WeChat message, "Linling, hurry up and send supplies to my house. I can consider truly getting back together with you. We can also discuss the bride price again," but the chat record showed. She had been persistently sending WeChat messages to Linling every day. But Linling hadn't replied to her in a long time. Just then, there was a calm knock on the door. This was unprecedented since the red mist descended. Could there be someone outside? But now everyone was hiding at home. Who would come visiting at this time? Shenchaku came back to her senses, and a glimmer of hope ignited in her heart. Could it be Linling? Her mother's eyes also lit up, happily exclaiming, "Oh my! It must be Linling bringing us supplies." Chapter 14 I want to find Linling. Linling, did you bring supplies? Shenchaku was overjoyed inside, but still retained a bit of rationality and asked one more question. However, outside the door, a strange voice rang out, delivering warmth to the community. Not Linling. Upon hearing this, Shenchaku's heart sank instantly, filled with immense disappointment. "Linling, are you really not going to care about me anymore?" She stood there dazed, her eyes vacant, feeling as if she had lost something important. But her mother urged her, "Useless girl. Didn't you hear? The volunteers are delivering supplies, why aren't you opening the door?" Oh. After hearing her mother's scolding, Shenchaku instinctively pressed the doorknob and opened the door. A man wearing sunglasses walked in. He was tall and imposing. Shenchaku looked up at him, feeling inexplicably frightened, and took a few steps back until she was against the wall. But her mother hurried forward. "You finally came. Where are the supplies? What supplies did you bring? Is there bird's nest?" But before she could finish her sentence, the man in sunglasses slapped her hard. He sent her flying. Ah! Shenchaku's mother fell to the ground, covering her face, desperately kicking her legs backward, her eyes filled with terror. "Why are you hitting people? Be careful, I'll report you." But suddenly, 4 or 5 men rushed in at the door, all looking fierce and menacing. "If you don't want to die, shut your mouth." The man in sunglasses took off his sunglasses and smiled elegantly. Shenchaku's body weakly pressed against the wall, slowly sliding down, seemingly stunned by the scene. The man in sunglasses commanded, "Go, don't leave any food behind." "Yes." The men behind him stormed into the living room, kitchen, and bedroom, rummaging through everything. Only then did Shinchaku's mother realize. What community warmth! These people were simply robbers, here to steal supplies. In no time at all, they found the few remaining packs of instant noodles. Shinchaku's mother quickly knelt down and begged, "Brothers, please leave us some food. My son and I are counting on this to survive." Upon hearing this, the man in sunglasses looked her up and down, then coldly smiled, "Don't worry, you won't starve to death. You and your daughter are both quite attractive, starving to death would be such a waste, wouldn't it?" Chaku's mother indeed still had her charm. Although she was nearly 40, she still paid attention to her appearance, and her figure was well maintained and slim, quite alluring. Shinchaku was even more so. So tender and fair. It was hard not to imagine things with such a pair of mother and daughter. Upon hearing this, Shinchaku and her mother both changed their expressions. These people weren't just here to rob supplies, they were actually coveting their beauty. Didn't they fear going to jail? But Chaku's mother quickly reacted, shouting sharply, "No. I don't want that. Look. That's my daughter. She's young and beautiful with a great figure. You can take her away, play with her as you like. Just let me and my son go. If you take my daughter away, it would be great if you could exchange some supplies for us." Hearing this, Shinchaku was utterly stunned. "Mom. How can you say that?" She had always been virtuous. She had been with Lin Lang for 5 years and had only given herself to him once. And it wasn't just given away for free. Because of that one impulsive moment, she successfully got a new top-of-the-line smartphone from Lin Lang for Shen Lingshan. And also got her mother a set of expensive cosmetics. She bought herself a bag. And even traveled out of town for a few days, staying and eating at high-end restaurants. In total, she had spent nearly 100,000 from Lin Lang. Even so, she still felt like she had lost out. But today, her mother was actually willing to send her out for a bit of supplies. To these obvious lil ruffians, letting them play with her? Why didn't she go play with them herself? "Oh? Play with her as you like?" The man in sunglasses looked at Shinchaku, his smile gradually turning perverse. The other men also smiled with ill intentions. A chill instantly enveloped Shinchaku's entire body. Her heart felt like ashes. But the man in sunglasses continued, "If you want to be played with by the boss, you might not even have that qualification. Our boss of the Black Dragon Society is a superpower. Do you think any random cat or dog can catch his eye? But it's okay, if the boss doesn't fancy you, we can still play with you." They laughed heartily. "And that fat pig under the table, take it away too." Shen Lingshan had been hiding under the table, thinking he hadn't been discovered. Seeing he was exposed, he quickly covered his backside and begged for mercy. "Uncle. You've already taken my mom and sister, just let me go. I have hemorrhoids." The man in sunglasses glared, "What the hell are you dreaming about? Taking you is just for reserve food. Look at all that fat on you, perfect for oil extraction." "Ah." Upon hearing this, Shen Lingshan immediately fainted. Fainted just like that? "Boss, what should we do? We can't carry this fat pig." "Then let's just divide the meat here. Each take a bit, right? Where's the knife?" "Uncle." "No." Upon hearing this, Shen Lingshan immediately woke up. "I can walk by myself. I can walk by myself." Shinchaku and the others were escorted up the stairs to the top floor. They were shoved into a spacious room. Inside, there were all women, not many, about a dozen, but their looks and figures were not too shabby. Shen Lingshan, however, was taken away separately. Her mother was just about to cry out in despair, but a man at the door pulled out a knife, and she immediately obediently shut her mouth. She just grabbed Shinchaku's sleeve and quietly said to her, "Chaku, you must find a way to save Zhao Tian. He is the only heir of the Shen family." Shinchaku frowned, observing her surroundings. Most of the women in the room were sobbing continuously, with varying degrees of bruises on their faces. Clearly, they had all been forcibly brought here by these men. What was the purpose? It was likely to please the so-called boss of the Black Dragon Society. What would be their fate, and her own? Shinchaku could hardly bear to think deeply. But at this moment, her mother was still constantly brainwashing her. "All of this is your fault. It's because you lost the supplies that those people had the chance. You've harmed Zhao Tian. Now, you have a chance to make up for it. I heard that the boss of the Black Dragon Society is very powerful. Actually, this is also an opportunity for you. You just need to work hard to please him. Then let him release your brother and mother. And prepare some supplies for us." But this time, Shinchaku did not nod in agreement. Instead, her gaze was firm. "No. Mom. I can't stay here. I want to find Lin Lang. Happy community. Building C, Unit 1, 2202. Linling, hurry up and bring supplies to my house. I might consider truly getting back together with you. We can also discuss the betrothal gifts again, upon receiving the WeChat message. Linling was both angry and amused. What time is it, and you're still talking about betrothal gifts? Moreover, he now had two beautiful women by his side. One gentle and graceful. The other clean and lively. Both were top-notch goddesses scoring 9 out of 10. And you want me to consider you? Why should I? What special skills do you have? What nonsense are you talking about? Especially since, to Linling, Shenchaku's current return was already negligible. Goof's return multiplier was 300 times. And her loyalty was still steadily increasing, albeit slowly. It was estimated that soon, the return multiplier would rise again. Linling's supplies in his space had already piled up like a mountain. Chapter 15, Charging Ning Shuangyu. What did you say? You want to run away? Shenchaku's mother widened her eyes in shock. Shenchaku gritted her teeth and said, Mom. Linling will definitely make me happy. I don't mind him anymore. But her mother was furious, her eyes fierce, gritting her teeth. Who cares if you're happy or not? How can you be so selfish? What about Zhao Tian if you leave? He is the only heir of the Shen family. Mom. You don't even have the surname Shen. What does it matter to you if the Shen family goes extinct? Shenchaku had a tragic expression on her face. Why do you have to sacrifice your own life to save someone else's child? We're all girls. Only girls can save girls. Come with me. Let's find Linling and live a life without worries. Upon hearing this, her mother was instantly stunned. Her eyes were vacant as she murmured, That's right. I don't have the surname Shen. I am Wang, my name is Wang Qiuya, I am not Shen Lingshen's mother. Why should I sacrifice my life for that greasy shrimp-headed man with the surname Shen? With my looks, there are plenty of men outside who would want to marry me, I can always have another one. In the next moment, her eyes became clear, as if she had transformed into a different person. My dear daughter. Tell me your plan. In the evening. Happiness Community. Linling's study. On the computer desk, the pot of orchids had already borne golden fruits. Linling sat in the computer chair, staring intently at the fruit. He didn't know what elements would awaken after eating it. At this moment, Goof consumed a self-heating hot pot, return 300, already stored in the host's space. Tonight's dinner was still a self-heating hot pot, spicy beef. Goof's was returned. Ning Shuang's was not returned. Linling felt a bit of a loss. Ning Shuang seemed to have only eaten one self-heating hot pot, but he had lost 300 self-heating hot pots. And these 300 self-heating hot pots could be equivalent to 30,000 self-heating hot pots. Calculating this way, Linling felt he was about to go bankrupt. He had to quickly take this girl in. After dinner, Goof and Ning Shuang sneaked into the bedroom. He didn't know what private topic they were discussing. Linling intruded inappropriately, pretending to be concerned. Shuang, how is your injury recovering? Ning Shuang thought Linling was caring for her, smiling. It's about 70 to 80% healed. If I encounter a fierce beast, I can fight. Linling nodded seriously and said, Just in time, I have a giant beast here, I need your help to fight it. Ning Shuang was startled. What? Is there a fierce beast invading? Yes. Linling remained calm, taking out a piece of chocolate from his space. Eat another piece of chocolate to replenish your strength, it might be a big battle later. Ning Shuang swallowed. Is it a very powerful fierce beast? Very fierce. Shuang, you must be careful. Goof said softly. After saying that, she exchanged a glance with Linling. Then she very consciously left the room, leaving behind a bewildered Ning Shuang. And a Linling with a pure smile. Before long, Goof heard a charming gasp from outside the door. Then came a series of ohs and wows. After that, the sounds became completely inaudible. She lay on the sofa, absent-mindedly scrolling through videos. Trying to turn up the volume of the videos. But it couldn't cover it at all. She could only sigh, Damn Linling, doesn't he know to buy a better soundproof door? That night, none of the three slept well. But the next morning, Linling still got up early, entered the study, and continued to stare at the orchid's fruit. Afraid of missing the moment it ripened, Goof entered the bedroom. She knew deeply. Although Linling was usually quite gentle, at that moment, he wouldn't show any mercy. Although Shuangyu was an agent, she was still a soft and delicate girl, and she was injured. Who knows if she could handle it? But when she entered the room, she saw Ning Shuang sitting on the bed, looking very rosy and full of spirit. Shuangyu, are you okay? Ning Shuang's eyes had a hint of shyness, but also a bit of secret joy. She spoke in a flirtatious tone, Goof, I'm fine, in fact, I feel pretty good. Seeing this, Goof's heart cried out in despair. In just one night, this girl had completely fallen. In the study, Lin Lang's physical body welcomed its third enhancement. This time, the enhancement was from the inside out. It felt as if a wonderful power was injected into his heart, flowing through his blood, spreading throughout his body. Every inch of his meridians was writhing and adjusting. Every bone was cracking and popping. His body was heating up, like a great fire melting his flesh and blood. Although it was called enhancement, Lin Lang felt it was a genetic-level transformation, making his physical body reach a perfect state. The first enhancement brought his body to the peak of a normal person. The second enhancement reached the limits of humanity. And with his third enhancement, he had surpassed human limits, becoming a more perfect life form. One could say he had evolved just like those fierce beasts outside. He tried throwing a couple of punches into the air, hearing the whoosh of the wind. With one punch, he could probably kill a cow. At this moment, Happiness Community, Building C on the first floor. Wang Lianda and his group of 5 knocked on a weathered iron door. Inside lived a lonely old man. Due to his limited mobility, he rarely went out, so he must have stocked up on quite a bit of supplies. Old man. Community care package delivery. Wang Lianda shouted at the door. The few of them were dressed in security uniforms, making it hard to associate them with robbers. The old man opened the door without any defense. A few young and strong security guards rushed in. With a few punches, they knocked the old man unconscious. Then they rummaged through the house. Sure enough, they struck gold. The old man had stored several barrels of purified water, dozens of eggs, and a large pile of rice, flour, and oil. They took everything edible, including health supplements, leaving the old man lying motionless on the cold floor. They were numerous and powerful. The old man was frail, so the whole process didn't make much noise. They thought no one knew, preparing to find the next house and repeat their trick. But they didn't know. All their actions were recorded in the heart of a person on the 22nd floor. Lin Lang observed everything with his psychic power. People were doing things, and Lin Lang was watching. But Lin Lang remained calm. He had long anticipated all of this. In ancient times, when unfortunate years of famine struck, people lacked food and even resorted to cannibalism. Robbery was nothing unusual. At this moment, there were surely many places where the same scene was unfolding. Although these people's actions were brutal, Lin Lang did not intend to meddle. In the apocalypse, people should gradually get used to death. As long as they didn't came to rob him, everything would be fine. But if they really came knocking on his door, he wouldn't mind eliminating the harm for the people. Now Goof and Ning Shuang could return supplies. Goof's multiplier had increased a bit, now at 400. Ning Shuang was not to be outdone, suddenly soaring to 300. Lin Lang looked forward to them returning more superpower fruits for him. However, Goof could only digest 1 a day. Ning Shuang, being physically stronger, could consume 2 a day. Combined, they could provide Lin Lang with 1,000 superpower fruits a day. And Lin Lang could finish all 1,000 in a day. His body had undergone 3 enhancements, absorbing this amount of energy was like child's play. There was no obstruction at all. He didn't feel any burden. However, ever since his intuition ability reached level 9, no matter how much Lin Lang ate superpower fruits, he couldn't break through for a long time. Although his psychic power was indeed continuously strengthening, but it felt like tracing over a picture that was already clear, making it clearer but not significantly more useful. Could this be the limit of the intuition ability? Or perhaps he needed to consume high-quality superpower fruits for the intuition to undergo a qualitative change? But for now, Lin Lang wasn't in a hurry to pursue a breakthrough in intuition. He focused his gaze on the golden fruit of the orchid. At this moment, around the golden fruit, golden mist was swirling continuously. It seemed to be eagerly trying to enter it. The fruit was visibly growing larger. Finally, accompanied by a burst of golden light, the fruit ripened. Lin Lang calmly reached out and picked it. Chapter 16, Golden Element Fruit. Awakening. The small fruit radiating golden light seemed like a mythical elixir that could allow one to ascend on the spot. It emitted a faint fragrance, enticing people to swallow it whole. But at that moment, Goof knocked on the study door. "Do you need me to clean up a bit?" Lin Lang replied calmly, "Come in." Goof pushed the door open. Today, she was only wearing one of Lin Lang's short sleeves, with the lower half completely bare. A pair of long, slender, straight, proportionate, and fair legs were boldly exposed to the air. Who wouldn't be mesmerized by such a sight? Lin Lang knew this was a popular style online called lower body missing. But Goof's version was clearly an upgraded one. Because what was underneath was also missing. Lin Lang naturally wouldn't waste such an opportunity. So he made an excuse for her to help him tidy up his desk. But it was actually a chance to pull her into his embrace. A bit of playful touching ensued. An hour later, Goof walked out of the study, her legs trembling slightly. Linling followed behind, exuding an air of confidence. Ning Shuainu was left in a daze. At that moment, Linling took out a golden fruit from his pocket and handed it to Goof in front of Ning Shuainu. "This is for you." Goof frowned slightly. "What is this? Another superpower fruit?" But this one, golden and shining, was somewhat different from the previous red ones. Ning Shuainu suddenly jumped up from the sofa. "Golden? This is an element fruit." Linling nodded. "It should be." Hiss. Ning Shuainu's big eyes widened in shock, gasping for breath, unable to utter a single word. Linling already had so many intuition fruits, which was enough to astonish her. But now, Linling casually took out an element fruit. And just like that, he gave it away. Didn't he know the value of this fruit? The rarity of element fruits was far above that of intuition fruits. To just give it away like that. Although, Goof was not a stranger. But this. If she were Linling, she would definitely be 1,000 times reluctant. Shocked. Envious. And a bit sour. Her feelings at this moment were simply beyond words. She could only stare blankly. However, what left her even more speechless was that Goof did not rush to eat the fruit. Instead, she said, "How about giving it to Shuainu? I've already eaten several intuition fruits, and I haven't made much progress." Ning Shuainu almost cried upon hearing this. Who understands the family dynamics? Goof, really? I'm dying of tears. Linling was also a bit surprised and asked, "Don't you want to awaken your superpower?" Goof smiled. "You are my superpower." Ning Shuainu. But Linling calmly said, "If I tell you to eat it, then eat it. I have plenty more." Ning Shuainu. "No. Do you hear this? What do you mean you have plenty more? Are you wholesale superpower fruits? With so many, why don't you give me some?" Linling seemed to hear Ning Shuainu's thoughts and turned back to say, "You'll have your chance in the future." The reason he gave the element fruit to Goof first was partly because Goof had a higher return rate. On the other hand, Goof's performance today had indeed been impressive. Especially that move just now, it made him linger. Getting off track. In short, he had thought it through carefully. Although Ning Shuainu was envious, she still advised, "Goof, just eat it. I've already eaten a physical fruit and intuition fruit. If I eat more, my abilities will become chaotic, which is not conducive to improvement." What she said was indeed true. At least, that mysterious expert said so. Upon hearing Ning Shuainu's words, Goof no longer hesitated and swallowed the element fruit in one bite. Goof consumed a medium-grade superpower fruit, returning 400 pieces, now stored in the host's space. Suddenly, Linling's space was filled with a pile of glimmering fruits. This damned sense of security. But he didn't rush to eat, wanting to see what element power Goof would awaken. But as soon as the fruit entered her stomach, it instantly transformed into pure and massive energy within Goof's body. Goof's expression changed immediately. A faint golden light began to seep from her eyes. As a result, her entire body was releasing powerful energy outward. It might not be visible to the naked eye. But once Linling released his psychic power, he could see it clearly. At that moment, Goof was surrounded by a dazzling golden light. Like a sun. Making it hard for people to look directly at her. But besides that, Goof didn't seem to be in too much discomfort. Linling felt slightly relieved and asked, "How do you feel?" Goof frowned. "Not much, just a bit of pressure. But it's fine, I should be able to digest it slowly." Clearly, the energy contained in the medium-grade superpower fruit was too much. With Goof's current physical condition, it was difficult to digest it all at once. Linling turned to Ning Shuainu. "This should be a medium-grade superpower fruit. Do you have any solutions?" Ning Shuainu was taken aback. Medium grade? The physical fruit she had eaten was only low grade. Even their entire base only had one medium grade intuition fruit. Not to mention this was a medium grade element fruit. But she still pondered, it shouldn't be a big problem, she just needs to rest for a while. This was also what that expert had said. Ning Shuainu had great faith in the words of that expert. She helped Goof back to the bedroom to rest. And positioned Goof to sit cross-legged on the bed. According to that expert, this would help speed up the efficiency of energy absorption. Seeing Goof's complexion gradually improving, the golden light was also being absorbed and digested. It would probably take a few more hours. Linling felt reassured and returned to the study, waiting for the results of Goof's experiment. He sat in the computer chair. Took out a bottle of beer from his space. Drinking while browsing videos. It seemed the authorities had given up on controlling short video platforms. As Linling clicked in, all sorts of bizarre and strange videos popped up. Some were starving to the point of madness, crying for help. Some were showing off their superpowers. Others were reporting others for robbing supplies. And there were those going on adventures. Unfortunately, the outcomes of this series were not very good. Most were captured by ferocious beasts. After finishing a bottle of beer, Lin Lang habitually threw the empty bottle out the window. But he immediately heard a dull thud. It seemed the bottle had hit something. But what could be outside the window at this time? Lin Lang's heart sank, and he opened the camera to take a picture of downstairs. But he found out. It was actually a large tree with lush branches and leaves. It had grown up to over 20 floors. At least 60 or 70 meters high, right? If this continues, the world will turn into a primeval forest. He sighed. Extending his psychic power again. He checked the entire building. So far, there were no other superpowered individuals appearing inside. Nor had any particularly powerful ferocious beasts entered. This meant that, for now, there was no existence here that could threaten him. This made him feel a bit more at ease. Exiting the video app, he entered the WeChat Happy Community Owners group. Lin Lang found that the group members were actually discussing superpowers. They must have seen those videos online. Some even said they were willing to pay a high price for a superpower fruit. Lin Lang had a few hundred medium-grade superpower fruits in his space. But he certainly wouldn't give them away. However, he could post an announcement in the group and set up a material trade to collect superpower fruits or other supplies. First, who knows, he might really find a few superpower fruits. Second, it could also enrich the variety of supplies in his space. Although he had a lot of supplies in his space, they were mostly the same ones consumed by Shenchaku at the beginning. If for a long time in the future, they kept eating these, it would be easy to get tired of them. Additionally, he was also lacking in supplies like medicine. So, he sent a message in the group, material trade, due to having too many supplies, I can't consume them all, I'm launching this material trade, exchange your surplus supplies for the supplies you urgently need, anything is fine, superpower fruits preferred, Chapter 17 9.5 points. Exceptional girl. What do you mean by having too many resources that are hard to consume? That's just infuriating, and prioritizing superpower fruit. Eating superpower fruit makes you a superhero, who would trade with you? Big shot, can I trade Tai for purified water? Lin Bulang, can I trade Drex for instant noodles? Lin Bulang, where to trade? Lin Bulang. In the group chat. Someone mocked Lin Lang for wanting to trade everyday supplies for superpower fruit. Indeed. Who would trade the chance to become a superhero for a bit of everyday supplies? But there should be some smart people who understand that awakening abilities is random. What if one awakens a useless ability? Wouldn't that be a waste? But Lin Lang couldn't be bothered to explain this to them. How to choose is entirely up to them. The majority of the other members were very interested in this resource trading. So they frantically tagged Lin Lang in the chat. Lin Bulang, unified response, send photos of the supplies, private message me, then, he closed the group chat. Before long, a flood of private messages came in, big shot. Can I trade diapers for purified water? Lin Lang scratched his head, what do I need diapers for? No trade. Not a waste, big brother. BMW 740, 10,000 kilometers, original paint, trade for 10 boxes of instant noodles, Lin Lang. 10 boxes? Not even one pack. What time is it now? A BMW is worth less than a real horse, at least a real horse can run outside. Bro, can I trade my newly bought Black Myth, Wakong for a self-heating hot pot? This one could be considered, pending. Big shot. Can I trade Tai for purified water? I have other alcohol too, Image, this person seems to be a collector of alcoholic beverages. A whole cabinet of liquor, both white and red. Lin Lang currently only has beer in his space. Getting a few bottles of Tai or La Fight would be nice. Occasionally experiencing a tipsy state with Goof and the others. So Lin Bulang accepted the friend request and would handle it later. At this moment, a private message caught his attention. Hello, is this the superpower fruit you mentioned? Image. There really is one? Lin Lang's heart stirred, and he hurriedly clicked in. In the photo, a fair and delicate little hand was holding up a black fruit. The fruit was only the size of a grape. Translucent. Jet black and shiny. It really is a physical enhancement fruit from the superpower fruit. Moreover, from the texture of the fruit, it should be of medium quality. Lin Lang immediately added the person. The other party's nickname was Xuran. Sounds very much like a girl's name. Lin Lang couldn't help but think. However, influenced by the previous Ginkgo dream, he didn't dare to have too high expectations for someone he hadn't met. After all, the after effects of that Ginkgo dream were too strong. It had almost become a psychological shadow for him. The two successfully added each other as friends. Xuran, hello, can this fruit be traded for supplies? Lin Bulang, what supplies do you want to trade for? Xuran, food, water, medicine for heart disease. Lin Bulang, water and food are fine. I don't have the medicine, but I can help you think of a way. Xuran, where to trade? Lin Bulang, where do you live? Xuran, Building C, Unit 1, Room 602, surprisingly in the same building. That makes it simple. Lin Lang closed his eyes, releasing his psychic power, focusing on Room 602. A simply decorated apartment. The furnishings in the room were very basic. A frail figure was sitting alone on a wooden chair in the living room. That back view must undoubtedly belong to a girl. But he didn't know how she looked. From the environment, it seemed this wasn't a wealthy family. Moreover, the girl should have heart disease, otherwise, she wouldn't have asked for that medicine. Lin Lang originally planned to have Xuran go to the rooftop to trade. That way, he wouldn't expose his address. But now, he felt a bit reluctant. The girl has heart disease, and the elevator is broken. Making her climb nearly 30 floors on foot would be a bit too cruel. Lin Bulang, I'll come find you in a bit. The code is, all meals included. Xuran, what should I reply? Lin Bulang couldn't help but smile, feeling that this girl was a bit cute. Just reply, take me with you, Xuran, okay. Then Lin Lang left the study. He went to the bedroom. At this moment, the golden light on Goof had almost been absorbed. But it still needed a bit more time. Lin Lang instructed Ning Xiuanu, I'm going out for a bit. You two stay at home and don't open the door for strangers, okay? Ning Xiuanu was speechless. She wasn't a child anymore. But she still nodded, got it. Lin Lang reached out and rubbed her head, so obedient. Then, he walked out the door. Downstairs. The silent and empty corridor felt like a dark abyss, with who knows how many mutated bugs lurking somewhere. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to walk here at all. But Lin Lang walked calmly. His psychic power enveloped the entire building. He knew better than anyone where the monsters were and where was safe. Those bugs, after mutating, although larger in size, were still timid. Unless they encountered prey on the brink of death, they wouldn't dare to attack actively. Lin Lang made his way down to the 6th floor. It only took a few minutes. With his current physical strength, this amount of exercise was as easy as yawning. 602, here we are. Lin Lang saw the doorplate and knocked on the door. Inside, there was a faint sound of footsteps. Xuran cautiously stood behind the door but didn't speak. Lin Lang, all meals included. Only then did she respond, take me with you. Her voice was soft and tender, making her seem easy to bully. Lin Lang said, the code is right, open the door. She asked, did you bring the supplies? Lin Lang replied, I brought them. She asked again, can we trade at the door? Is it okay if you don't come in? Lin Lang shrugged, sure. Okay, then it's settled. Then, she opened the door. A hand reached out from the gap, holding that medium-quality physical enhancement fruit. Lin Lang felt that this person was really foolish. Who trades like this? Aren't they afraid he would just take the item and run? He grabbed the fruit into his hand. The moment their bodies touched, Lin Lang obtained relevant information about Xuran, Lu Xuran, attractiveness, 9.5 points, charging, 0 times, loyalty, 5%, return multiplier, 300, Lin Lang was stunned, 9.5 points. Surprisingly higher than Goof and Ning Xiuanu. What does this girl look like? There's actually a goddess of this level in the community, and he hasn't encountered her even once? If it were a 7 or 8 points, that would be fine. Missed is missed. After all, he has Goof and Ning Xiuanu, 2 9-point goddesses, so he wouldn't feel too regretful. But this is a 9.5 points. He must taste the waters. And just as he was lost in thought, Lu Xuran asked again, where are your supplies? Lin Lang cleared his throat, I brought the supplies, but I must go in to give them to you. No way. Unexpectedly, Lu Xuran firmly refused, but her tone clearly carried a hint of grievance. We clearly agreed just no that you can't come in. Lin Lang could only coax her, if I don't go in, I can't give you the supplies. Halfway through, he suddenly shouted, bad. A bug is coming. Let me in quickly. Ah. Lu Xuran was startled. Those bugs could take lives. No matter how cruel she was, she couldn't just watch a living person be turned away at this moment. So she opened the door, come in quickly. Chapter 18 Superpower. Wood Spirit Lin Lang entered the door. He locked eyes with Lu Xuran. The girl's beauty left him stunned. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes clear and bright, and her expression was pitifully delicate. This level of beauty was rated at 9.5? Why not a perfect 10? Her face was a work of art. From Lin Lang's mortal perspective, there was absolutely nothing to criticize. Simply breathtaking. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was a celestial being descended to Earth. until Lin Lang's gaze slightly lowered. Oh. Now he understood why she was rated 9.5. It turned out that 0.5 points were deducted here. Her chest was not very ample. It seemed to be only a B or C cup. Compared to Ning Xuanyu, she was practically flat. Noticing Lin Lang's greedy gaze, Luceran gradually realized she had been deceived, and she immediately covered her chest, her eyes reddening. You're lying, right? There are no bugs outside. Her tearful expression was quite heart-wrenching. But Lin Lang calmly replied, not really, there are indeed bugs outside, but it's safer indoors, we can trade freely here. Luceran bit her lip and asked again, what about your supplies? Lin Lang blinked, they're right behind you. What? Luceran instinctively turned to look. In the corner, she saw several bottles of purified water, a few self-heating hot pots, several boxes of milk, and a few eggs. She was instantly dumbfounded. She even forgot to think about how these things ended up in her home. All she knew was that these supplies were enough for her to last another week. She hadn't expected that tiny fruit could be exchanged for so many supplies. Luckily, she hadn't eaten it. Otherwise, it would have been such a waste. All of this, is it for me? She still couldn't quite believe it. Lin Lang asked, do you have heart disease? How serious is it? Luceran covered her heart, nodded slightly, and said softly, my medicine is almost gone. Lin Lang nodded, I understand, I will help you find the medicine. Once I find it, I will bring it to you. Remember our code word. If it doesn't match, don't open the door, the neighborhood hasn't been safe these days. Without further entanglement, Lin Lang left just like that. Luceran stood alone at the door, even a bit dazed. He doesn't seem like a bad person. Even though he boasted about supplies all day long in the group and claimed he would take in a girl, making her think he was just a big pervert. But after meeting him today, she realized he seemed quite different from what she had imagined. Beautiful women bring disaster. Outside the door, Lin Lang couldn't help but sigh. Such a woman really makes it hard to harbor any ill intentions. Fortunately, Lin Lang was not an ordinary person. He had already made up his mind. He must take her in. Luceran. If he didn't, it would be against the natural order. Lin Lang continued up the stairs, easily reaching the 22nd floor. He entered room 2202. He saw Goof had already come out of the bedroom. The golden light on her body had disappeared, indicating that the energy from the mid-grade elemental fruit had been completely absorbed by her. Before Lin Lang could ask, Ning Xuanyu excitedly said, great. Goof has awakened her wood element. Now there are plants everywhere outside, and she can control them. Her superpower is simply invincible. Hearing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but nod in agreement. Wood element? That's indeed impressive. Ning Xuanyu continued, once Goof grows stronger, her combat power will at least be C level. She might even reach B level. Oh? Lin Lang was a bit curious. Do you already have a power level classification for superpowered individuals? Yes. Ning Xuanyu said seriously, currently, superpowered individuals are classified from strongest to weakest into 6 levels, S, A, B, C, D, and E. I am at D level, barely considered a minor powerhouse. But I've heard that some places have even seen B-level existences. At this moment. Ding. Combat Power Display Module has loaded. Lin Lang, Combat Power, A+, Physical Body, 3 enhancements, Superpower, Intuition, Level 9. A piece of information appeared in Lin Lang's view. Lin Lang was startled and then delighted. His combat power was actually this high. A+, and one more step would be S level? He was far ahead. His gaze shifted to the two of them, and he saw Ning Xuanyu, Combat Power, D+, Superpower, Spirit Combat, Level 2, Intuition, Level 1. Goof, Combat Power, E, Superpower, Intuition, Level 1, Wood Spirit, Level 1. Lin Lang had a clear understanding. This combat power display module was indeed a great feature. It could even be called a divine tool. In the future, he could check the combat power of enemies and never fear someone pretending to be weak to deceive him. Lin Lang temporarily closed the combat power display function. Then he said to Goof, since you've awakened the power of the wood spirit, why not show us if you can turn something into a potato? Goof was taken aback, huh? Turn a potato? Ning Xuanyu was also speechless. She controls plants, not vegetables. At this stage, she should only be able to control existing plants, perhaps later she can influence their growth rate. Lin Lang calmly said, oh. So that's how it is. Then perform something else, just a moment. He walked to the study. He took out the pot of withered orchids from the computer desk. Try this. Make it move a bit. Okay, I'll give it a try. Goof stepped forward confidently, extending her hand towards the orchids. She activated her ability. But there was no response. Goof suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Ning Shuang encouraged her from the side. Goof, don't be discouraged. The more powerful the ability, the harder it is to manifest. Goof nodded. I'll try again. This time, she closed her eyes. Then, the orchids moved slightly. The movement was very small, as if just blown by the wind. But it was indeed Goof using her superpower to achieve this. Yay! I did it. Seeing this scene, the two girls couldn't help but cheer and hugged each other in celebration. As if they had just slain an S-level beast. Lin Ling didn't quite understand girls' psychology, but to avoid discouraging Goof, he casually encouraged her, not bad. Keep practicing. I definitely will. Goof was full of fighting spirit. Then, Lin Ling took the pot of orchids back to his study. Wood spirit power? It really is a good ability. Now that it's the age of plants outside, with this ability awakened, I could be the king of plants. Lin Ling took out a mid-grade elemental fruit from his space. He swallowed it whole. The energy contained in the mid-grade superpower fruit was almost 100 times that of a low-grade superpower fruit. No wonder Goof took half a day to digest it before she could barely absorb it. Because it was equivalent to her eating 100 low-grade fruits in one go. Lin Ling was different. His physical body was already considered abnormal. Absorbing a mid-grade superpower fruit only took him a few seconds. He remembered. Ning Shuang had just said today that sitting cross-legged could also speed up the digestion rate. So he sat cross-legged on the computer chair. He swallowed another elemental fruit. Sure enough. In less than a second, he finished absorbing it. He checked his combat power information and saw, Lin Ling, combat power, A+, physical body, 3 enhancements, superpower, intuition, level 9, wood spirit, level 1, he continued to swallow. He gulped down over 100. Superpower, intuition, level 9, wood spirit, level 2. After swallowing over 100 mid-grade superpower fruits, he only leveled up by 1. But as long as it was a problem that could be solved by quantity. For Lin Ling, it was no problem. He continued to eat. In the blink of an eye, over 100 more were consumed. Superpower, intuition, level 9, wood spirit, level 2, no change? Eat more. Keep eating. Unknowingly, there were only 10 mid-grade elemental fruits left in the space. These 10 were reserved by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, combat power, A++, physical body, 3 enhancements, superpower, intuition, level 9, wood spirit, level 3, his combat power leveled up. It actually went from A+ to A++. Was the next level A+? But that wasn't important. Lin Ling's gaze locked onto the pot of orchids on the table. With a thought. In an instant, it felt as if he had established a mysterious connection with the orchids. The orchid seemed to become a part of his body, an extension of his limbs. Do a little dance, add some excitement. The orchids immediately swayed enchantingly. So fun. Chapter 19, Lin Bulang appears. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Especially so. Lin Ling displayed the mid-grade physical fruit. And told Ning Shuang that this was the prize she had a chance to win tonight. Ning Shuang immediately perked up. Not only did she become much more proactive, she also unlocked numerous ways to play. Where was the usually dazed, cute, and unromantic girl? Unlike Lin Ling's night of revelry, in a dark room not far away, many women huddled together. The Black Dragon Society members locked them up here, like livestock. At least 5 women were taken each day to serve Brother Long. But today, none of the 5 who were taken returned. This undoubtedly made the women's hearts tremble with fear. What's worse, Shenchaku and Wang Qiu's names were on tomorrow's list. Night fell. While other women were warming each other, complaining about their fate, Shenchaku had quietly slipped to the window. She would escape through this window. The patrolling guards should all be asleep, their snores could be heard through the door. Shenchaku pulled Wang Qiu, opening the window of hope. She leaned out, successfully finding a foothold. But at the crucial moment, Wang Qiu grabbed her sleeve, trembling and weeping. Chaku. Mom doesn't dare. This is the 10th floor. If we fall, we'll be dead. Think of another way. But Shenchaku was extremely firm, her gaze fixed on the direction of happy community. Mom. I won't die. Lin Ling is still waiting for me, he will pray for me. Shenchaku couldn't take it anymore. She knew she had to see Lin Ling. Because, even during her hazy dreams at noon today, she had been reminiscing about the time she spent with Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling had pampered and cared for her in every way. Although he was relatively poor and couldn't give her a luxurious life. But now it's different. Lin Ling has abundant supplies. As long as she goes there, she can immediately live a life free from worry. Her eyes shone with hopeful light. Okay. Wang Qiu, trembling, also climbed out of the window. Standing at the height of the 10th floor. The wind was chilly. Wang Qiuya painfully closed her eyes, refusing to look down. But Shenchoku, full of hope, was fearless. She climbed down the drain pipe on the wall, inch by inch. God bless. Seeing Shenchoku getting farther and farther away, her figure gradually disappearing into the fog. Wang Qiuya muttered this sentence. Finally, she gritted her teeth and climbed down the drain pipe. Choku, wait for Mom. But as they climbed halfway, they heard someone shouting from upstairs, someone's running away. Someone's running away. The key is, it was clearly a woman's voice. Wang Qiuya couldn't help but curse, which bitch has such a big mouth? Didn't they say girls save girls? Shenchoku remained calm, because they themselves dare not run, so they don't want anyone else to run either. They continued to climb down. They didn't know where they had climbed to. Who ran away? They went down from this window. Damn it. Chase. Hearing the roar from upstairs, the flustered Wang Qiuya stepped on air and fell. Ah. As a result, she happened to fall on Shenchoku. Ah. Mother and daughter fell together. Thud. Luckily, they had already descended to the second floor. And the ground was covered with tall grass, providing them with sufficient cushioning. Therefore, they were not injured. Run. Shenchoku pulled Wang Qiuya, and according to her memory of the location, in the deep blood mist, they ran desperately. From the old building behind them, the voices of those people gradually faded away. Don't chase. Damn it. There are ferocious beasts everywhere outside, it's useless for them to run out, won't they still be dead? Who the hell shouted just now? It was me who reported it. Ah. Why are you hitting me? Damn it. If you hadn't shouted, they would have run away. You shouted, the boss knows we're incompetent. Damn it. Beat you to death. It wasn't far from Happy Community. But Shenchoku and the others ran all the way. They didn't go the wrong way? They actually ran to the entrance of Happy Community. Shenchoku wept with joy. Linling, you must still be waiting for me, right? Do you know, your lover is about to return to your side? Although she knew that there was another woman by Linlang's side now. But she believed that the woman was just a replacement. Just a comfort Linlang sought after she left. The person Linlang truly loved was always only her. After she finds Linling, drives away the other woman, she can enjoy all those supplies. At this time, Wang Qiuya said breathlessly, Choku, how do we get in? Quickly ask Linlang to come and get us. Shenchoku helplessly said, Mom, you forgot, those people confiscated our phones, how can we contact Linlang? Wang Qiuya sighed, the content is omitted here, please refer to the original novel, sigh. This kid is really lucky, his mother-in-law is personally visiting him. He must prepare a table of bird's nest. They entered the community. Shenchoku, relying on her memory, walked straight towards Building C, Unit 1, even though she couldn't see the road. But they didn't know. In the blood mist behind them, a pair of eyes with red glow had quietly opened. Ah. The next morning. When Linling woke up from the large bed in the bedroom, Ning Shuayu was still sleeping soundly beside him. She was still clutching the mid-grade physical fruit tightly. You really went all out for this fruit. Linling couldn't help but kiss her face. MMM. She let out a soft moan. Linling was very satisfied with her performance yesterday. So he gave her the fruit as promised. In the living room, Goof was asleep on the sofa. Linling walked over and gently kissed her as well. This is called sharing the spoils. Then, he went to the study. Outside the window at this time, the top of the big tree had grown to his window. He secretly used his wood spirit ability, instantly establishing contact with the tree. The tree directly extended 2 branches, waving like hands. After that, the tree extended its branches into the room, picked up the small trash on the floor of the study, and threw it out of the window. Linlang smiled slightly. After playing enough, Linlang remembered Luceran, he had promised to help her find medicine. So he asked a question in the WeChat owners group, who has medicine for heart disease, price negotiable, only a few seconds after sending it. Someone immediately replied, I have, and more than one. Lin Bulang, bring them all, prepare to trade, any other supplies are welcome, those willing to trade can come. Owners, can we trade now? Great, can't wait, boss, where is the trade taking place? Lin Bulang, noon, 12 o'clock, Building C, Unit 1, rooftop. Owners, isn't the elevator broken? Climbing 30 floors? Too far, boss, can it be closer? But Linling ignored all these voices. Unless you are a 9.5 point beauty. Otherwise, don't mention any requirements to me. He exited WeChat. But at this time, the owners of Building C were already spreading the news. At noon, 12 o'clock, Lin Bulang is holding a supply exchange on the rooftop. Wow. Is it the Lin Bulang from the group? Nonsense. Besides him, who else is qualified to hold this exchange? That's true. Is it true? He has so many supplies, many people in the community are envious, he's not afraid. This news quickly spread throughout the community. Building C, first floor, monitoring room. Wang Lianda and others also received this news, that Lin Bulang actually dares to show up? Ma Yianiao viciously said, this is him sending himself to our door. We'll make him hand over all his supplies at the exchange. Chapter 20, The Big Shot Appears. Ning Shuang consumed a mid-grade superpower fruit, returning 300 units, which has been stored in the host's space. Ning Shuang woke up. The first thing she did upon opening her eyes was to eat that superpower fruit. Then she began to meditate and digest it. With her physical condition, it would take about 3 to 4 hours to fully digest. Lin Lang checked the time. It was only 8 o'clock. By the time she finished digesting, it should be around 12 o'clock. Lin Lang planned to take Ning Shuang to the trading event as well. After all, she had a background as an agent and had consumed a physical enhancement fruit, giving her considerable combat power. She might even be able to help out. At this moment, Lin Lang's space had gained an additional 300 mid-grade superpower fruits. If the people from the Agent Bureau found out about this, their leaders would probably lose sleep over it. Because with just these 300 mid-grade superpower fruits, Lin Lang could create a formidable team of 300 superpowered individuals. What an astonishing force. But Lin Lang had no intention of forming his own faction. Living a carefree life with beautiful women by his side, why would he want to create trouble for himself? Looking at those 300 black crystal-like superpower fruits, he casually took one out, tossed it into his mouth, and intended to taste it. As soon as the superpower fruit entered his stomach, it instantly transformed into pure energy. However, Lin Lang's body seemed to instinctively reject this fruit. It was reluctant to absorb this energy for a long time. Only when Lin Lang consciously tried to absorb it did his body reluctantly accept it. Lin Lang suddenly thought. He immediately understood the key point. This mid-grade physique fruit was a treasure that could enhance the physical body for Ning Shuang and the others. But Lin Lang's system already had the function of enhancing the physical body. Moreover, the enhancement from the system was on a completely different level compared to that of the superpower fruit. His current physical strength had already surpassed the limits of the human body. At this time, eating this fruit was simply an insult to it. Therefore, Lin Lang gave up the idea of eating these fruits and planned to leave them for Ning Shuang. Or for future women. Could Lu Suran benefit from it? Lin Lang suddenly thought that since the physical enhancement fruit could strengthen the body, would it help treat Lu Suran's heart disease? But this thought was quickly dismissed. The energy contained in the mid-grade superpower fruit was too much. With Lu Suran's frail condition, she definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. He couldn't risk harming such a perfect girl with a score of 9.5. Time quickly reached noon. While Lin Lang was having lunch with the two women, he said to Ning Shuang, in a bit, I'm going to the rooftop to trade supplies, you should come with me. Ning Shuang nodded, sure. She had just finished eating the physical fruit, and her combat power should have increased. She was eager to find an open space to show off her skills. Lin Lang secretly activated the combat power display function. Ning Shuang, combat power, D++, superpower, spirit combat, level 3, intuition, level 1. Her spirit combat ability had indeed leveled up. Her combat power had increased from D+ to D++. She had only eaten one, and the improvement was so significant. If she were to eat all 299 mid-grade superpower fruits in her space, wouldn't she just take off? But that wouldn't be possible. The higher the superpower level, the harder it was to upgrade. For example, Lin Lang once ate 400 mid-grade element fruits in one go. But his corresponding spirit wood ability only reached level 3. Lin Lang also took a look at Goof, combat power, E, superpower, intuition, level 1, wood spirit, level 1, no changes. Lin Lang took a mid-grade element fruit from his space and handed it to Goof, saying, eat another one and digest it well at home. Goof nodded. I will definitely work hard and not hold you and Shuang back. In truth, deep down, she also hoped Lin Lang would take her to this trading event. But she knew why Lin Lang chose to take Ning Shuang out instead of her. Her strength was simply too weak. If they encountered danger outside, Ning Shuang could help Lin Lang, while she would probably just be a burden. At noon, Lin Lang took Ning Shuang out. They lived on the 22nd floor, and the rooftop was on the 33rd floor, so they had to climb 11 more floors. For two superpowered individuals whose bodies had been enhanced, this distance was nothing. They quickly reached the 33rd floor. After walking a short distance up the stairs, they arrived at the rooftop. At this moment, there were already about a dozen people on the rooftop. Most were boys, with a few girls. Without exception, they all looked haggard and listless. It was clear they had not been doing well lately. But they were all very vigilant, protecting the things in their arms and bags, like mother hens guarding their chicks. In the apocalypse, no one could guarantee whether the people around them were human or demons. Because, the difference between a person and a demon was just a thought away. Excuse me, who is Lin Bulang? Has the big shot arrived yet? Is Lin Bulang here? Is he not here yet? Damn. Are we being played? People were searching for Lin Bulang. But when Lin Lang appeared with Ning Xiuanu, the people on the rooftop instantly fell silent, all eyes turning to them. No need to ask. The big shot is here. How do you know for sure? Oh my god. It turned out the answer was so obvious. Who is Lin Bulang? He is the person in this community who lacks supplies the least. And what should a person who lacks supplies the least look like? Just like him. Neatly dressed. Fair and rosy skin. A confident and vibrant spirit. And that calm and composed demeanor, without a hint of anxiety. Especially, he had a woman by his side. A beautiful woman. With exquisite and flawless features, and an incredibly proud figure. Although she was wearing a somewhat ill-fitting men's outfit. This must be Lin Bulang. The woman beside him must be his kept woman. People were silent. But in their hearts, they were all exclaiming, damn. Previously, when this guy posted about free food and lodging in the group, I thought he was a clown. I didn't expect he really managed to attract such a gem. It turns out I was the clown. And among the crowd, one person was particularly green with envy. So much so that it was almost bleeding. Wang Lianda was so furious that his teeth were grinding, his nails digging into his palms. He was roaring in his heart, Lin Bulang, you bastard, you deserve to die. Why? Why does such a beautiful woman end up with you? I refuse to accept this. His expression at this moment was like an enraged male dog. He wished he could rush up and tear Lin Bulang apart. Then snatch Ning Xiuang away. In his life, he had never hated someone as much as he did now. Why did this Lin Bulang get such a perfect woman? Just because he had some supplies in his hands? But now, Wang Lianda also lacked supplies. They had been robbing like crazy these past 2 days. They had already collected quite a bit of supplies. Not to mention, it was definitely no problem to support such a little girl. He was furious. Just a little bit more. If he had started robbing earlier. Then now, that stunning girl in Lin Bulang's arms would have been his, right? How could he have ended up with someone like Ma Yinjiao? There's a saying, I could have endured the darkness, but you showed me the light. Seeing Ning Xiuang's breathtaking beauty. Now looking at Ma Yinjiao. Oh my god. What kind of woman is this? Clearly, it's a black and fat pig that has turned into a spirit. I must kill him today. Snatch that little girl away. And then kill this fat pig. Tear her to pieces. He roared in his heart. Chapter 21, The Path to Death. At this moment, a drop of liquid fell onto Wang Lianda's hand. He turned in shock to look. There stood Ma Yinjiao, staring intently at Lin Lang in the distance, her mouth agape in obsession, drool pooling at her feet. So it turns out Lin Bulang is this good-looking. I'm going to play him to death later. Wang Lianda, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully, look at you, you fat pig. Do you really think he would be interested in you? But gradually, a thought began to form in his mind. So he said to Ma Yinjiao, how about this? Let's control that Lin Bulang later. He's yours, and that little girl is mine. From now on, we'll keep our distance, how about that? Ma Yinjiao shot him a glance, Humphrey. You're still eyeing that little girl? At your age, you're old enough to be her father. Wang Lianda immediately got angry, and you're old enough to be her mother. Just as this pair of enemies was bickering, Lin Lang spoke up arrogantly, whose WeChat nickname is You're Not Allowed to Look at Fianyang. That was the person who claimed in the group chat to have medicine for heart disease. A man hurriedly raised his hand and stepped forward, me. I brought the medicine. He pulled out a bottle from his pocket and waved it in front of Lin Lang. At that moment, another person squeezed forward, boss. I also have heart disease medicine. Mine is imported, it was for my mom who passed away a few days ago, and there's still quite a bit left. Then another person chimed in, I have some too. Me. After that, it spiraled out of control. Several people crowded in front of Lin Lang, desperately showcasing their medicine. They were afraid of missing this opportunity to exchange for supplies. All right. Lin Lang calmly nodded. I'll take as much as you have. The crowd erupted in joy. Seeing this, the others also began to stir, preparing to approach Lin Lang. If Lin Lang had limited supplies, it was definitely better to exchange sooner rather than later. Seeing their actions, Lin Lang quickly called out, don't all rush at once. How can I hear anyone with all this noise? One at a time. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. Only then did they settle down. Lin Lang first waved to the one with the nickname "You're not allowed to look at Fian Yang, let's trade first. What supplies do you want?" The man was overjoyed but hesitated, unsure how to respond. After a long pause, he finally said, "Can I exchange for some food and water?" Lin Lang replied calmly, 10 packs of instant noodles, 10 bottles of purified water." Holy crap! The exclamation came from those around them. 10 packs of instant noodles and 10 bottles of purified water were enough to sustain a person for another 10 days. They hadn't expected Lin Lang to be so generous. He was offering 10 days' worth of supplies right off the bat. Truly worthy of being Lin Bulang. His generosity is astonishing. Others thought it was too much. But the man involved still hesitated. This price. It hadn't quite reached his psychological expectation. The medicine for heart disease, although he had no use for it, he knew it was life-saving. Either Lin Bulang needed it himself, or the woman beside Lin Bulang needed it. But regardless of who it was, a life shouldn't be worth just 10 packs of instant noodles and 10 bottles of water, right? Agreeing to this felt like a loss. He wanted to raise the price a bit. But he was also afraid that if he suggested a price that angered Lin Bulang, he might refuse to trade altogether, and then it would be completely over for him. Lin Lang looked at him calmly, not rushing him. After all, they were definitely more anxious than he was. Sure enough. The man couldn't hold back any longer and said, "Lin Bulang, can you add a bit more?" "Just a little bit." Lin Lang replied, "Sure, I can add 10 eggs for you." Holy crap! The onlookers gasped again. "Boss, do you not understand the concept of a little bit? That's 10 eggs. Eggs are rich in protein, and their value in a post-apocalyptic environment is beyond words. The nutrition of 1 egg is equivalent to 10 packs of instant noodles." Seeing this, the crowd began to redefine their ideal price. The man, seeing Lin Lang agree so readily, couldn't help but light up. "Be boss. Do you have any meat? Can you add a bit of meat?" Lin Lang frowned slightly. "That's a bit excessive." The man shivered in fear and quickly shoved the medicine into Lin Bulang's arms. "No need to add meat. This is enough." Enough. His main goal was still to exchange the medicine. After all, he didn't have heart disease, the medicine would just be trash in his possession. But at that moment, a voice from the crowd sneered, "A bunch of fools. Do you really believe in this Lin Bulang? Open your eyes and take a look. This Lin Bulang, did he bring any supplies?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the crowd changed instantly. They all turned to look behind Lin Lang. Sure enough, both of them had come empty-handed, without any supplies at all. They hadn't noticed this issue until now. The man who had just handed the medicine to Lin Lang was also startled. He quickly snatched the medicine back, clutching it to his chest. He looked at Lin Lang in terror. People murmured, "Wasn't he the one who said it was a trading event? Why didn't he bring any supplies? Could it be that he's trying to trick us? What does he want? To catch a wolf with empty hands?" Lin Lang squinted his eyes. He directed his gaze toward the source of the voice. There stood Wang Lianda, accompanied by Ma Yinjiao, emerging from the crowd. Wang Lianda wore a cold smile, but his eyes burned with anger. "So you're Lin Bulang. I'm the property manager of the community, Wang Lianda. You think you can deceive them out of their supplies without my consent?" He turned to the others and said, "Everyone. I'm the property manager of the community, and I will take responsibility for everyone's survival. I've reminded everyone in the group more than once not to trust this Lin Bulang. He's nothing but a scammer. Why is he agreeing to your conditions so quickly, adding eggs and meat? That's because it's all empty promises, he never intended to follow through." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd became restless. Because everyone felt he made sense. Plus, his title as community property manager indeed gave him an aura that garnered more trust. But some murmured, "No, I see that Lin Bulang doesn't seem to lack supplies at all." This was undeniable. Looking at Lin Bulang's state, he was different from them, who were struggling to survive. How could this be faked? Wang Lianda sneered, "He might indeed have some supplies. But he has no intention of giving them to you. I'm different. I've brought real supplies." With that, he waved his hand, and several security guards brought up a large backpack. Upon opening it, it was filled with sausages, instant noodles, and marinated eggs. The crowd went wild. They had been starving for days, and seeing so much food now made them want to pounce and eat first. But Ma Yinjiao stepped forward, blocking the backpack like a wall. Her massive frame instantly snapped everyone out of their frenzy. Wang Lianda sneered, "I can also trade supplies." The crowd erupted. Compared to Lin Bulang's empty promises, the tangible supplies in front of them were far more impactful. And Lin Lang had been silently observing from the side. This Wang Lianda seemed to harbor a lot of hostility toward him. And that disgusting Ma Yinjiao, her small eyes were drifting over him. It truly made Lin Lang feel physically uncomfortable. Ning Xuang seemed a bit anxious, saying, Lin Lang, you said you came to trade supplies, but why didn't you bring any? How do you explain that now? Lin Lang shrugged, why do I need to explain? Since they don't want to trade, then it's fine not to trade. Just. That Wang Lianda, I see he's already on the path to death. He looked into Wang Lianda's eyes and saw deep hatred. He had a premonition. This Wang Lianda was going to cause a big incident today. Sure enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Lianda suddenly pointed at Lin Lang, shouting, Dear residents. I have a proposal. Th's Lin Bulang is hoarding supplies, abducting young girls. He's trying to scam your survival supplies. He's utterly heinous. Why don't we take advantage of the crowd and capture him now? Make him hand over all his supplies and distribute them fairly among everyone. What do you all think? Instantly, everyone on the rooftop turned their gaze toward Lin Lang. Their expressions had changed. Chapter 22, Overwhelming pressure. A few small security guards had already reached the rooftop exit, blocking it tightly. They were afraid that Lin Lang and Ning Xuang would escape. Ning Xuang sensed the gunpowder smell in the air and couldn't help but frown slightly. It was not out of fear. She was an outstanding agent, skilled in combat. Moreover, she had consumed the superpower fruit and awakened the spirit battle superpower. At this moment, there were about 15 people on the rooftop, none of whom were superpowered individuals. In fact, most of them were half-disabled people who had been starving for days. If a fight broke out, she could take them all down within 10 minutes. However, as an agent, she naturally did not want to resort to violence against these ordinary people unless absolutely necessary. So she looked at Lin Lang, seeking his opinion. But Lin Lang still had his hands in his pockets, appearing nonchalant. His calmness made those who were already hesitant even more uncertain. Seeing this, Wang Lianda rallied again, everyone, hurry up. As long as you can control him, all his supplies will be yours. But everyone exchanged glances. No one dared to take the lead. Mainly because Lin Bulang had unknowingly shaped a mysterious big-shot image in their hearts. The owners had never seen his true face. But their impression of him was that he was mysterious, wealthy, powerful, and lecherous. Now, he had appeared, and his demeanor matched their expectations. They couldn't help but feel a sense of awe towards Lin Lang from the bottom of their hearts. Who knows what hidden cards he might have? Who would dare to act rashly? At this moment, Lin Lang turned his gaze to no peeking at Fian Ying and said, 10 packs of instant noodles, 10 bottles of water, 10 eggs, plus a chicken leg, do we have a deal? You only have one chance. The person was quite conflicted. At this time, Wang Lianda shouted, you don't have to be controlled by him. It's just supplies, I'll trade with you. With that, he took out 3 bottles of water, 3 loaves of bread, and a vacuum-packed chicken leg from his backpack. I'll trade with you. Seeing this, the person hesitated even more, but he offered 10 bottles of water. Wang Lianda scoffed, even if he offers 100 bottles of water, what's the use if he doesn't deliver? What I'm giving you is something you can take right away. Hearing Wang Lianda's words, the person found it reasonable, and without any further hesitation, handed over the heart disease medication to Wang Lianda. Then, eagerly, he stuffed the supplies into his bag. His transaction was complete, and logically, he could leave now. But he didn't leave. He was waiting, wondering if everyone would really take action against Lin Bulang. If they did take action against Lin Bulang and divided his supplies, could he also get a share? Wang Lianda held the medication and sneered, Lin Bulang, the medication you want is in my hands. Hand over your supplies, and I can give you this medication. Everyone's gaze turned heated. Another person said, I'll trade my heart-saving pill with you. Wang Lianda calmly replied, sure. With that, he took out supplies from his backpack and exchanged for the heart-saving pill. After that, a few others did the same. Wang Lianda suddenly had all the heart medications in his hands. He proudly flaunted to Lin Bulang, now if you want the heart disease medication, you'll have to kneel down and beg me. Lin Lang merely smiled slightly. He had originally planned to casually take some supplies and trade for the medication. But unexpectedly, Wang Lianda, this warm-hearted person, insisted on helping him save so little. Lin Lang wouldn't take action against these owners. Because they had no grievances. He also didn't want to deliberately create hatred. But Wang Lianda was different. From the moment they met today, this guy had been constantly looking for trouble with Lin Lang. Moreover, from the way he spoke, it seemed he had plans to take Lin Lang down. In this case, Lin Lang had no psychological burden. So he said to Ning Xuang, go to Wang Lianda and get that medication back. Ning Xuang frowned, are you asking me to rob him? As an agent, her professional ethics did not allow her to do such things. But Lin Lang said, you heard them, they want to rob our supplies and put us in danger. and I want this medication to save lives. If they take it away, that would be harming others. Go ahead. When we get back, I'll give you a mid-grade superpower fruit, one for physical ability. Listening to Lin Ling's explanation, Ning Shuang's gaze gradually wavered, until she heard Lin Ling's last sentence. Her eyes instantly became resolute. In a flash, she moved. Almost instantly, she crossed a few meters and appeared in front of Wang Lianda. Wow! The sudden appearance startled Wang Lianda. Without further ado, Ning Shuang kicked him in the stomach. Wow! Wang Lianda flew out, his back crashing against the rooftop wall. Ah! He looked pained, trying several times to get up but failing each time. What the hell? This kick left the onlookers dumbfounded. It turned out the real expert was here. Initially, they thought this seemingly harmless little girl was just Lin Ling's pet. But unexpectedly, Lin Ling was the one being protected. No wonder he was so fearless. With such a powerful bodyguard by his side, he couldn't even keep a low profile. Ma Yinjiao and the others were even more dumbfounded. Who would have thought that such a petite girl could kick a 100-plus-pound man like Wang Lianda several meters away? Finally, someone exclaimed, superpowered. She's a superpowered individual. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed. That's right. What normal woman could kick someone that far? She must have awakened her superpower. They suddenly remembered that Lin Bulang was buying superpower fruits in the group yesterday. Combining a few pieces of information, they became even more convinced. Thus, their gazes towards Ning Shuang were filled with awe. Ning Shuang calmly bent down to pick up the scattered medicine bottles from the ground. Then, with a cold snort, she walked back to Lin Lang's side. All done. Lin Lang smiled slightly. He let Ning Shuang put the medicine away. Then he looked at Ma Yinjiao and the others, asking, what other tricks do you have? Ma Yinjiao's plump body trembled slightly. But she secretly gave the 3 small security guards a look. The 3 of them were blocking the door, right behind Lin Bulang, and the success rate of a sneak attack was very high. As long as they could take down Lin Bulang, those supplies would be theirs. So they gritted their teeth and charged at Lin Lang with their electric batons. Lin Bulang remained motionless. Before they could get close, a figure flashed by. Ning Shuang appeared in front of them, kicking the electric batons out of their hands, then following up with a punch, an elbow strike, and a spinning kick. In less than 3 seconds, the 3 security guards were lying on the ground, howling in pain. At this moment, people finally understood the gap between them and Ning Shuang. Ma Yinjiao was now left alone, trembling like a leaf, looking at Lin Bulang with fear in her eyes. You hit them, so you can't hit me anymore. I'm just a girl. Saying this, she saw Lin Lang's expression change slightly, thinking he was moved. So she switched to a pitiful expression, saying, Brother Bulang, I was also forced by Wang Lianda. Just spare me. As long as you spare me, I'll do anything you want. With that, she twisted her body a few times. Deliberately pushed her chest together. Lin Lang's expression changed drastically. What the hell? The people around also gasped in unison, quickly backing away several meters. Chapter 23, A Thrilling Transaction. On that day, Lin Lang recalled the fear that was dominated by Ma Yinjiao's photo. He closed his eyes. You few, go squat in the corner, I'll talk to you later. Ning Shuang waved her fists beside him, hurry up and go. Upon hearing this, Wang Lianda and the others dared not hesitate any longer. They quickly ran to the corner of the rooftop, hugging their heads. The 3 little security guards also supported each other as they walked to the corner. Then, Lin Lang shifted his gaze to the remaining dozen or so homeowners. The homeowners swallowed hard. Lin Bulang and the others were too ruthless. They actually beat Wang Lianda and the others to this extent. What would he do next? Would he rob our supplies? And then kill us to silence us? That little girl is a super-powered individual. Killing a few ordinary people would be as easy as chopping vegetables, right? Finally, someone cried out, Boss. I only brought a bottle of Mao Tai, take it. Please spare my life. Then the situation spiraled out of control. Everyone cried and begged for mercy. Boss, spare us. Lin Lang was also speechless. Do I look like an unreasonable person? Everyone was crying pitifully. Ning Shuang felt empathetic and couldn't help but rub her eyes, saying to Lin Ling, they are so pitiful, please don't kill them. Lin Ling. Come on. I haven't even lifted a finger. Just now, you were the one who was hitting people the hardest. Now you're making it seem like I'm the real culprit. Lin Ling felt a bit of a headache and could only hold his forehead, saying, alright. Why are you crying? What do I want your lives for? I'm here to exchange supplies. Only then did the crowd gradually stop their weeping. Lin Ling pointed to the person who had just offered the Mao Tai, saying, what do you plan to exchange for your Mao Tai? That person sniffled but still spoke with a crying tone, "Whatever the boss says goes." Lin Lang found it a bit amusing but still said, 10 bottles of purified water, plus 10 packs of instant noodles. "What the hell?" that person instinctively exclaimed, then his face lit up with surprise. "Really, can I, boss?" Lin Lang said to Ning Shuangyu, "Give him 10 bottles of water." Ning Shuangyu was dumbfounded. "What? Me?" Lin Lang frowned. "Didn't I tell you to put it in your jacket pocket?" "Ah." Ning Shuangyu clearly remembered that Lin Lang hadn't asked her to bring anything when he left. But seeing Lin Lang's determined expression, she began to doubt her memory and instinctively reached into her pocket. As a result, when she touched it, her expression changed instantly. Because there really was a bottle of purified water in her jacket pocket. What the hell? When did I put this in? How could I not feel a thing with such a heavy bottle of water in my pocket? She took it out, looking bewildered. "This is strange, when did it get in there?" "But this is just one bottle," Lin Lang calmly said, "and you keep looking." "Really not." Ning Shuangyu was sure she had only felt one bottle. But when she reached in again, she found there was indeed another bottle. She was stunned. She pulled out another bottle. Then a third. The fourth. In one go, she pulled out 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 packs of instant noodles from her tiny jacket pocket. The crowd watched this unbelievable scene with wide eyes. Every time Ning Shuang pulled something out of her pocket, they gasped in awe. Until they couldn't take in any more. Superpowered individual. This is a superpowered individual. They can pull out countless supplies from their pockets anytime, anywhere. What a magnificent power. It's simply godlike. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel relieved. Thank goodness they hadn't listened to Wang Lianda's provocation earlier. The boss not only brought supplies, but also came with sincerity. Meanwhile, Wang Lianda and the others could only squat there, questioning their lives. "Boss. Actually, I have more than just Mao Tai at home, I have various red wines. If it's convenient, wait for me, I'll go get them right away." The person who exchanged the Mao Tai said excitedly. Lin Lang frowned. "Next time, I'm quite busy here." That person's expression fell a bit. But hearing that there would be a next time, he nodded repeatedly. Next time I'll bring the most expensive wine from my house." Lin Lang remained noncommittal and asked the next person, "What will you exchange?" That person excitedly said, "Boss. I want to exchange a watch. A Patek Philippe. Just for 100 bottles of purified water." A bottle of Mao Tai worth several thousand yuan could be exchanged for 10 bottles of purified water. His Patek Philippe worth hundreds of thousands, wouldn't that be worth several hundred bottles? But upon hearing this, the onlookers were in an uproar. "Come on. What time is it now? It's the apocalypse. Who would want your watch now? That definitely won't work." But Lin Lang said, "Sure." Everyone gasped. What? He really agreed? That person's eyes lit up, ready to cheer. But then Lin Lang said, "However, 100 bottles is impossible, I'll give you 10. Suddenly going from 100 to 10, it would be a lie to say he wasn't disappointed. But that person didn't dare to say much, after all, this was still the boss's territory. Moreover, he knew in his heart. This was a time of scarce resources, food and water were the most precious supplies. Even if the watch was expensive, it was worthless at this moment. So he gritted his teeth. "Okay. Thank you, boss." Lin Lang then turned his gaze to Ning Shuangyu. "Ning Shuangyu. Wait. Could it be that I have more in my pocket?" But when she reached in, there really was more. She pulled out another 10 bottles of purified water. Ning Shuangyu's gaze towards Lin Lang gradually changed. What on earth is going on? Could it be that he knows magic? Lin Lang called out again, "Next. You come. Boss." The person pointed and hurried over. "I have a bag of coffee powder, milk tea packets, and various juice syrups. All for you. I want water. I want food." Lin Lang nodded. "Okay, 10 bottles of water. Next. Boss. I have a box of condoms. This is worth at most 1 bottle of water. Next. Boss. I have essential male enhancement pills. Cut it out. Who do you look down on? No need for that. Not exchanging. Not even 1 bottle of water. Boss. I have a set of classic DVDs I've treasured for many years. Everyone who has seen them says they're good. Someone offered 10,000, and I didn't sell. This. Whether it's classic or not, mainly we should support the arts. 30 bottles of water. What the hell? What a thrilling transaction. Except for a few supplies that Lin Lang really had no use for. Especially that enhancement pill. The rest, Lin Lang traded for reasonable prices, more or less. He ended up giving out about 100 bottles of water, over 50 packs of instant noodles, and a few dozen packs of snacks. In return, he received items including Mao Tai, expensive watches, coffee powder, and more. These weren't necessities for life, but they greatly enhanced the happiness of life. Everyone was very satisfied. Except for those few people who had hastily traded heart disease medication with Wang Lianda earlier. Wang Lianda had given them a very low price. Not even half of what Lin Lang offered. They stood there, pale-faced, wanting to speak but hesitating. Finally. It was that, no peeking at Fian Yang, who stepped forward, smiling more painfully than crying, "Boss, we were just deceived by Wang Lianda. We still want to cooperate with you. Look, the medicine is already in your hands, could you follow the previous price and trade with us again?" Chapter 24, You Go Down First. Seeing someone take the lead. The others thickened their skin and walked over, pleading one after another, "Yes, big boss. We were all deceived by Wang Lianda. We are all willing to trade with you." Lin Bulang hadn't spoken yet. Ning Shuang looked at their faces and coldly snorted first, "What a bunch of fence-sitters." The few of them felt a bit awkward, but they were quite unwilling in their hearts. In fact, everyone had been hesitating just now. And it wasn't just them. It was just that they were the unlucky ones who ran into the gun muzzle. Who would have thought? Lin Lang casually said, "Sure." Upon hearing this, the few of them were overjoyed and bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, big boss." Lin Lang replied, "Okay. What do you want to exchange? Take out your supplies." The few of them were instantly dumbfounded. "Hey, big boss, we already gave you our medicine," one of them asked first. "Is that so?" Lin Lang looked puzzled. Dazed, Ning Shuang saw that Lin Lang seemed to be looking for the medicine, so she took the initiative to pull it out. "Here it is." But Lin Lang said, "These medicines are what I got from Wang Lianda. I'm asking about yours?" The few of them became anxious. "This is what we exchanged with Wang Lianda." Lin Lang shrugged, "Since you have already exchanged with Wang Lianda, then this medicine naturally isn't yours. Why are you still looking for me?" The faces of the few turned pale. In terms of feelings and reason, they had no excuse to continue entangling with Lin Lang. But they were still unwilling to miss out on so many supplies. Just as they were about to speak again, Lin Lang's expression turned cold. "All right, today's supply rating session is over. I will notify you in the group about the next activity time. Now, you all can leave." "Thank you, big boss." "Thanks a lot, big boss." "Goodbye, big boss." "Big boss, next time I will definitely bring more useful supplies." People gradually left the rooftop. The space that had been quite crowded suddenly became empty. "Well, since the trading session is over, we should leave first," Wang Lianda said with a wry smile, slowly moving towards the exit. "Wait." Lin Lang's gaze locked onto them. Wang Lianda's face instantly turned gloomy. Big brother. I was wrong. Please spare me. Actually, I did this for the sake of the owners. It's my strong sense of responsibility that made me want more people to survive, which is why I kept asking you to donate supplies. But now I understand. How much supplies you have is your own business, and you are not obligated to donate to us. We shouldn't morally blackmail you." Lin Lang listened to his confession but couldn't help but laugh. "So you understand these principles?" Wang Lianda had a bitter face. "I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again from now on." Lin Lang sneered, "You don't know you were wrong, you just know you're scared." Wang Lianda sensed a cruel and resolute tone in his words. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Wait. You can't kill us. Killing is against the law. Spare my life. From now on, I will be your dog." Lin Lang looked down on him. "What use do I have for a dog like you?" Ning Shuang looked at Lin Lang with a strange expression, her demeanor becoming somewhat tense. "Lin Lang, you wouldn't really kill them, would you?" Lin Lang calmly looked at Ning Shuang. "What do you think?" Wang Lianda felt a chill rushing from his feet to his head. In an instant, he was so scared that he felt weak all over. Ma Yanjiao hurriedly forced a smile and said, "No, big brother. Can you let me go first? I'm so scared." Lin Lang shot her a cold glance. "If you dare to speak to me like that again, I guarantee you will be the first to die among them." Ma Yanjiao was startled by his words. She quickly shut her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Then it was the turn of the three little security guards to plead for mercy. But with just a glance from Lin Lang, they were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe. What kind of gaze was that? Anger, disdain, indifference. As if their lives and deaths were in his thoughts. Ning Shuang saw the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense and said to Lin Lang, "Lin Lang, we can't kill people. Although they are very annoying, their crimes don't warrant death." Wang Lianda hurriedly said, "Yes. What she said is right. We don't deserve to die." Upon hearing this, Lin Lang smiled. But in his smile, the killing intent was even stronger. "Don't deserve to die? So, The old man from room 102 is justly dead, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Lianda and the others' faces changed dramatically. Lin Ling calmly continued, and the old lady from room 103. The young couple from room 201. The little girl from room 303. Every time Lin Ling mentioned a room number, their faces darkened a bit more. The fear in their eyes increased. No. That was no longer fear. It was extreme horror and dread. How did he know? He actually knew about every person they killed? This was impossible. Unless he had installed surveillance on every floor. But how could that be? If you don't deserve to die, does that mean they deserve to die? Lin Ling's gaze scrutinized them. Wang Lianda's throat moved, but he felt hoarse and couldn't say a word. Ning Xiuanu, seeing their performance, became even more confused. What do you mean? What was wrong with the room numbers you just mentioned? Lin Ling said, do you think their supplies came from where? Ning Xiuanu was stunned for a moment. When her mind turned around, her eyes turned red. You mean, their supplies were obtained through killing and robbing? Lin Ling remained silent. Ma Yanjiao suddenly screamed, it has nothing to do with me. It was organized by Wang Lianda. He is the captain of this collection team. I was coerced by him. The three security guards also shouted, it was all planned by Wang Lianda. We were all coerced by him. Wang Lianda's despair on his face gradually turned into determination. Because he knew that no matter how Lin Bulang knew this, he would never let him go. So he sneered, Lin Bulang. Our supplies were obtained through killing and robbing, that's true. But what about your supplies? Are your supplies clean? I don't believe it. Lin Lang replied indifferently, at least they are cleaner than yours. That is the reward I earned through hard work. Wang Lianda continued, do you think you are some kind of saint? Still here representing justice to judge us? Bah. Now is the end of the world. No one is alive in the end times, those who are alive are all animals. We are all animals. We shouldn't be bound by morality. Lin Lang interrupted him, I never said I was a good person. I won't judge you. Whether you kill or rob supplies. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't meddle in your business. But today, you just happened to provoke me. He smiled. Ma Yanjiao shouted loudly, no. It has nothing to do with me. I was coerced. The three little security guards also shouted, we were all coerced. Wang Lianda cursed, a bunch of ungrateful wolves. You three were the ones who were the most truthless when killing. You fat pig ate the most when it came to food. Now you all have become coerced, trying to shift the blame onto me? Dream on. Let's all die together. At this moment, Lin Lang said to Ning Shuang, you go down first. Ning Shuang frowned, I leave? What about them? Lin Lang's tone suddenly became firm, I will handle everything, you go. Chapter 25, Downstairs, neither by elevator nor by stairs. Hearing Lin Bulang tell Ning Shuang to go first. The few people who were originally in despair suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Why were they so helpless at this moment? It was all because of Ning Shuang. Because she was a super-powered individual. Because she had formidable combat power. And now, Lin Lang actually wanted her to leave? If she really left, how could Lin Lang hold the fort alone? Did he really think we were afraid of him? Ning Shuang also realized this and anxiously said, but can you handle these people? Lin Lang simply replied, don't worry. Seeing Lin Lang's resolute attitude, Ning Shuang felt worried but had no choice but to walk down the rooftop, glancing back 3 times. After that, only Lin Lang and Wang Lianda's group remained on the rooftop. Wang Lianda and the others gradually stopped their cries. They quietly squatted there, waiting for Ning Shuang to walk a bit further away. Lin Lang asked, do you have anything else to say? The few exchanged glances. Then Wang Lianda stood up first. Ma Yanjiao and the 3 little security guards followed closely behind. What do you want to say? Wang Lianda's gaze was unfriendly. Lin Ling, however, remained calm, seemingly unaware that the situation had already reversed. Say your last words. Ha. Wang Lianda laughed loudly. Lin Bulang, I'm really curious, why are you so bold? Do you think we're really afraid of you? At this moment, the 3 little security guards had already surrounded Lin Lang. Fewer enemies, more allies. Unexpectedly, the originally doomed situation was turned around by Lin Lang. Ma Yanjiao looked at Lin Lang's handsome face and couldn't help but lick her lips. Don't be reckless, brother, I'll take good care of you later. But before she could finish her sentence, Ma Yanjiao saw a shadow flash before her eyes. Almost simultaneously, her vision suddenly rose high. And the surroundings were rapidly rushing past. Wang Lianda, Lin Bulang, and the others were shrinking in her sight. At this moment, a sharp pain in her stomach gradually penetrated through the fat, reaching deep into her body. Ah! She let out a miserable scream. Only to feel her body rapidly falling. The building was rising. Suddenly, everything in her vision was replaced by red mist. Ah! I told you not to speak to me like that. Lin Lang suppressed his nausea and adjusted his collar. Witnessing Lin Lang kick Ma Yinjiao, who weighed over 400 pounds, 10 meters away, down from the building. The smiles on Wang Lianda and the others' faces froze. One kick. Kicking a 300-pound fat person. 10 meters away. Is this even human? Isn't this even more terrifying than that super-powered woman? Thud. In an instant, Wang Lianda completely lost the desire to resist. His legs went weak, and he directly knelt on the ground, covering his face and crying, "Woo woo woo. I don't want to die." The three little security guards sensed something was wrong, exchanged glances, and surprisingly ran towards the exit in perfect harmony. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Lang had already appeared at the exit. Damn. So fast. Is he using a cheat? But they knew, since it was a dead end anyway, they might as well fight. However, with enemies like them, Lin Lang didn't even have the interest to look at them again. The three security guards charged at him with electric batons. Lin Lang didn't dodge or evade, he caught one and pulled it forward. The little security guard was dragged towards Lin Lang. Lin Lang threw a punch, directly smashing the security guard's chest in, blood spewing from his mouth. His body rolled on the ground like a rag doll for a few rounds, and then there was no more movement. With one kick, another little security guard screamed as he flew high down from the building, drawing an elegant arc in the air. The last one, holding an electric baton, trembling all over, the muscles on his face twitching. How do I fight this? Damn, can someone tell me? How do I fight this? Lin Lang slowly walked towards him. He roared and finally charged forward. Lin Lang kicked out. Boom. His body crashed through the concrete wall, accompanied by bricks and debris falling down. Lin Lang looked at the last Wang Lianda. Wang Lianda was sitting there with a dazed expression. Beneath him was a puddle of foul-smelling unknown liquid. Hee hee. Superpower. Hee hee. Lin Lang approached. He kicked Wang Lianda in the face. Wow. Wang Lianda spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with a few teeth. His body flew like a cannonball towards the outer wall of a building across. Smack. Like a rotten watermelon splattering against the wall. Lin Lang put his hands back in his pockets, walking towards the exit of the rooftop, passing by the corpse of the little security guard he had killed with one punch. Without missing a beat, he kicked it down too. Ah. Just a casual thing. Lin Lang calmly walked downstairs. But at the corner, he saw Ning Xuanyu. Ning Xuanyu looked serious as she stared at him. What about them? They went downstairs, Lin Lang replied calmly. Ning Xuanyu frowned. I've been here the whole time, I didn't see them come down. Oh. Lin Lang paused. They didn't take the stairs, nor did they take the elevator. Ning Xuanyu. Lin Lang said, alright, let's go back, Goof must be very bored at home. Are you saying they jumped off the building? Yes. Why? Probably because they felt they had done too many bad things and were too ashamed to live in this world. Stop it. Ning Xuanyu placed her hands on her hips. Did you throw them down? But then she suddenly shook her head. No. I've awakened my intuition ability. You clearly don't have a superpower core on you. Lin Lang speculated. The superpower core that Ning Xuanyu mentioned should be the light spot she saw. Anyone who awakened a superpower would have this energy core. The reason Ning Xuanyu couldn't see Lin Lang's was purely because Lin Lang's psychic power was far stronger than hers. It was like having a super strong barrier. Other people's psychic power simply couldn't penetrate. So they couldn't see it. Lin Lang smiled slightly but didn't explain. Ning Xuanyu suddenly remembered something and asked in surprise, by the way, what's up with your shirt pocket? Why can you take out supplies from it? Lin Lang said, haven't you seen Do Erman? Ning Xuanyu. She clearly knew this person was lying. But she just didn't know how to expose him. So she fell into deep thought. Lin Lang, however, felt a bit helpless. Only by comparing could one realize how easy it was to get along with Goof. She never questioned his decisions. And never asked too many questions. Isn't that good? Back at home, Goof came up to them, asking how things went. Lin Lang smiled and said, I traded for some interesting things. Next time I'll take you along, and if you find something you like, you can trade too. Now supplies were like currency. Lin Lang was practically the richest person in the world. Things he once wanted but couldn't afford, now as long as he wanted, someone would line up to deliver it to him. Except for women. Speaking of women, Lin Lang released his psychic power to check on the situation in 602. Everything was normal. Luceran was leaning on the windowsill, staring blankly at the red mist outside. Is she waiting for me? Lin Lang felt a stir in his heart and said to the two women, I'll step out for a bit. So he took the heart disease medicine and went down to the 6th floor. He knocked on the door, all meals and accommodation included. Chapter 26, Lu Suran's battery is low. Lin Lang waited outside the door for a moment. He didn't receive a response from Lu Suran. Then the door opened directly. Lin Lang walked in naturally, smiling as he said, "Did you forget the secret code?" Lu Suran looked at him, her expression a bit puffy with anger. "What kind of secret code is that? Free food and lodging, and you want to take me along? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" So she only just realized it now. She really is a bit slow. Lin Lang didn't admit it. Instead he took out a few small bottles from his space and handed them to her. "Here's your medicine." Lu Suran looked at the variously shaped small bottles, and without realizing it, her eyes turned slightly red. Then she lowered her head and said softly, "I saw you looking for medicine for me in the group, thank you." Lin Lang smiled. "How do you plan to thank me?" Lu Suran raised her head, looking serious. "But I have nothing left." Lin Lang suddenly stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, leaning down to look into her eyes. "Come to my place, free food and lodging, are you willing?" Lu Suran instinctively struggled. But it was futile. When she looked up, she met Lin Lang's gaze. Her face instantly flushed red. Lin Lang could feel the heat radiating from her face. And her heart beat. It was fast. Just as Lu Suran's mind went blank, unsure of how to respond. Lin Lang let her go, saying, "Sorry, I forgot you can't handle stimulation. You should take your medicine first." A strategy of feigned retreat. A balance of tension and relaxation. This is the charm of a man. Lu Suran didn't expect him to let her go so easily. She dazedly took the medicine, then suddenly snapped back to reality. So she hurriedly turned and ran away. Like a little rabbit escaping for its life. She ran to the bedroom. She found the purified water Lin Lang had given her from under the bed, twisted the cap open, and swallowed a pill. Phew. She gasped for air. Recalling the scene from just now, she couldn't help but feel a wave of shame. Her pure white toes were almost digging into the floor. That Lin Bulang actually made such an impolite move towards her. But she, surprisingly, didn't feel that repulsed. In fact, it felt quite nice. Oh my god. Could it be? I've already started to like him? Are you okay? At that moment, Lin Lang's voice came from outside the door. "I'm fine," Lu Suran quickly replied. She reached out to touch her cheek with the back of her hand. It was still burning hot. With this appearance, how could she face anyone outside? So she had to say, "I need to rest a bit, can you come back another day?" As soon as she said it, she immediately regretted it. The deal was already done. She gave him fruit, and he gave her supplies. So why would he come back another day? Lin Lang smiled outside the door, but said, "No, you have to come out to see me off, it's a matter of etiquette." "Etiquette, huh? Is there anyone more rude than you in this world?" At this moment, Lu Suran's face was as red as a boiled lobster. She absolutely refused to go out. Suddenly, Lin Lang's voice outside turned serious. "Open the door, a bug has come in." "A bug has come in?" Hearing this, Lu Suran's heart skipped a beat. But almost simultaneously, she remembered that last time Lin Lang used this trick to trick her into letting him in. Is he using the same tactic again? Humphrey. This time I won't fall for it. But the next second, the door still opened. She was still scared. What if this time it's true? If there really is a bug, and she refuses to let Lin Lang in, wouldn't that be like killing him? As soon as the door opened, Lin Lang slipped in. Lu Suran was both curious and scared, wanting to take the chance to peek outside. But Lin Lang quickly closed the door, not giving her the opportunity at all. Was there really a bug outside or not? Lu Suran couldn't be sure. But deep down, she hoped Lin Lang was lying to her. Otherwise, how would Lin Lang get back? Is there really? SHH. Lin Lang frowned, scanning the surroundings. Then he moved the bedside table to the door, barricading it. Lu Suran quickly covered her mouth. Her heart suddenly believed him 7 or 8 points. She didn't dare to breathe. Her face quickly turned from red to pale. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Seeing this, Lin Lang reached out and held her in his arms, whispering in her ear, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." Lu Suran instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Lang's arm. Feeling his solid body, she finally felt a bit more at ease. The two of them kept their eyes fixed on the door, not blinking. Time passed second by second. There was no sound outside. Lu Suran felt her arm getting a bit numb, and gently moved in Lin Lang's embrace. Lin Lang let out a sigh of relief. It should be gone. He released Lu Suran. Then he pretended to want to open the door to take a look. "Don't." Lu Suran instinctively said. What if the bug hasn't left?" Lin Lang heard this and put his hand down. "Then what should we do?" Luceran looked at him nervously. Lin Lang sighed. To be safe, let's stay a little longer. The bug outside won't find anything to eat, so it should leave. After saying that, he sat down on Luceran's bed. Then he looked around. A very fresh and simple bedroom, decorated quite simply. Luceran asked nervously, when will the bug leave? Lin Lang sighed, I don't know that. Luceran bit her lip tightly, unsure of what to say. Lin Lang patted the spot next to him. Don't just stand there, come sit down and conserve your energy. Luceran hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. Lin Lang continued, your supplies should be in this bedroom, right? It should be enough for the two of us to eat for a few days. A few days? Luceran was stunned. How could she share a room with a strange man for several days? During this time? What about eating and sleeping? What about going to the bathroom? Are we supposed to solve everything in this bedroom? Lin Lang, however, didn't care at all, simply leaned back and lay on the bed. When faced with difficulties, sleep hit off. When you wake up, maybe there will be a way to solve it. Luceran couldn't help but gently push him. You can't really plan to stay here for a few days, right? Lin Lang kept his eyes closed. Are you going to kick me out now? Luceran pushed him again. Is there really a bug outside? Lin Lang still kept his eyes closed. Am I the kind of person who lies? Time passed second by second, and evening arrived. The sounds outside were faint and indistinct. It could be the bug. Or it could just be the wind blowing. Luceran couldn't be sure, nor could she determine. She sat stiffly on the bed. Eventually, unable to hold on any longer, she lay down next to Lin Lang. Her gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling. Until late at night. Lin Lang said that the light would attract bugs, so he turned off the bedroom light, plunging the surroundings into darkness. A dead silence. Luceran felt a bit scared and couldn't help but lean closer to Lin Lang. Lin Lang held her in his arms, feeling her slightly trembling body gradually calm down, then slowly grow warm. Lin Lang asked, are you afraid of dying? Luceran replied, I'm not afraid of dying, but I'm in pain, and I'm afraid of bugs. Lin Lang asked again, if we were to die here, do you have any wishes? Luceran was silent for a long time. Because of my heart condition, I rarely go out, and I've never seen the outside world. What about you? If we were to die here, do you have any wishes? Lin Lang said, I want you. A long, awkward silence. Lin Lang's hand silently slid up her waist. Is that okay? After a long time, Lin Lang heard a soft affirmative hum from her throat. Here's one for you. What is this? Chocolate, to replenish our energy, so we can plan our escape later. Chapter 27, Lin Bulang, your woman is in my hands the next morning. Outside the window, the red mist swirled, flowing like liquid. Lin Lang looked at the girl sleeping beside him. Her fair, flawless skin glowed pink under the reflection of the red mist. Luceran, attractiveness, 9.5, recharge, 1 time, loyalty, 30%, return multiplier, 800, a loyalty of 30%. An 800 times return multiplier. It actually surpassed Goof directly. Such a good girl. Lin Lang couldn't help but reach out to gently stroke her face. But she woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, their gazes met. Luceran's big eyes were filled with glistening things. Her voice was playful. Bad guy. Lin Lang said, is this what makes me bad? I haven't even used my worst tricks yet. Considering Luceran's heart condition, Lin Lang had already been quite restrained. Otherwise, if she had the energy to say a single word, it would be Lin Lang's negligence. What should we do now? She stared at Lin Lang. But her eyes had lost the previous confusion and panic. Instead, there was calmness. Even a hint of schadenfreude, as if to say, I'll just quietly watch your performance. After a night of reflection, she was almost certain. She had fallen for Lin Lang's trick again. What bugs had come in? It was clearly just an excuse for him to sleep with her. But she didn't blame him. Perhaps, just as Lin Lang had said yesterday. They were destined to die in this disaster, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Before dying, what wishes did she have? Besides wanting to see the outside world. But that wish was probably already impossible to fulfill, as the outside was now filled with red mist. She had another wish. She hoped to meet a boy she liked and fall in love. Lin Lang had brought her supplies when she had none. When she needed medicine, he would change her bandages in the group and then bring them over. Whenever danger approached, he always protected her first. Even if that danger was fabricated by him. This was the love she longed for. To find someone willing to give for her, someone whose eyes were filled with her. And now, she had gotten her wish. Luceran got out of bed and found new clothes from the wardrobe. Then she struggled to move the bedside table that was blocking the door. She turned back to look at Lin Lang. Lin Lang was sitting on the bed, watching her the whole time. He shrugged. Luceran understood, so she pressed down the doorknob and opened the door. Outside, everything was as usual. The doors and windows were tightly shut. In the living room, everything was in its place, the shoes at the door, the cushions on the sofa, the cups on the coffee table, all showed no signs of having been moved. Luceran proudly raised her head at Lin Lang, indicating that she had seen through his scheme. Lin Lang smiled. He got out of bed, put on his clothes, and walked outside, wrapping Luceran in his arms. "Let's go to my place. Your floor is too low, completely shrouded in red mist, you can't see anything." Luceran said, "Now the whole world is covered in red mist, it doesn't matter where we go, does it?" Lin Lang replied nonchalantly, "Whether the red mist disperses or not, one day, I will take you outside." His tone was casual. But Luceran heard something in it, something called a vow, very firm. "Outside?" Her eyes revealed longing. Where exactly is outside? The neighborhood? Minayu City? Or across the ocean? Wherever it is, as long as it's a place you want to go, I will accompany you. Lin Lang looked at her. She also looked up at Lin Lang, feeling her gaze turning into syrup. Lin Lang smiled slightly. "All meals and accommodation covered? Take me with you." They matched each other's slogans. The two exchanged smiles. At that moment, in the corner of the living room, a fire-red centipede over a meter long crawled out. Hiss. It made a sound, its countless tiny legs surged like waves, crawling towards Luceran. But the next second, with a loud bang, the glass of the balcony shattered. A green branch broke through the window, like a spear, piercing the centipede directly. Then the branch curled, flinging the bug out of the window. The entire process took less than a second. Luceran only heard the sound of the window breaking, and then a whoosh. When she turned to look, the window had a hole in it, and nothing else was there. Lin Lang calmly said, "See, being on a low floor is troublesome. Who knows which kid downstairs is playing with a slingshot, breaking your glass." Lin Lang, Combat Power, S, Physical Body, 4 enhancements, Superpower, Intuition, Level 9, Spirit Wood, Level 3, Lin Lang supported Luceran, slowly walking down the hallway. At this moment, his physical body was quietly undergoing changes. A series of popping sounds came from within him. When Luceran asked what the sound was, Lin Lang just said it was his osteoporosis, brushing it off. Then he discovered that he had actually grown a few centimeters taller. His shoulders seemed to have become broader and sturdier. His physique was gradually evolving from an ordinary person towards the golden ratio of the human body. His skin was as tough as cowhide, impervious to blades and bullets. This was just what could be seen with the naked eye. In places he couldn't see, his bones had turned a jade-like color, crystal clear, as hard as diamonds. His meridians, over 100 of them throughout his body, were all unobstructed, not just the Ren and Du meridians. His blood contained a powerful life force. Even more astonishing was, at this moment, when he breathed in, he could clearly feel. In addition to air, there was a strange energy. It was entering his body with each breath, flowing through his meridians, finally condensing in the lower abdomen. This is what people call the Danshan. It is also where the superpower core resides. And this energy could perfectly merge into the superpower core, nourishing it. Lin Lang could clearly feel. His superpower core was gradually becoming stronger. Though slow, it was indeed happening. The more direct benefit was that his superpower, intuition, and spirit wood were also slowly increasing. Regarding this, Lin Lang had a bold idea. The mysterious power contained in the air might be the endless red mist from the outside world. And now, he could absorb the power of the red mist to become stronger, just like those ferocious beasts outside, without having to rely entirely on superpower fruit anymore. At this moment, in Happiness Residential Complex, Building B, Unit 1. In room 3003, the pale-faced Shenchuku was lying on the bed, tightly holding onto another woman's hand, crying out, "That vixen stole my man, occupying the supplies that originally belonged to me. Now my mom has also been eaten by monsters, and I have nothing left. Sister Lino, you are also a girl, and a superpowered individual. You will definitely help me, right?" Opposite Shenchuku sat a beautiful and charming mature woman. She wore a black bodycon dress, her hair styled up, showcasing her voluptuous figure and noble aura. Every gesture exuded mature charm. After listening to Shenchuku's words, she frowned slightly. "So that Lin Bulang in the group is your man. He already has a family, yet he openly takes in girls in the group. That's really too much. A modern-day Chen Shimai. Don't worry. I will definitely seek justice for you." Then, she took out her phone, found Lin Bulang in the group, and sent him a message. "Lin Bulang, your woman is in my hands." Chapter 28. From now on, we are family. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Lin Lang took it out to take a look. A private message from a member of the WeChat group Happiness Residential Complex Owners. Tang Linu, Lin Bulang, your woman is in my hands, huh? Lin Lang frowned, immediately releasing his psychic power, swiftly enveloping room 2202. At this moment, Goof and Ning Shuangyu were sitting on the sofa chatting. Ning Shuangyu complained, Goof, Lin Lang hasn't come back all night. Where do you think he went? Goof laughed, I guess he must be out looking for beautiful women. Wasn't that how Ning Shuangyu was brought back by him? Huh? Ning Shuangyu felt a bit unhappy upon hearing this. How can he be so lecherous? Clearly, he already has two beautiful women with him. Is he not satisfied? Goof said, men, which one isn't lecherous? Lin Lang felt embarrassed. He was out there working hard to find them sisters. Wasn't it to make this big family more lively and to return more resources? These two didn't appreciate him at all. They even dared to gossip about him behind his back. Lin Lang decided that he would have to teach them a lesson later. Oh. But that's not the point. The point is, if they are both fine. Then what does this message from Tang Lin mean? Happiness Residential Complex. Building B, Unit 1, Room 3003. Tang Lin received Lin Bulang's reply. Lin Bulang, well, your hands are quite big, Tang Lin. Does this person think I'm joking? Not even a bit concerned about his woman? Pa. Scumbag. Meanwhile, Shenchaku, hearing the notification sound, suddenly became excited. Did he reply? Before Tang Lin could answer, she eagerly snatched the phone. Seeing it was a message from Lin Lang. She was overjoyed and quickly sent the voice message with a crying tone, Lin Lang. It's me, Chaku. I've come to find you. Hurry and come pick me up. Tang Lin felt a bit displeased with Shenchaku's impolite action. But considering she might be too excited because she missed her boyfriend, she didn't say anything. Not long after, Lin Lang replied, tell me your current address so I can avoid it. Shenchaku's expression froze. What? He actually wants to avoid me? That's impossible. He should be rushing out to find me as soon as he hears my voice. He must be joking. He must be asking for the address to come pick me up. So she said, I'm at Building B, Unit 1, Room 3003. But Lin Lang never replied again. Shenchaku, filled with anticipation, was convinced Lin Lang would come soon. So she said to Tang Linu, Linu, you go open the door. My boyfriend is about to come pick me up. Tang Linu frowned and said, there are monsters everywhere outside. How can he come pick you up? Shenchaku replied, you don't understand. I'm his most beloved woman. He would risk his life for me. How could he be afraid of mere monsters? Tang Linu felt something was off but didn't ask further. Subconsciously, she hoped that Lin Bulang would really come and quickly take Shenchaku away. Because she felt that this woman seemed to have some issues. But after more than half an hour, there was not a single sound outside the door. Tang Linu couldn't help but ask again, did he promise to come? Shenchaku tightly gripped her phone, looking anxious, yet she reassured herself, he will come. You people don't understand the power of love. Do you know how good he used to be to me? We were together for 5 years, and no matter what I wanted, he would do everything he could to satisfy me. Tang Linu couldn't help but ask, then why aren't you together now? This. Upon hearing this question, Shenchaku's expression changed, her gaze evasive. It's because. It's because he lacks ambition. We were originally preparing to get married, but he couldn't even come up with a 50,000 yuan betrothal gift. How can we get married like this? But actually, we didn't need the betrothal gift, we just wanted to see his attitude. But he disappointed me too much. So we broke up. Tang Linu was stunned. What? You two have already broken up? And from Shenchaku's words, it was clear that she was the one who dumped Lin Bulang for not being able to provide the 50,000 yuan betrothal gift. Lin Bulang was completely innocent. Since they had already broken up, it was only natural for him to find another girlfriend. And it just happened to be you. You dumped him, and now you blame him for being a scumbag and want him to come save you? No, why should you? Tang Linu was utterly shocked by Shenchaku's warped perspective. Shenchaku, however, screamed, no. It's not a breakup. We just had a fight. In the past, every time we fought, Lin Lang would be the first to apologize and comfort me. This time, if he comes to comfort me, I would be willing to give him another chance. But he met a vixen. That bitch seduced him and wouldn't let him contact me. As long as that bitch is dealt with, Lin Lang will naturally come back to me. Tang Lin thought to herself that this was bad. She gradually realized that she seemed to have done something wrong. This Shenchaku. Her mental state seemed unstable. Did she just get herself into big trouble by saving her from the monsters? The key is, regarding her relationship with Lin Bulang, no matter how she looked at it, it was entirely Shenchaku's fault. How could she help her and scold Lin Bulang? Wronging an innocent person. What a sin. In Building C, Unit 1, Room 2202. The two women who were bored and playing on their phones suddenly heard faint footsteps at the door. Then came the sound of a key being inserted into the lock and turning. They perked up immediately. Linling is back. The door opened. Linling entered, then quickly stepped aside, pulling out a woman from behind. Ah! Ning Shuang's initially joyful expression suddenly darkened. Did you really go find a woman? Goof was also slightly stunned for a moment before smiling. It seems we have a new sister. On the way, Linling had briefly explained the situation to Lu Suran. When Lu Suran first heard it, she indeed felt very upset. It turned out she was not Linling's first woman, nor was she even the only one at present. But soon, she came to terms with it. Linling, whether in looks or personality, was very appealing to girls. Moreover, in the apocalypse, he had so many resources. He was like an omnipotent savior. Such a man, how could he lack women around him? She didn't seek to be his only one. As long as he truly had her in his heart, that was enough. Hello, sisters, I'm Lu Suran. Lu Suran greeted Goof and Ning Shuang very obediently. Goof smiled and said, Hello, Suran. From now on, we are family. Thank you. But at that moment, Lu Suran raised her head. In an instant, the air in the living room seemed to freeze. Goof, hiss. Ning Shuang, hiss. Oh my. This girl named Lu Suran is too beautiful, right? Her face is even more beautiful than those top-tier movie stars. No. Her features carry a rich scholarly aura, reminiscent of the daughters of noble families in ancient times. Even though Goof and Ning Shuang were both considered top beauties in the eyes of ordinary people. At this moment, compared to Lu Suran, they couldn't help but feel inferior. No wonder Linling went out and didn't come back all night. Ning Shuang sighed inwardly. A woman as beautiful as Lu Suran is simply rare in the world. If I were a man, I would also be willing to risk everything for her. Chapter 29, With great power comes great responsibility. Goof consumed a plate of garlic-flavored potato slices, returning 500 plates, deposited into the host's space. Ning Shuang consumed a plate of twice-cooked pork, returning 400 plates, deposited into the host's space. Lu Suran consumed a plate of stir-fried vegetables, returning 800 plates, deposited into the host's space. Lunch today was a home-style stir-fry, 4 dishes and a soup. It was also returned from Shenchaku earlier. It has to be said that although Shenchaku's worldview is a bit unusual, her cooking skills are impeccable. The food was delicious. It was also the first hot meal Lu Suran had eaten in a long time. She felt quite touched. And Goof was very considerate, asking her if she had any dietary restrictions and constantly serving her food. This moved Lu Suran even more. It felt like she had returned to her family from long ago, when she still had family. Unknowingly, she had already integrated into this family. Linling was also very satisfied with this. He liked Goof even more. Truly worthy of being his main wife, a female elite in the workplace, and a team leader. With her around, he could completely leave the household matters to her without having to worry about them himself. All he needed to do was focus on getting stronger. However, Ning Shuang didn't seem very happy. Although it wasn't obvious, she, who was usually lively, spoke much less. In her opinion, another woman had appeared beside Linling. That would inevitably reduce the attention he gave her. And now, even Sister Goof's attention had been snatched away by this newcomer. After the meal, Linling went to his study as usual, leaving Lu Suran, Goof, and Ning Shuang chatting in the living room. Although Lu Suran was a newcomer and had a more introverted personality, she wasn't very good at chatting. But with Goof taking care of her, Linling felt relieved. Goof kept guiding her to speak. She deliberately brought the conversation to Ning Shuang's profession. Lu Suran would then say admiringly, Wow! Sister Shuang is actually a secret agent? So amazing. Ning Shuang unknowingly felt proud. Looking at Lu Suran again, she only found her pleasing to the eye. Therefore, the atmosphere in the living room didn't feel awkward. The harem fight that Linling was most worried about didn't happen. In the study, Linling took out his phone. He found that someone had him in the community owners group again. He clicked in to take a look. He scrolled up for a long time. Someone had posted a video in the group. The video showed the building's situation, or rather, the situation of the main entrance on the first floor. The first floor entrance was ajar. A huge rat with a long tail, as big as a dog, squeezed through the door and came in. Below the video, the person who posted it said, captured by the entrance monitor, the downstairs entrance was somehow opened, and now a monster has entered the corridor. Everyone be careful. Especially those living on the lower floors. The group immediately buzzed. Whoa. Such a big rat, oh my god, when will this disaster end? Help. That big rat seems to be right outside my door. What should I do? A ferocious beast had entered the building. This news made the owners of Building C panic. It must be remembered that the combat effectiveness of ferocious beasts is not on the same level as those fragile insects in the corridors. Steel-cast security doors can withstand insects, but they may not be able to withstand the sharp teeth of a ferocious beast. Then, gradually, people commented below, in the face of ferocious beasts, we ordinary people only have a dead end. Unless it's a superpowered individual, yeah, are there any superpowered individuals in the group who can help? Wasn't the little sister next to Brother Bulang yesterday a superpowered individual? Brother Bulang, can you please help deal with this ferocious beast? With such a monster in the corridor, everyone dares not go out. Lin Bulang, yeah. How will the next trade fair be held? Lin Bulang, is that little sister in the group? Can you help? So that's how it is. Lin Lang understood. It was actually very simple. A monster had entered the building, and everyone wanted him to clean it up. In fact, this kind of thing was effortless for Lin Lang now. He only needed to release his psychic power, determine the rat's current location, then use his spirit wood ability to control the big tree outside the window, use its branches to kill the rat and throw it away. But he didn't want to become cheap labor in the eyes of these people. Last time at the rooftop trade fair, these people, instigated by Wang Lai and looked like they couldn't wait to attack Lin Lang. Lin Lang still remembered. They were prepared to sacrifice others at any time for profit. Why should Lin Lang value their interests more than his own? But at this time, a knock came on the study door. Ning Xuang said outside, Lin Lang, did you see the owner's group? I saw the message in the group. Lin Lang got up and opened the door. Ning Xuang looked at him, full of confidence, judging by its size, that rat is at most a grade D ferocious beast. I believe that with my current abilities, I can solve it. Lin Lang shook his head, don't go. Why? Ning Xuang frowned in confusion. Right now, I am the strongest person in this room, and even in the entire building. At a time like this, I can't stand idly by. With great power comes great responsibility. Lin Lang said, eliminating the rat is easy, but if you take on the responsibility of protecting them now, your life will not be easy in the future. Ning Xuang still didn't quite understand. At this time, Goof came up and comforted her, Sister Xuang, listen to Lin Lang. He must have his reasons. The situation outside is complicated now. Besides ferocious beasts, we also have to beware of people's hearts. After some persuasion, Ning Xuang finally reluctantly gave up the idea of cleaning up the ferocious beast. And in the group, seeing that Lin Bulang hadn't replied for a long time, the owners also roughly understood that Brother Bulang didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, Lin Bulang has such a powerful superpowered individual protecting him, he certainly isn't afraid of that ferocious beast. He wouldn't risk his own woman to save them. This is ultimately just their own trouble. And it should be solved by them. Soon after, a netizen with the WeChat name The Light of Righteousness stood up and sent a message, don't place your hopes on others, we must learn to fight for ourselves, it's just a big rat, even without the help of a superpowered individual, we can solve it. Are there any others in the group who are willing to go with me to kill this big rat? The group burst into applause. Everyone highly praised this person's bravery. But no one was willing to join him. After a long while, someone else said, I'll join, I have a machete here, the Light of Righteousness, count me in. Damn it. Corridor safety is everyone's responsibility, me too. It's just a rat, what's there to be afraid of? Soon, a team of 5 or 6 people gathered on WeChat. They agreed to find their teammates nearby first, and then set off together to assemble on the 3rd floor. Lin Lang used psychic power to take a look. Sure enough, this team was composed entirely of young men full of blood and vigor. They all had weapons in their hands. Baseball bats, machetes, kitchen knives, fire axes, etc. As for the big rat, it was hiding in the stairwell on the 2nd floor. Chapter 30, a small investment. A few young men were searching the building from noon until the afternoon. Yet they had not seen that giant rat. Gradually, they all began to feel a bit tired. Lin Lang watched as they played hide-and-seek with the rat in the hallway, and couldn't help but find it amusing. In fact, they had brushed past that giant rat several times. Unfortunately, they were not Lin Lang, who could not see from a god's perspective, and thus had no way of knowing. Until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally found the giant rat on the 5th floor. After a chase, they cornered it in the hallway on the 3rd floor. Facing a red-eyed giant rat that was over a meter long, it was impossible not to feel scared. Especially as the rat, driven to desperation, kept screeching and showing a fierce demeanor. It was enough to instill fear. However, Lin Lang was pleased to see. Although the young men were scared, they still resolutely launched an attack on the rat, encouraged by each other. They roared in unison, raising their weapons to cheer themselves on. The rat was frightened by their momentum. It curled up in a corner, spinning around in a panic. As a result, it was struck on the head by a baseball bat, instantly going stiff. Then came the machetes and axes, raining down blows. A few minutes later, that big rat had turned into a dead rat. Most of its body was beaten into a pulp. The first battle was a resounding success. The young men were all very excited. They hurriedly announced the good news in their group chat. The chat was filled with praises. They praised the young men to the skies. After that, the young men went together to the first floor and secured the main door tightly, to prevent any other ferocious beasts from coming in. After doing all this, they did not return home, but gathered in a room on the third floor. This was the home of the Light of Righteousness. After a heated discussion, they decided to form a patrol team specifically to clear out those bugs in the hallway. After all, they had already dealt with the terrifying ferocious beasts. Would they still be afraid of those little bugs with almost zero combat power? They recruited teammates in the group, planning to expand and strengthen their team. But the results were not very ideal. There were still few people willing to risk themselves for nothing but a sense of justice like them. But Lin Lang admired them. Now, the bugs in the hallway were increasing. Although they were not aggressive. But they were just so ugly. Lin Lang felt nauseous every time he saw one. If they could really clean out the bugs in the hallway, everyone could move freely in the building, making everything a bit more convenient. It would not be a bad thing. Thus, Lin Lang decided to secretly help them. So he casually took some paper and wrote a note. Young friends, your righteousness is commendable. Here are some supplies and a superpower fruit, just a token of my appreciation. Signed, Mysterious Person. Then, he took out some bottled water, beef jerky, self-heating hot pot, and other quality supplies. Plus a mid-grade physique fruit. Using spirit wood superpower, he made a branch from the big tree outside stretch in, wrapping up these items and sending them to the door of the third-floor apartment. Knock, knock, knock. The branch tapped on the door. Then quickly retracted back through the window. Hey? Is someone knocking outside? One young man went to look through the peephole but saw no one outside. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard a few more knocks. He bravely opened the door to take a look. When he saw the supplies and a note on the ground, he was instantly stunned. Bottled water, beef jerky, superpower fruit. Even the note fully recognized their efforts. These were exactly what they were lacking right now. They were touched and very curious. Who sent these things? How did that person know they were here? Also, was this fruit really the legendary superpower fruit? If it really was a superpower fruit, who should eat it? After a round of discussion, it was the young man called the Light of Righteousness who stepped up to take charge. Brothers, I believe this superpower fruit is real. Because, this person sent us such precious supplies, which proves he has no hostility towards us, and there's no reason to send us a fake superpower fruit. Since you all are too scared to eat it, I'll eat it. If I really awaken a superpower, I will definitely take on more responsibility and make our patrol team thrive. After saying that, under the approving and expectant gazes of the others, he swallowed the superpower fruit in one bite. And then, without a mistake, one shot, one release, one internal, one content, 1 in 16191 book 1 look. His face changed, and his whole body turned red as if he had a fever. He fell to the ground in pain and howled. This sudden change frightened everyone. They were afraid he might die right there, or even turn into a monster. But after a while, the Light of Righteousness gradually improved, his complexion returning to normal. He sat on the ground, a satisfied and strange expression on his face. This is amazing. I feel like my physical fitness has improved so much. If I were to go fight that giant rat alone now, I could kill it with one punch. Everyone was both surprised and delighted, envious. With this, their patrol team had its first trump card. They took a photo of the supplies and a note and posted it in the group. Thanks to the mysterious kind person for the supplies and superpower fruit. All members of the patrol team salute you, Image. In an instant, the group exploded. So much bottled water and beef jerky? Oh my. If I had known, I would have joined your patrol team. Can I get some supplies if I join now? The Light of Righteousness, the Light of Righteousness, not recruiting for now. Who is this kind person? Is it Lin Bulang? There's only him in our building with such abundant supplies. Haha, do you think that's possible? He wouldn't care about our lives, Lin Bulang. He'd be grateful if he didn't envy your superpower fruit. Have you forgotten he was trying to buy superpower fruits in a group before? I advise you to eat it quickly, he might come knocking soon. The Light of Righteousness, I've already eaten the superpower fruit. My physical fitness has improved a lot now. It seems there's a mysterious big shot hiding in our building. Why is there such a big difference between big shots? Exactly, I declare myself a little fan of the mysterious big shot. Lin Bulang looked at the group messages, feeling a bit speechless. Is this really how they see him? Coming to snatch superpower fruits? Please. Whether it was taking in women or buying superpower fruits. He had always used persuasion, never coercion. This head of a robber could not be placed on his head no matter what. But Lin Lang also had no intention of revealing his identity, admitting that he was the mysterious person. He helped the light of righteousness purely because he found these righteous young men quite likable. If the people in the group knew it was him who funded them, they would definitely start asking him for equal treatment in the group. Why would he want to stir up such trouble? Night fell. He needed to fulfill his promise from today and interrogate Ning Xiuanu, that ungrateful female agent. As he stepped out of the study, he saw 3 stunning beauties, each with their own charm, sitting on the sofa, all looking at him. Lin Lang found himself in a bit of a dilemma. His house was actually a 3-bedroom apartment. But since he usually lived alone, he only had 1 bedroom. This led to a shortage of sleeping space. He couldn't possibly have Goof, Ning Xiuanu, Luceran, and himself all sleeping in 1 bed, could he? Whether they could fit was another matter. Mainly, it would be inconvenient to sleep. He couldn't have 2 people doing their business while the other 2 cheered them on, could he? I need to consider the accommodation issue. Chapter 31, Combat Power S plus knock, knock, knock. In the deep of night, Lin Lang had just defeated the invincible Ning Xiuanu. He was about to take a good rest. But suddenly, he heard someone knocking on the door. Goof called from outside, "Are you done? Suran and I haven't gone to sleep yet." Upon hearing this, Lin Lang felt a bit embarrassed. He could only blame himself for being a bit too harsh today. He had made Ning Xiuanu gasp in surprise all night long. That noise might have been a bit too loud, disturbing their rest. He was just about to show some gentlemanly behavior, planning to sleep in the study and give the big bed in the bedroom to the 3 ladies. But Goof continued, "You can sleep here, I'll take Suran downstairs." Goof's home was just downstairs. Moreover, her place was much better in every aspect than Lin Lang's house. That was indeed a good choice. Lin Lang released his psychic power to check the situation on the floors above and below. Only a few inconsequential bugs were hiding in the elevator shaft. There were no other dangers. Goof added, "Don't worry, I've already used my intuition ability to check the surroundings, there's no danger." After these days of practice, Goof's intuition ability had been improving, and her psychic power could cover about 5 meters. Just enough to cover the distance between 2,202 and 2,100. Lin Lang felt reassured and said, "Then you guys go ahead." Luceran's voice came through, "Lin Lang. We'll see you tomorrow." After a while, the sound of a door opening and closing was heard. Lin Lang kept using his psychic power to monitor them while activating his spirit wood ability, controlling the large tree outside the window to enter a state of alert. He was afraid of any special danger that might arise, so he could provide support at the first moment. It wasn't until they entered room 2102 that Lin Lang finally relaxed. Turning his head, he saw the sweaty Ning Xiuanu, who was in a half-asleep state, still drowsily calling out, "Lin Lang. You are mine. If you dare to abandon me, I will capture you and torture you severely." Who tortures whom is still uncertain. Lin Lang's competitive spirit was ignited. Those who had consumed mid-grade physique fruit were indeed different, their physical abilities were extraordinary. But how could Lin Lang, with his body enhanced 4 times, possibly lose? Before long, Ning Xiuanu's voice echoed throughout the room again. The next morning, Lin Lang emerged from the bedroom. He felt completely refreshed, with no trace of fatigue. He had prepared breakfast for the ladies in advance and placed it on the dining table. Then he went to the study. Now I don't need superpower fruit, I can absorb energy and strengthen myself. However, the efficiency of this method of energy absorption is incredibly low. I wonder if the method of meditative practice can speed up the energy absorption of superpower fruit, and if it still applies to red mist. He sat cross-legged on the computer chair. At first, there were no significant changes. But gradually, he noticed that occasionally, 1 or 2 breaths would trigger subtle reactions both inside and outside his body. It was as if a magnet passed by, slightly attracting the iron objects along its path. He followed this feeling, continuously trying again and again. Finally, a marvelous attraction appeared within him. The red mist that filled the world rushed in through the window, eagerly entering his mouth and nose. With every breath Lin Lang took, it felt as if he had consumed a mid-grade superpower fruit. The superpower core within him seemed like a glutton, feasting on the endless mist. The brightness and size of the superpower core were continuously increasing. Inhale. Exhale. The sound of wind rushed by his ears. If someone were high above at that moment, looking down, they would see that the mist that had enveloped the entire Happiness residential complex was no longer calm and serene as before. Instead, it was gradually forming a vortex towards a certain point in the center. The vast mist was continuously pouring into the center of the vortex. In an instant, the community was filled with howling winds. The large tree that had grown to Linlang's window shook its branches and leaves vigorously, making a rustling sound. People thought a storm was about to arrive and hurriedly closed their doors and windows. Outside, the three women were discussing, "It's going to rain heavily." Finally, Linlang opened his eyes. The wild wind outside calmed in an instant. Everything returned to tranquility. The superpower core within Linlang had transformed into a golden bead. It resembled the so-called golden elixir from fantasy novels. But Linlang knew this was definitely not it. At least, he currently did not possess the ability to fly or move through the earth. He checked his combat power information. Linlang, combat power, S+, body, 4 time enhancement, superpower, intuition, level 9, spirit wood, level 5, without consuming the golden element fruit. He had relied solely on absorbing the power of red mist to elevate his spirit wood ability from level 3 to level 5. Linlang knew how difficult it was to upgrade this spirit wood ability. He had once eliminated hundreds of mid-grade element fruits without managing to raise this ability by even 1 level. Yet now, he had jumped 2 levels in one go. This proved just how much mist he had absorbed during that period of meditation. However, this red mist, which he did not know where it came from, was spreading throughout the world. Now, with the naked eye, there was still no sign of any depletion. Linlang was still pondering whether he could rely on his own strength to completely absorb this red mist. It seemed unlikely now. Huh? Is it already getting dark? Linlang was surprised to find that the sky outside had darkened. During his meditation just now, he had entered a state of profound focus, completely unaware of the passage of time. He thought he had only meditated for half an hour. In reality, he had sat from morning until evening. He hadn't eaten all day. Yet at this moment, he felt no hunger at all. He even felt better than ever. As if all his bodily functions had reached their peak. Nourishing the body. Is this the effect of red mist? No wonder those ferocious beasts outside grow so quickly. Linlang pondered thoughtfully. After that, he released his psychic power, searching for the figures of the patrol team within the building. After all, they were his personally invested potential stocks. He was still quite concerned about them. They had finished their work for the day and were resting in a room on the 3rd floor. Linlang slightly focused his attention and listened in, discovering they were discussing something about sending messages on WeChat. He took out his phone to check. He found that they had just posted a few pictures in the group, all showing the bugs they had killed. Accompanied by a message, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. As a superpowered individual, it is our duty to solve problems for everyone. Today we killed quite a few bugs. Once I clear all the bugs in the building, everyone can go out with peace of mind. Sounds like a work report. Linlang chuckled. Young people are indeed full of energy. Others in the group were also praising them. But more than that, there was envy towards the superpowered individuals. And mockery directed at Lin Bulang. Indeed, those who have awakened superpower are impressive. The light of righteousness. Those bugs in the corridor are no match for you at all. So strong. Big brother is so handsome. I want to have your babies. The light of righteousness. Both are superpowered individuals. Look at the light of righteousness, then look at Lin Bulang. One is eliminating harm for the people, while the other is indifferent. No comparison, no harm. These people have been stepping on one while lifting another for quite some time now. Linlang didn't mind this at all. He felt quite gratified that a superpower fruit he casually gave out could exert such powerful strength in their hands. At this moment, in a certain room in Unit 1, Building C of Happiness Residential Complex, a couple lived there. Their supplies were limited, and they had just shared a pack of instant noodles, barely replenishing some energy, and were preparing to go to bed to reduce energy consumption. What are we going to do? The food at home is running low. The husband was quite troubled, so he went to the balcony. He usually smoked here, and although he had no cigarettes left in his hand, he still stood there, lost in thought. Suddenly, the husband let out a scream. Wife! Come look. There's a purple little fruit growing here. Is it the superpower fruit they talk about online? Chapter 32, Adopting Ferocious Beasts. His wife was hungry, and naturally in a bad mood. Hearing the man's startled voice only added to her annoyance. What are you yelling about all day? Save your energy. But the man had already stumbled in. Look at this. He opened his palm, revealing a fruit that looked like a purple grape. His wife's eyes lit up. Grapes? Where did you find this? As she spoke, she made a move to reach for it. It had been a long time since she had eaten any fruit. She could already imagine how fragrant and juicy this grape would be. The man, fearing that this silly woman would gobble up the treasure in one bite, quickly pulled it away and explained, "What grapes? This thing is the legendary superpower fruit. Eating it will grant you superpower." Upon hearing this, his wife couldn't help but widen her eyes. "Superpower fruit? I remember now, isn't Lin Bulang buying this at a high price? We can't trade it for supplies." The man scoffed, "That's a narrow-minded view. If I eat this treasure and become a superpowered individual, would I still lack supplies? Where did Lin Bulang's supplies come from? Wasn't it because he had a female superpowered individual working for him? And that recent sensation in the group, the Light of Righteousness. She also gained powerful combat abilities after eating a superpower fruit. Now she could walk around with confidence." The man's mind conjured up an image of Lin Bulang's spirited demeanor, as if he were seeing his future self. Without hesitation, he took a bite of the purple superpower fruit. Instantly, a wonderful sensation spread throughout his body. He entered a state of extreme relaxation. It felt as if he was transcending. His wife looked tense yet excited. "Honey, how are you? What superpower did you awaken?" After a moment, the man opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. And his body, surprisingly, defied gravity, beginning to rise slowly. He was floating. The woman exclaimed in shock, "Honey, you can fly?" "Ah ha 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 ha." The man laughed uncontrollably, "I can fly. I have superpower. I am a superhero now. Ah ha 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 ha." Saying this, he floated out of the bedroom. "Honey." The woman hurriedly got out of bed to chase after him. "You can fly now, hurry and find a way to get us some supplies." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes darted around. "Since I can fly, then I'll just fly over to someone else's house and steal some supplies back." His wife jumped for joy. "Great. Honey. You're amazing. Stay at home and wait. I'll bring you back something to eat." With that, the man floated out from the balcony. "Awesome. My husband is a superhero." The woman stood in the living room, feeling delighted. From now on, they would never lack supplies again. But not long after, the woman heard, in the deep night sky, her husband's terrified voice, "Ah! What is that? Don't come over. Don't come over. Ah!" The scream abruptly stopped. In the darkness, the sound of an unknown creature flapping its wings could be heard, gradually fading away. "Honey." The woman's heart-wrenching cry pierced through the night sky. Lin Lang felt a bit gloomy. Last night, Goof and Luceran had gone to room 2102 to sleep, but after they returned, they started boasting to Ning Xiuangu. They talked about how beautiful Goof's house was and how many fun things were inside. This made Ning Xiuangu eager to go as well. Thus, the three women quickly reached a consensus to sleep in room 2102 together tonight, leaving Lin Lang alone in room 2202. They even prettily named it a goddess tea party, excluding Lin Lang from joining. Lin Lang had no choice but to spend a lonely night by himself. The next morning, he went to the study, set an alarm, and prepared to meditate for an hour. But at that moment, his enhanced sense of smell caught a whiff of blood in the air. Lin Lang frowned. He released his level 9 psychic power, which could barely cover a radius of about 100 meters. Within that range, he detected the presence of a ferocious beast. "There's actually a ferocious beast nesting at my doorstep." He decided to take a look. Thus, he activated his wood spirit ability. A tree branch as thick as an arm stretched in through the window. Lin Lang stood steadily on the branch, controlling it to move outdoors on the 20-something floor. After reaching level 5 in spirit wood, his control over plants had become quite proficient. It was as if he was directing his own arm. It was a perfect match. This was the first time he had stepped outside since the red mist descended. The world was shrouded in an unfathomable red mist. He followed the scent of blood. Not far away, among the massive tree crowns, he spotted a gigantic bird's nest. How big was it? About the size of Lin Lang's study. In fact, a bird's nest wasn't a big deal, just a bit larger than usual. The main issue was that, at that moment, hanging from a branch next to the nest was a person. A person who had been disemboweled, their face unrecognizable, dead beyond measure. The person had died a tragic death, and Lin Lang suppressed his discomfort as he planned to take a look at the nest. But at that moment, a cry came from the nest. The next second, a large shadow suddenly burst out of the nest, lunging towards him. Fine. Lin Lang was prepared, and at that moment, he focused his mind. Instantly, the large tree branches around him seemed to come alive, extending and writhing like little snakes, weaving into a large net in front of Lin Lang. Whoosh! The shadow crashed into the net, struggling violently. The net quickly tightened, capturing the shadow. Only then did Lin Lang see clearly. It was a black owl. Over a meter long, with wings that spanned at least 2 to 3 meters. A definite giant beast. He pulled up the combat power display, Tiger Owl, combat power, C+, Abilities: Swift Movement, Level 3, Iron Claw, Level 2, Tiger Owl? Looks like a big cousin of the owl. Lin Lang thought. The tiger owl, trapped in the branch net, continued to thrash about, letting out strange cries, its blood-red eyes filled with hatred. Since you've already eaten a person, you are my kin's enemy. I cannot let you live. Lin Lang focused his mind. The branches forming the birdcage instantly sprouted rows of sharp spikes, and then the entire cage suddenly tightened. The tiger owl screamed. Blood seeped from its feathers, dripping in the air. Lin Lang's expression remained unchanged as he secretly increased the pressure. He was in sync with the tree, moving as if it were an extension of himself. His strength, bolstered by the tree, was comparable to that of the Hulk. Under the increasing pressure, the tiger owl's cries gradually weakened until they disappeared. Flesh and blood fell like raindrops. Only when he saw its superpower core extinguish did Lin Lang release the branches, letting its body drop. With Lin Lang's current strength, dealing with these small ferocious beasts was incredibly easy. Just as he was about to head back home, he heard a faint rustling sound coming from the bird's nest. Is there still a fish that slipped through the net? Lin Lang moved closer, scanning the area. To his surprise, he found a bird egg in the massive nest. It was about the size of his face. A bird egg. Lin Lang scratched his head, somewhat surprised. Should I take it back and make a fried egg? I wonder what it tastes like. As he pondered this, suddenly, he heard a series of cracking sounds. The bird egg was hatching. Cheep cheep cheep. The next moment, a fluffy little head, still wearing the eggshell, peeked out from the edge of the nest. A pair of golden eyes. Curiously staring at Lin Lang. Chapter 33, You've sucked the red mist dry. Hawk Owl, combat power, none, ability, none, just hatched little ferocious beasts. Lin Lang stood in place, one hand on his chest and the other stroking his chin, contemplating how to handle it. Chirp chirp chirp. But the little hawk owl flapped its tender wings, seemingly wanting to flip out of the nest to find Lin Lang. The next second, it really flipped out of the nest, only to suddenly fall from a great height. Chirp chirp chirp. In the next moment, a slender branch wrapped around the little hawk owl and brought it right in front of Lin Lang. The hawk owl kept chirping, its claws and wings flapping incessantly. If you don't behave, I'll drop you, Lin Lang said casually. As a result, the little hawk owl seemed to understand his words, truly stopped struggling, and just stared at Lin Lang with its golden eyes, tilting its head from side to side. Could it be that this little guy thinks I'm its mom? Lin Lang felt a bit speechless. Strictly speaking, he was its father's killer. When it grows up, will it come looking for revenge? Chirp chirp chirp. The little hawk owl called out to Lin Lang, forcefully breaking free from the branch's grasp. Then it flapped its little wings. Wobbling, it flew onto Lin Lang's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his neck. You sure know how to be cute. Alright then. Lin Lang sighed lightly, turned around, and controlled the branch to take him back to the study. Lin Lang sat in the computer chair. He placed the hawk owl on the computer desk. At this moment, it was neither noisy nor troublesome, its fluffy, kitten-like head tilted as it gazed at Lin Lang. Time to give you a name. Let's call you Little Tiger. Chirp chirp chirp. Then I'll take that as your agreement. You just hatched, you should eat something. Lin Lang thought for a moment and took out a bowl of rice from his space. He placed the bowl in front of the little tiger. The little tiger buried its head and backed, but it kept backing at Lin Lang's hand instead. It actually hurt quite a bit. Don't be fooled, the little tiger had just hatched. But its essence was that of a demon beast. If it bit down, it could probably poke a hole in a person. Fortunately, Lin Lang's skin was tough enough to remain unscathed. Are you blind, or do you just not want to eat? Since your mom eats people, you're probably a meat eater too, right? Lin Lang casually tossed the bowl of rice out the window. Then he took out some fresh pork from his space. Chirp chirp chirp. The little tiger was excited, backing at the pork, quickly making a fist-sized dent. You've got quite the appetite. Lin Lang frowned slightly. You can't return the resources to me, what if you eat me poor? No, I need to reconsider our relationship. Chirp chirp chirp. The little tiger seemed to really understand Lin Lang's words. It immediately stopped eating, flew into his arms, and kept acting cute. Then it flew around the study, performing various difficult maneuvers. As if to say, I'm very useful. Look how fast I can fly. Smack. It crashed into the light in Lin Lang's study, shattering it. Lin Lang. The little tiger landed on the computer desk, curling up into a ball, trembling continuously. With its big, watery eyes staring at Lin Lang, you know, I lost my mom when I was little. In the end, Lin Lang succumbed to its cat-like charm. He decided to keep it. It's just a bird, how much can it eat anyway? At this moment, Lin Lang clearly hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. In the owner's group, A woman sent a message, "Please help me find my husband. He's gone. Yesterday he took a purple grape, insisting it was a superpower fruit, and then he ate it. As a result, he really could fly, but as soon as he flew out the door, he disappeared." Group members replied, "A living person flew up into the sky? Is that true? Did he leave you and go off to play somewhere? Why did he fly out the door? Don't you know it's dangerous outside right now? I think I heard a scream yesterday. My condolences. Seriously, I suggest everyone, if you find a superpower fruit, it's best to trade it with Lin Bulang for resources. Superpowers are usually too much for ordinary people to handle. Lin Bulang, speak up." While eating, Lin Lang scrolled through the group messages and casually asked Ning Shuang, "Have you heard of a purple superpower fruit? Eating it can make people fly?" Ning Shuang pondered, "I only know about black, red, and gold superpower fruits. I haven't heard of purple. It's likely a superpower fruit with special abilities." Lin Lang nodded. This was pretty much in line with his speculation. There must be more types of superpower fruits than just these few. There were definitely others they hadn't discovered yet. It was just a pity he hadn't been able to get that purple flying fruit. After eating, Goof and the others went downstairs in a group. He really didn't know what fun things awaited them below. So Lin Lang used his psychic power to see what these three women were up to behind his back. But he found out. They were down there playing dress up. Goof, who usually paid attention to her image and had money, had her several large wardrobes completely full. With bags, jewelry, cosmetics, and other things. All of which were a woman's favorites. And Ning Shuang, being a special agent, usually didn't have much time to dress up. Lu Saran was introverted and didn't like going out. So all these things in Goof's house were incredibly fresh to them, as if they had opened the door to a new world. It was understandable that they were so engrossed. It was just a pity for Lin Lang. He had been alone at home for the past few days. It seems I need to find someone else to keep me company. Lin Lang thought to himself. Lin Lang used his psychic power to observe the few guys from the patrol team. He found that their supplies were running low. These days, they had been working hard, conducting a thorough search up and down the building. They had indeed cleared out quite a few bugs. Now, the residents were even brave enough to go out for a stroll occasionally. Lin Lang was very satisfied with their progress. So he sent them a box of supplies, including 3 mid-grade physique fruits. When they received the supplies, the Light of Righteousness believed he had the greatest contribution, so he ate a superpower fruit, raising his combat ability to another level. The other 2 fruits were given to those he had a better relationship with. There were still 2 people left in the team who hadn't received any. They had some minor grievances. The Light of Righteousness promised that next time the mysterious person sent superpower fruits, he would definitely share with them. Thus, they set aside their grievances and continued to devote themselves to the pest control mission. In the following days, Lin Lang didn't even look at his phone. He didn't even eat. Ever since he last experienced meditating to absorb the red mist, he couldn't forget that feeling. So he chose to enter seclusion in the study. Of course, he had prepared ample supplies for the 3 women in advance, so they wouldn't be gone when he came out of seclusion. In the study, Lin Lang sat in the computer chair, eyes closed in meditation. He quickly entered that mysterious state again. His body generated a suction force, continuously drawing the external red mist into his body. And this suction force was growing stronger. But this time, Lin Lang had gained control over this suction, allowing him to quickly and massively absorb the mist without causing the chaotic phenomena like last time. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. From morning till night, day and night. Lin Lang's body seemed like a bottomless pit, absorbing an unknown amount of mist. Yet it still showed no signs of reaching its limit. And at this moment, under Lin Lang's terrifying absorption rate, the dense fog within the Happiness residential complex had actually dissipated quite a bit. It was almost possible to see the scenery of the entire community. In the vast expanse of red mist, it was as if a chunk had been forcibly dug out. The people in the community were all very surprised, thinking that this crisis was about to pass. But Lin Lang knew. This was just because he had absorbed a bit too much these past few days. But this also gave him hope. Maybe, I really can suck all the red mist in the world dry. Chapter 34, Tanglin at 30. With the barrier of red mist gone, now Lin Lang's psychic field could cover a much larger area. He fully unleashed his psychic power. 100 meters. 200 meters. 300 meters. It surprisingly covered more than half of the community. Wherever the psychic power swept, no living being could hide. Lin Lang closed his eyes. He searched within the psychic field for all beings possessing a superpower core. In just a few minutes, he had a rough understanding of the current situation in the community. There weren't many large, ferocious beasts, only 4 or 5, Judging by the shape of the superpower cores, their combat power was probably around sea level. There were quite a few medium and small ferocious beasts, at least 100, with combat power around D level. As for the small bugs, they were countless. When the psychic power swept over, it looked like a sea of stars. Their combat power was roughly at E, about the same as Goof. In addition to the ferocious beasts, there were also superpowered individuals. Besides the building C where he was located, he observed about 10 superpowered individuals, evenly distributed across buildings A, B, C, D, E, and F. An average of 2 or 3 per building. Among them, the strongest had superpower cores that were about the same size and brightness as Ning Xiuangu's. That would be around C. Lin Lang had a general idea in his mind. In the entire community, there was still no existence that could threaten him. Moreover, perhaps looking across the country, or even the world, there was no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. After all, his body, having undergone 4 enhancements, was already beyond reach for others. Not to mention, he treated superpower fruits like meals. Is there anyone in the world who has resources like him? Oh my god. The red mist in the community has dissipated so much. In the living room, Goof, Ning Xiuangu, and Lu Sarand were all very surprised. They were neatly leaning against the window, peering outside. This was the first time they had seen so clearly what the community looked like after the arrival of the red mist. They saw huge trees soaring into the sky, ivy climbing up one building after another. And the ground was overgrown with weeds. It was simply a sea of green. Lin Lang walked out and saw the 3 women lined up at the windowsill. He reached out, gliding his hand over their perky forms, feeling 3 different textures. What are you looking at? Goof said, look outside, the red mist has dissipated. Oh. Lin Lang remained calm and replied. It's just that the red mist in our community has lightened a bit, outside is still the same as before. Yeah. Ning Xiuang frowned, puzzled, but why is that? Lu Saran, however, had a look of longing. Doesn't that mean we can at least move freely in the community now? Lin Lang said, the red mist has only dissipated, we don't know how many ferocious beasts are still lurking in those bushes. Unless we send someone out to clear the weeds below, it's best not to go out recklessly. Oh. Lu Saran obediently reined in her thoughts upon hearing Lin Lang's words. Ning Xiuangu, however, muttered to herself, who would dare to clear those weeds? At this moment, in the Happiness Residential Complex owner group, other owners were also excitedly discussing, the red mist has disappeared. The disaster is over, I knew the disaster would pass, don't celebrate too early, it seems only the red mist in our community has disappeared, at least that's a good sign, right? It means the red mist can disappear. Just don't know why, can we go out now? You go scout the way, hey guys, do you dare to go out and scout? The Light of Righteousness. On the 3rd floor of Unit 1 in Building C. Several members of the patrol team also noticed the situation outside. It must be because we killed too many bugs, scaring the red mist away. That makes sense. This is a small step for our patrol team, but a giant leap for humanity. Then let's go out and clear the weeds. If we clean up the weeds in the community, we can move freely. It'll be easier to exchange supplies then. Good idea. The name of our righteous patrol team will not only resonate throughout Happiness Residential Complex but also across the entire world. Just as these young people were excitedly discussing, Lin Lang was observing them from upstairs. At this moment, a smile crept onto Lin Lang's lips. Sounds good, I support you. Lin Lang returned to his study, took out some self-heating hot pot, purified water, biscuits, and other supplies from his space. He also grabbed a few superpower fruits. All packed into a cardboard box, and then he stuck a note on the box that read, rely on you to maintain world peace. Brave youths. Then, without a hitch, he used his spirit wood ability to manipulate the branches of a large tree and sent it down to them. At this time, almost every household in the community had someone standing at the window looking outside. Fortunately, this large tree was right next to Lin Lang's study window, almost blocking all view. Others couldn't see which floor the supplies were sent down from. Everything went as Lin Lang expected. The young men received the supplies and were even more spirited. After distributing the superpower fruits to everyone, they used purified water to cook the self-heating hot pot and had a hearty meal. Then they grabbed their knives and boldly set out to clear the weeds. They didn't forget to send a message in the group, everyone. The righteous patrol team is setting out to clear the weeds. Fighting for freedom, the owners replied one after another, thumbs up, well done, thank you for being there, you're true heroes. They reached the 1st floor. At this moment, outside the iron gate, there were dense plant roots entangling the gate. They used their knives to cut through and push the door open with all their might, stepping outside. From their perspective, this place didn't look like a thicket but more like a primeval forest. Holding their knives, facing the towering plants, they felt as if they were the tiny bugs. In Unit 3003 of Building B, Shenchuku leaned against the window, excitedly shouting, "The red mist has disappeared. Great. Lin Lincoln came to pick me up now." Tang Lina was leaning on a leather sofa, her long, fleshy bare legs crossed and slightly shaking. The look she gave Shenchuku was somewhat complicated. A few days ago, Shenchuku had confidently said Lin Ling would came to pick her up, but Lin Ling didn't come. She had cried and fussed at home for half a day. Tang Lina didn't know how to comfort her. But then she suddenly stopped crying, self-soothing that Lin Ling must have been delayed by something important and would definitely come after a few more days. This left Tang Lina even more speechless. She increasingly felt that this woman's nerves were a bit abnormal. At this moment, Shenchuku looked at Tang Lina again, her eyes full of pity. "Lino, could you send a WeChat to call Lin Lang to pick me up?" Tang Lina sighed and shook her head. "Haven't you sent him a few messages? He hasn't replied until now." Shenchuku said again, "But now that there's no red mist outside, could you take me to Lin Lang? I know where he lives, Unit 2202 in Building C." Tang Lina interrupted her, "Since you know, then go find him yourself." Upon hearing this, Shenchuku put on a tearful expression again, "But I'm a girl. It's so dangerous outside, how can I go alone?" "Lino, you're different, you're already 30 years old, not a girl anymore. You can take the risk. I believe you will definitely protect me, right? Tang Lino?" She was almost breathless. During a casual chat, they had accidentally talked about age. Upon learning that Tang Lino was 30 and had never been in a relationship, Shenchuku covered her mouth in shock and exclaimed, "Lino, you're 30 and have never been in a relationship? Is there some unspeakable reason? Why doesn't any man want you?" This nearly made Tang Lina spit blood in anger. "Damn it. What's wrong with me being 30? Am I eating your family's food? And you say I have no men wanting me? It's those men outside that I don't want, okay? Do you know that saying? When young, one doesn't know how good an ant is, mistaking a girl for a treasure. Even if I'm 30, there are still plenty of young boys outside who are crazy about me. Who knows? Even your little boyfriend Lin Bulang, if he saw me, might not be able to walk away." Chapter 35, Community Resource Trading Conference in the dense grass. A cold light flashed. A small bundle of grass fell down. "Ah!" A young man sat down on it. "We've been at this for so long, and we've only cut this little bit? At this rate, we'll be cutting grass until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse." Several young men sat down one after another. The light of righteousness encouraged, "Brothers, keep it up. As long as we keep cutting, one day we will finish it." But someone said, "But the key is, why is it us? Look up, so many people are comfortably sitting at home, just watching us work. Are we their servants? Who told us we are super-powered individuals? With great power comes great responsibility. Pa. This community doesn't only have us as super-powered individuals. That woman of Lin Bulang, isn't she a super-powered individual too? Why don't we see her down here? I even suspect that the mysterious big shot who gave us the superpower fruit did it on purpose. He has the superpower fruit, yet he doesn't eat it himself, but gives it to us? It's clear he wants us to do his work, to be his laborers. Don't say that. Going out to clear the grass was a decision we made ourselves. If it weren't for the mysterious big shot's support these days, we would have starved to death long ago." "That's true." After a while of complaining, they still stood up and continued working. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey! Brothers! Look what this is." They turned to look. They saw that person had picked up a strange plastic package. They gathered around and opened the package. Inside was a can of luncheon meat, a pack of compressed biscuits, a bag of purified water, and several emergency medical supplies. "This is rescue supplies," someone exclaimed. They suddenly remembered that the authorities had previously organized a helicopter drop of supplies. But they were attacked by monsters halfway through, resulting in all the supplies being lost. So it turned out they had fallen here. The group was ecstatic. "Quick, look for more. There must be plenty nearby." At that moment, they had even greater motivation. Desperately searching in the grass. "I found one. I found one too. There's more here." Before long, they had found more than 10 supply packages. However, just as they were about to continue searching, they heard a rustling sound of grass moving from a distance. Is it windy? The surrounding weeds were still, but the grass in the distance was quickly collapsing towards them. It seemed something was coming. At this moment, those standing on the upper floors could clearly see a black giant python, at least 20 meters long, swimming towards the group. "Damn!" Countless people screamed in panic. The few young men clearing the grass also sensed something was wrong and hurriedly gathered the supplies on the ground, preparing to make a run for it. But at that moment, hiss! The giant python suddenly broke through the grass, opening its massive mouth towards them. Damn! The group immediately abandoned the supplies and ran towards the entrance of Building C, Unit 1. Fortunately, they had all eaten the superpower fruit by now. Their reactions and speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. So none of them fell behind, all quickly approaching the entrance. Brothers, hurry! The Light of Righteousness was the first to run to the door and dared to look back. He saw the head of the giant python was about the size of a small car. It could probably swallow 2 people in one bite. He suddenly realized, this was the true ferocious beast. The mouse they had killed in the building, even those bugs, were nothing compared to this. Let alone them. Even if 100 more people came, they might not be able to satisfy this giant python. Black-scaled giant python, combat power, C+, abilities, fight, level 2, constriction, level 3, Eye of Dread, level 1. Lin Lang stood at the window of 2202, calmly observing everything happening below. The young men ran wildly. Finally, they reached the entrance safely. Just as they were about to escape. However, the Light of Righteousness was the first to reach the door, reaching out to pull open the iron gate. But the iron gate had been exposed to the damp red mist for so long, without maintenance, it was already rusty. Or perhaps it was because the Light of Righteousness pulled too hard. The iron gate actually fell over. Bang! The iron gate crashed to the ground. This also meant that their anxious hearts finally calmed down. Now, even if they ran into the building, it wouldn't protect them. Moreover, if they led the giant python into the building, it would endanger even more people. At this moment, the giant python had already arrived behind them, its massive shadow enveloping them. The group felt. They were shrouded in the shadow of death. The giant snake's blood-red vertical pupils, like the eyes of a demon, locked onto them tightly. Run? It felt as if the strength in their bodies had been drained, and they couldn't move at all. They just stood there dumbfounded. Waiting to become the giant python's dinner. Eye of Dread? It suppresses with its gaze, making the enemy unable to move? Quite interesting. Lin Lang smiled slightly. Below. The giant python opened its massive mouth, lunging at one of the men in front of it. It's over. That man had only this thought in his mind and couldn't help but close his eyes. But the next second. Boom. Pieces of tiles exploded. A huge plant root burst through the ground. Like a giant green python, it waved in the air and then slammed down heavily. Bang. The massive root struck the black python's vital spot hard. The python was directly smashed in half. Hiss. Both halves of the python writhed. But after a short while, they stopped moving. Lin Lang watched as the python's superpower core extinguished, then sat back down in his chair. Chirp chirp chirp. Little Tiger stood on the computer desk, tilting its head to look at him. Although you are a ferocious beast, you can't just eat people. Otherwise, that's your fate, understood? Chirp chirp chirp. The massive plant root, after killing the giant python, burrowed back underground, leaving a deep trench on the ground. People were shocked. The few young men stood there dumbfounded, their bodies and faces splattered with the python's blood. They could hardly believe what had just happened. Following the trace of the trench on the ground, it was easy to deduce that the one who had just saved them was this towering tree. They exchanged glances, momentarily unable to process it. After a long while, they came to their senses. They entered the building. They propped the fallen gate back up, wedging it in the doorframe. Although it was of little use. At least it felt a bit safer. Meanwhile, those in the community who had witnessed everything were internally shouting, "Damn! That was amazing! That tree saved them! This is a divine tree. I just recorded it. I got it. I'm going to post it online. This tree actually has intelligence? It's become a monster. I think it shouldn't be allowed to stay." Before long. In the WeChat owner group, the Light of Righteousness posted several pictures. They were the rescue supplies they had found today. The supplies from the last helicopter rescue fell in the community. Everyone can go pick some. Today, they realized the terror of the external ferocious beasts. They no longer dared to go out alone to clear the grass. So, they decided to spread the news about the supplies outside, attracting everyone in the community to help clear the grass. In this way, it wouldn't be long before they could clear all the grass in the community. On the other side, Lin Lang was also planning that once the grass in the community was cleared, he would hold a resource trading conference for the community. That way, he could exchange for a greater variety of supplies. Chapter 36, The Fire God's Sudden Inspiration in the Urban Forest. A few people stood dumbfounded at the foot of a building as a ferocious black python opened its gaping maw towards them. It seemed they were about to become the python's next meal. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. A massive tree root burst from the ground, smashing the python in half, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Once this video was released, it caused a huge uproar online. Oh my! What a huge black bugs, is this a movie special effect? Clearly not, this is a ferocious beast, and there are even bigger ones. I know the black snake is a ferocious beast, but what about that tree root? Did the tree came to life? So what if it did? What's impossible these days? You're missing the key point. That big tree protected those people. Does that mean it's on our side? No. Why hasn't this residential area been submerged by the red mist? Happiness Residential Complex. Unit 2202, Building C. Ning Shuangyu and the others also came across this video. The big tree grew right by their window, so they were more concerned about its true origins than anyone else. Goof looked out at the tree and said, "I've never seen this big tree move before." Luceran nodded repeatedly beside her, like a chick pecking at rice. Ning Shuangyu, however, furrowed her brows and said seriously, "No. The tree hasn't come to life, at least it can't have come to life now. There must be a wood-type superpowered individual controlling it from the shadows." Goof blinked. "A wood-type superpowered individual, are you talking about me?" Ning Shuangyu used her psychic power to check Goof's superpower core. Only the size of an egg, and its glow wasn't very strong. So she shook her head. "Your superpower core is too weak, it's impossible for you to do that. To control such a large plant, I feel that at least a sea-level superpowered individual would be needed." Ning Shuangyu pondered again, "But besides you, who else in our community has a golden elemental fruit?" In the next moment, Lin Ling's image flashed in her mind. But she quickly shook her head. "No. He doesn't even have a superpower core, so it's impossible." At this point, Ning Shuangyu became a bit curious and couldn't help but glance at the study door. Lin Ling clearly has so many superpower fruits, but why have I never seen him eat any? In the study, Lin Ling was sitting in a computer chair playing a mobile game. Little Tiger flew in through the window. It landed on the computer desk and rubbed its head against Lin Ling's hand. Then it opened its mouth wide at him. At this moment, Little Tiger's size was almost the same as Lin Ling's head. Lin Ling was speechless. "Didn't you catch anything outside?" "I'm not saying you, but you're a ferocious beast. Even if you can't catch a person, catching a mouse should be no problem, right?" Little Tiger, however, opened its mouth wide and remained still, as if saying, "Stop talking nonsense. Just throw the meat in my mouth." Lin Ling had no choice but to take out a piece of pork from his space and casually tossed it out the window. Whoosh! Little Tiger shot out like an arrow. In no time, it flew back, sitting on the computer desk, gently stroking its belly with its wings, looking as if it had finally eaten its fill. "You're getting faster at eating." Lin Ling shook his head. At that moment, Ning Shuangyu consumed one mid-grade superpower fruit, returning 500, now stored in the host's space. These days, Lin Ling had been giving Ning Shuangyu one mid-grade physique fruit every day. Then he would receive 500 in return. As a result, the mid-grade physique fruits in his space had piled up like a small mountain. The key was, he couldn't use them himself. Fortunately, the space had unlimited capacity. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have wanted to throw them away. Sigh. Sometimes having too many resources can also be a hassle. And now, Lin Ling thought for a moment and took out a mid-grade physique fruit from his space, holding it up to Little Tiger's mouth. "Since you eat so much, help me clear out some stock." Chirp. Little Tiger turned its head away haughtily, clearly indicating, "Please, I'm a meat eater. I won't eat your lousy fruit." Lin Ling stubbornly pushed the fruit closer. "A balanced diet is essential for health. Be good. If you don't eat this, you won't get any meat in the future." Chirp. Little Tiger was very unconvinced. But under Lin Ling's pressure, it still opened its mouth wide and swallowed the fruit. Chirp chirp. It flapped its wings in dissatisfaction, as if to say this was not tasty. Meanwhile, Lin Ling checked its combat information. Tiger-headed owl, combat power, E, ability, none. From having no power to having some, it was a small step forward. After swallowing a superpower fruit, its superpower core glimmered slightly. This indicated that the fruit was beneficial for Little Tiger. "From now on, you'll eat 10 fruits every day." Lin Ling issued the command. Chirp chirp chirp. Little Tiger flew into Lin Ling's arms, curled up, and began to sleep with its eyes closed. Lin Ling naturally reached out to pet its head. Since the Light of Righteousness announced in the group that rescue supplies could be found in the bushes of the community, people in the various buildings of the complex began to venture out one after another. Although there were many ferocious beasts outside, not all of them were deadly. The key was, they had run out of options. Lin Ling sat in the study every day, watching outside. Once powerful humans now resembled tiny ants moving house, gradually consuming the large patch of grass below. The nationwide grass-cutting operation has begun. Lin Ling witnessed history. During this process, there would inevitably be casualties. After all, there were too many ferocious beasts and bugs hiding in the grass. But as long as there were no sea-level ferocious beasts appearing, Lin Lang wouldn't intervene. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to manage it all. In fact, the main reason he controlled the big tree to save those people last time was that it was a team he had personally invested in. As for the lives of others, he really didn't care much. However, not every superpowered individual was as cold-blooded as him. That day, a sea-level two-headed giant rat appeared in the bushes near Building A. It immediately bit a person to death. Nearby, several superpowered individuals finally decided to take action and killed the two-headed rat. It took a total of an hour. Everyone was exhausted. Through this comparison, the people in Building C could better understand how terrifying the strength of the big tree that saved the patrol team that day was. That day, the patrol team from Unit 1 in Building C went out to cut grass again. They encountered a sea-level ferocious beast. This time it was a huge toad covered in lumps. As expected, the big tree once again swung its roots, pulling the toad underground and saving them. The value of the big tree was continuously increasing. Everyone in the community began to see this big tree as a guardian deity. They even started praying to it. Seeing this, Lin Lang could only smile helplessly in the study. The nationwide grass-cutting operation continued. The grass cutters coming from several directions gradually approached the center of the community, where the weeds were the thickest and deepest. But danger often coexists with opportunity. Here, people began to frequently discover superpower fruits. Although most were physical and psychic power, there were also lucky ones who found golden elemental fruits. That lucky person ate the elemental fruit and awakened fire abilities, becoming the revered fire god. The next day, the fire god had a sudden inspiration. Among the 5 elements, fire overcomes wood. Since the community was full of plants, why not use his ability to burn all these plants to the ground? So he unleashed a great fire, igniting the grass. Sure enough, the fire spread rapidly, quickly burning the remaining grass clean. It also burned countless ferocious beasts and bugs to death. An unpleasant smell filled the air of the entire community. This saved the grass cutters a lot of time and effort. However, the fire continued to spread, climbing up the dense vines and reaching the buildings. Those buildings were covered in climbing ivy, which was also a plant. As a result, one building after another fell into a sea of flames. People struggled to extinguish the fire. But countless resources were lost to the flames. Angry victims gathered together and gave the fire god a severe beating. Unexpectedly, they directly knocked the fire god unconscious. The fire god perished. Chapter 36, The Fire God's Sudden Inspiration in the Urban Forest. A few people stood dumbfounded at the foot of a building as a ferocious black python opened its gaping maw towards them. It seemed they were about to become the python's next meal. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. A massive tree root burst from the ground, smashing the python in half, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Once this video was released, it caused a huge uproar online. Oh my! What a huge black bugs, is this a movie special effect? Clearly not. This is a ferocious beast, and there are even bigger ones. I know the black snake is a ferocious beast, but what about that tree root? Did the tree came to life? So what if it did? What's impossible these days? You're missing the key point. That big tree protected those people. Does that mean it's on our side? No. Why hasn't this residential area been submerged by the red mist? Happiness Residential Complex. Unit 2202, Building C. Ning Shuangyu and the others also came across this video. The big tree grew right by their window, so they were more concerned about its true origins than anyone else. Goof looked out at the tree and said, I've never seen this big tree move before. Luceran nodded repeatedly beside her, like a chick pecking at rice. Ning Shuangyu, however, furrowed her brows and said seriously, no. The tree hasn't come to life, at least it can't have come to life now. There must be a wood-type superpowered individual controlling it from the shadows. Goof blinked, a wood-type superpowered individual, are you talking about me? Ning Shuangyu used her psychic power to check Goof's superpower core. Only the size of an egg, and its glow wasn't very strong. So she shook her head, your superpower core is too weak, it's impossible for you to do that. To control such a large plant, I feel that at least a sea-level superpowered individual would be needed. Ning Shuangyu pondered again, but besides you, who else in our community has a golden elemental fruit? In the next moment, Lin Lang's image flashed in her mind. But she quickly shook her head, no. He doesn't even have a superpower core, so it's impossible. At this point, Ning Shuangyu became a bit curious and couldn't help but glance at the study door. Lin Lang clearly has so many superpower fruits, but why have I never seen him eat any? In the study, Lin Lang was sitting in a computer chair playing a mobile game. Little Tiger flew in through the window. It landed on the computer desk and rubbed its head against Lin Lang's hand. Then it opened its mouth wide at him. At this moment, Little Tiger's size was almost the same as Lin Lang's head. Lin Lang was speechless. Didn't you catch anything outside? I'm not saying you, but you're a ferocious beast. Even if you can't catch a person, catching a mouse should be no problem, right? Little Tiger, however, opened its mouth wide and remained still, as if saying, stop talking nonsense. Just throw the meat in my mouth. Lin Lang had no choice but to take out a piece of pork from his space and casually tossed it out the window. Whoosh! Little Tiger shot out like an arrow. In no time, it flew back, sitting on the computer desk, gently stroking its belly with its wings, looking as if it had finally eaten its fill. You're getting faster at eating. Lin Lang shook his head. At that moment, Ning Shuai consumed one mid-grade superpower fruit, returning 500, now stored in the host's space. These days, Lin Lang had been giving Ning Shuai one mid-grade physique fruit every day. Then he would receive 500 in return. As a result, the mid-grade physique fruits in his space had piled up like a small mountain. The key was, he couldn't use them himself. Fortunately, the space had unlimited capacity. Otherwise, Lin Lang would have wanted to throw them away. Sigh. Sometimes having too many resources can also be a hassle. And now, Lin Lang thought for a moment and took out a mid-grade physique fruit from his space, holding it up to Little Tiger's mouth. Since you eat so much, help me clear out some stock. Chirp. Little Tiger turned its head away haughtily, clearly indicating, please, I'm a meat eater. I won't eat your lousy fruit. Lin Lang stubbornly pushed the fruit closer. A balanced diet is essential for health. Be good. If you don't eat this, you won't get any meat in the future. Chirp. Little Tiger was very unconvinced. But under Lin Lang's pressure, it still opened its mouth wide and swallowed the fruit. Chirp chirp. It flapped its wings in dissatisfaction, as if to say this was not tasty. Meanwhile, Lin Lang checked its combat information. Tiger-headed owl, combat power, E, ability, none. From having no power to having some, it was a small step forward. After swallowing a superpower fruit, its superpower core glimmered slightly. This indicated that the fruit was beneficial for Little Tiger. From now on, you'll eat 10 fruits every day. Lin Lang issued the command. Chirp chirp chirp. Little Tiger flew into Lin Lang's arms, curled up, and began to sleep with its eyes closed. Lin Lang naturally reached out to pet its head. Since the Light of Righteousness announced in the group that rescue supplies could be found in the bushes of the community, people in the various buildings of the complex began to venture out one after another. Although there were many ferocious beasts outside, not all of them were deadly. The key was, they had run out of options. Lin Lang sat in the study every day, watching outside. Once powerful humans now resembled tiny ants moving house, gradually consuming the large patch of grass below. The nationwide grass-cutting operation has begun. Lin Lang witnessed history. During this process, there would inevitably be casualties. After all, there were too many ferocious beasts and bugs hiding in the grass. But as long as there were no sea-level ferocious beasts appearing, Lin Lang wouldn't intervene. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to manage it all. In fact, the main reason he controlled the big tree to save those people last time was that it was a team he had personally invested in. As for the lives of others, he really didn't care much. However, not every superpowered individual was as cold-blooded as him. That day, a sea-level two-headed giant rat appeared in the bushes near Building A. It immediately bit a person to death. Nearby, several superpowered individuals finally decided to take action and killed the two-headed rat. It took a total of an hour. Everyone was exhausted. Through this comparison, the people in Building C could better understand how terrifying the strength of the big tree that saved the patrol team that day was. That day, the patrol team from Unit 1 in Building C went out to cut grass again. They encountered a sea-level ferocious beast. This time it was a huge toad covered in lumps. As expected, the big tree once again swung its roots, pulling the toad underground and saving them. The value of the big tree was continuously increasing. Everyone in the community began to see this big tree as a guardian deity. They even started praying to it. Seeing this, Lin Lang could only smile helplessly in the study. The nationwide grass-cutting operation continued. The grass cutters coming from several directions gradually approached the center of the community, where the weeds were the thickest and deepest. But danger often coexists with opportunity. Here, people began to frequently discover superpower fruits. Although most were physical and psychic power, there were also lucky ones who found golden elemental fruits. That lucky person ate the elemental fruit and awakened fire abilities, becoming the revered fire god. The next day, the fire god had a sudden inspiration. Among the 5 elements, fire overcomes wood. Since the community was full of plants, why not use his ability to burn all these plants to the ground? So he unleashed a great fire, igniting the grass. Sure enough, the fire spread rapidly, quickly burning the remaining grass clean. It also burned countless ferocious beasts and bugs to death. An unpleasant smell filled the air of the entire community. This saved the grass cutters a lot of time and effort. However, the fire continued to spread, climbing up the dense vines and reaching the buildings. Those buildings were covered in climbing ivy, which was also a plant. As a result, one building after another fell into a sea of flames. People struggled to extinguish the fire. But countless resources were lost to the flames. Angry victims gathered together and gave the fire god a severe beating. Unexpectedly, they directly knocked the fire god unconscious. The fire god perished. Chapter 37. What kind of girl would like him? The weeds have basically been cleared away. The scattered rescue supplies in the community have also been mostly picked up by people. Many ferocious beasts have been killed. There are still some survivors, hiding in their holes during the day, only daring to come out at night. So they no longer pose a threat to the residents' safety. Thus, the current situation at Happiness Residential Complex is: no red mist. No ferocious beasts. Abundant supplies. This might be the best living environment in the world right now. Someone posted all of this online, instantly attracting widespread attention. No way. Why is there no red mist where you are? So this is what rescue supplies look like. First time seeing it. I'm starving. Can someone share some rescue supplies with me? You even cleared the bushes and drove away the ferocious beasts? Oh my god. It's like paradise there. Is it an official survival base? Please give me the address. I want to go there. I want to go too. I'd rather die on the way to paradise. There are quite a few videos like this flaunting their situation. All posted by the residents of Happiness Residential Complex. Linling felt speechless. They are a typical case of forgetting the pain after the wound has healed. Rescue supplies are not infinite. They will eventually run out. The bushes will grow back unless they frequently go downstairs to clear them. But doing so would mean that their chances of encountering the ferocious beasts would greatly increase. Of course. None of this has anything to do with Linling. Even if the red mist returns and the ferocious beasts become stronger, they still pose no threat to Linling. In the end, it's them who will suffer. Linling remained at home. Every day, he played various games with Goof, Ningxiuanu, and Luceran, 3 beautiful women. He also fed the little tiger. When he had nothing to do, he meditated to absorb some red mist. Life was quite pleasant. Until someone in the group started complaining again. The rescue supplies are gone. Is there a kind-hearted person who can lend me some? Mine too, sigh. I should have saved some, but there wasn't much to begin with. Just enough for one person for 3 days. Big shot. Is there going to be another supply raiding fair? I want to trade food for gold. Lin Bulang. Linling knew it was time, so. Lin Bulang, tomorrow at noon, 12 o'clock, at the basketball court under Building C, a supply trading fair will be held. In Building B, Unit 1, Room 3003. Lin Bulang said that tomorrow at noon, he will hold a supply trading fair at the basketball court under Building C. Tang Lin told Shenchuku this news. Ah. That's great. I can finally see Linling. As soon as Shenchuku heard this, she jumped up, her face full of excitement. Then she suddenly asked curiously, a supply trading fair? Is it similar to a shopping fair? Tang Lin nodded, it's indeed quite similar. Things like water, food, and medicine are the universal currency. He can use this currency to buy other things, like luxury goods. If Lin Bulang is really interested in luxury goods. Upon hearing this, Shenchuku's eyes lit up even more. A shopping fair. Linling has so many supplies. They must be worth a fortune. Doesn't that mean she would also be rich? By then, she would be the person with the most supplies in the community. Whatever clothes, cosmetics, bags. She could exchange for whatever she wanted. She could have as much as she desired. Mom was right. A woman should live exquisitely. No matter when, she should always dress beautifully. This also gives men face. She can't be like Tang Linu. At her age, still not knowing how to handle men. She would probably be lonely for a lifetime. Unconsciously, she looked at Tang Linu with a bit more pride. It seemed that at this moment, she had already become the esteemed Mrs. Linling. Surrounded by countless supplies, she could enjoy the luxurious life she had always dreamed of. Shenchuku was immersed in immense excitement, imagining her future happy life. Even at night while sleeping, she kept thinking, with so many supplies, how should I spend them? Clothes and bags are a must. Bird's nest and sea cucumber must be included. I need a phone and a tablet too, otherwise how will I pass the time later? Right. Linling used to love playing games, I must keep an eye on him, I can't let him waste supplies. Men need to be ambitious. How can they just play games? No. Men are simply unreliable. I must hold all the supplies in my hands and manage them myself. Finally. The next day arrived. Shinchaku had hardly slept all night, but she was still full of energy, extremely excited. Linu, let's hurry up and go out. Tang Linu replied speechlessly, it's only 7 o'clock. The trading fair doesn't start until 12. For you, it may start at 12. But this trading fair is initiated by Linling, and I'm the hostess. Of course, I need to go early to arrange everything. Shinchaku said proudly. Tang Linu. Not a sister, you really have no idea at all. From start to finish. Did Lin Bulang ever care about you? You're still the hostess? Now that there are no ferocious beasts outside, you can wait down there by yourself. But Shinchaku looked at the empty space below the community and couldn't help but shrink her neck. I think I'll go down with you. It feels so dangerous, I'm just a girl. After that, Tang Lin spent a few hours with Shinchaku's incessant self-hypnosis. Finally, it was 11 o'clock. Seeing that quite a few people had gathered downstairs, Shinchaku urged, Linu. Let's hurry down. The shopping fair is about to start. Linling must be waiting for me anxiously. I want to go down early to give him a surprise. Thinking that getting rid of this woman early was a good thing, Tang Lin finally took Shinchaku out the door. Along the way, Shinchaku wore a happy smile. When Linling sees me, he will definitely be so happy. Oh. Actually, logically, he should come to pick me up. After all, girls should be a bit reserved. But since he's busy today, I'll go see him myself. Tang Lin felt like her ears were about to develop calluses from hearing these words. But she actually understood. Lin Bulang's life was going so well, surrounded by so many beautiful women, how could he care about the life or death of a former girlfriend? She was afraid that the more Shinchaku hoped, the greater her disappointment would be. No. That's not disappointment. It's simply despair. She might even go crazy on the spot. Thinking of this, Tang Lin felt a bit sympathetic, so she tried to use gentle language to give Shinchaku a warning. Chaku, you and Lin Bulang have already broken up, right? Although you say it was a test for him, what if he took it seriously? If he did, is it possible he has found another girlfriend now? But Shinchaku, upon hearing this, looked disdainful. What do you know? I am the woman he loves the most in his life. You don't know how good he was to me back then. How could he possibly look for another woman? Tang Lin's tone gradually weakened, but the WeChat group said that at the last trading fair, Lin Bulang was with a woman. Shinchaku sneered, that's because he couldn't have me, so he settled for a substitute. Just think about it, with Linling's looks, being poor, having no ambition, and being such a straight man. What kind of girl would like him? As long as I express my willingness to be with him, he will definitely drop everything and come running to me. Enough. Don't say any more. I know what you're thinking, but women are different from each other. I just attract men more, it's useless for you to be jealous, and don't even think about trying to sow discord between me and Linling. Tang Linu. Fine. I'll shut up. They fell silent on their way down. When they reached downstairs, there were already quite a few people gathered. But Linling was nowhere to be seen. Why hasn't Linling come to see me yet? At this moment, in Building C, Unit 1, Room 2202, Linling was having breakfast with the three beautiful women. After finishing, Linling said, let's go. We should go down too. Ning Shuang stood up. Goof thought Linling wouldn't take her down again, so she said, then I'll tidy up at home. But Linling smiled and said, you three should all go down together. See if there's anything you're interested in, and bring some back to add a bit of fun to our simple life. Chapter 38, Goddesses appear one after another since the arrival of Red Mist. The activity area downstairs at Happiness Residential Complex had never seen so many people before. Everyone hadn't seen each other for a long time,